Hi everyone, this is the fourth and final video in our series. Make sure you have watched the first three parts before continuing. So now let's start with the home page and the course page. So the documentation will be this one. We have completed the admin-course and now we can just go with the website showing all the courses, then course details and also the course enrollment so that anybody can purchase the course. And from now you will see like all the documentation will be pretty much smaller and easier, but there are one which is called learner tracking, which is going to be like bigger one where we have to add so many logic, but other than that all will be kind of easy. So let's say in the website homepage right now we don't have anything, just an empty page. And if you see the implementation project here, we have some header, we have a button and some active cards, then some feature course, also frequently asked questions. All these things are kind of like the UI is generated by AI. When I started the project, I started first to generating some of the UI. I used like v0.dev for this particular design, but now as Gemini 3 launch and it's pretty solid to web design, I think now you can generate this kind of design or maybe more than like better than this design with Gemini free version. And also you will get the code in Tailwind CSS. That's like a great tools. So now let's just start designing these things and also bind the API. And also we have to check that we already have that API or not. And if we go view all course, we can also see all the courses here as well. As so mostly we are gonna complete the home page and the courses page. So let's see the code. So we have to follow the commit which start with website, like this one, website front end, website home / courses page. So from now on we are gonna follow all the commit that's related to website. So let's open the commit and these are the changes we have. So as in our home page you can see all the sections. So what if we can create those components for each sections? That what we have done. In the changes you can see CTS sections, then FAQ section, featured courses, hero section, why choosers, all these sections. And then we already have that home page and we have to add all those sections here. And also in the sign in page we have some logic. We're going to implement that as well. As in the courses page we added the feature course. So let's go to the home page, or let's start creating all the component first. So first component will be the hero section. So let's create that, and all the component will be go to component / website / home. So if we just go to the component folder, then you can see we have a folder as well as called website, and inside that folder we can create like home, because in the website there are three pages, like one for courses, another for home, another for leaderboard. So we can create multiple folder for that. And inside that home we will have hero.tsx where we're going to put the hero section code, and this is going to be the hero section code. And I think these are not like very important code here because it's kind of like UI design. So you can just simply get the understanding of this code by asking to Gemini or ChatGPT, and all is very easy because it's a dynamic component with all the props that can just change the UI. Let's say is authenticated. Based on the authentications we are going to show the button like this one. Let's say if I log out, then if I go to the home page, then I should see join the journey, which will take to the sign in page. And if I already logged in, then I should see only explore courses. So based on the authentication we are going to show some button in the future or right now as well. As so I just logged in again, and if I just go to the home page, now you can see we have only one button. So for that case we need that condition like is authenticated. Then also the background image, if we want to show any background image, then we can also put that by using that. I think we're not using that. Okay, we are using that for like the overlay kind of design. And then we have batch text. The batch text is kind of this one. The text should be dynamic from the parent side, so that's why we just make that props, as well as the title parts, the description, primary button and the secondary button, and the stats. So in the hero section we also put these particular things like all the stats and the content of those stats, like the value, then the level, then the description. You can see value, level and description here. So what we'll do, we will call that hero section will provide all the data that we need. Then it can be change to, or like it can be used to anywhere. But it has some default value as well as, so whenever we just call this hero section, it will use all the default value. So I think the default value is the corrected value for showing our UI. So whenever we need to change, we will just pass that value. And then if you look into the design code, then we have a background, like it's kind of a overflow, like overlay type background image. Then we have the batch tag first, then we have the title parts. So if you go to the title parts, that's kind of a array, and that parts has multiple string like master your skills with expert lead, then courses. So if you go to the design, then you can see the color of one of the text from the whole title is different. So for that case, handling this UI design, we have to make the text kind of like in array. Then we are just rendering that array, but when we got the index equal to 1, that's mean we're gonna grab the second element from the array, and we're gonna make the color. So this is how we just somehow render the UI. And for rendering, like making the some of the text coloring, you can try different approaches, but I found this one really easy and convenient. And then this is going to be the description, and then the button will be for the explore course, which is like this one. And you can see we didn't provided any title, because title or level for the button, the level will come from the parent side. The same will happen with the secondary button. We just named that a generic name like secondary or primary, but all those value will come from the parent side, or the default value. Right now the default value is like explore courses, and the link will be courses/courses, and then for the sign in, that's called sign in. And these are basic changes for the statistics, like the value, level, and the descriptions like this. So the UI is generated by Gemini, or I think V0. You can also generate better UI from Gemini, so you can just ask with all these informations. Like you can just copy this information, then ask to Gemini to give you UI. Let's just ask, then we can see what's going on here. So I'm gonna give them, and give me a UI for all this stat. I want card type design, give me full code in HTML and Tailwind CSS. You can ask React as well as, which will give you in the React, but as I bring the design from Tailwind CSS, so I think Tailwind CSS is better. And this is the code. Right now it seems like broken because the UI got bigger. Now you can see the design. Now if you just ask more things here, like improve the design with coloring, gradient, then it's also gonna apply the changes. Let's ask like add more coloring, gradient, make it more attractive or interesting, whatever. And you can see it's started implementing all those things like darker gradient background, then individual cut, a lot of things. Let's see the code. It is still writing, or maybe wait. Yes, the code has done. Now if we just preview, you can see the design has changed a lot, and it's pretty similar like mine, like the color of the text, then all the card icons. So this is how now we can generate home pages, landing pages, and also micro components and so on. This is the UI actually. Or maybe we can ask that to make it more better as well as. So that's totally up to you. You can try, you can explore more of that. But so far we are kind of good. Nowadays if you want to design any home page or even any UI for any feature, I don't think it's going to be hard. You can generate a basic code, then from there you can start making that more improvement. That's really good to go idea. So now let's add our second component, which is going to be like the featured courses. So let's create that component as well as like featured courses, and in that featured courses, let's grab the whole code. I didn't ask like the whole landing page first. I asked section by section. Then I saw the design's color is not matching with all the section. Then I ask again to provide some common colors, common styles. Then it gives me the desired result. So you have to try with some different approaches, like different prompt mostly. So make sure you did that as. Then if in our in the feature courses we have some of the props like I section props. That's the props for the section related, let's say the title and the description. So if you go to the section, then this is the title, and in this section we can also add descriptions, and we have a button that could navigate somewhere. Then we have I course with enroll link. That's a type that, let's say if I just go and view details, then we should see the enroll link or something like that. So for that case, we have to handle that in our page. And then we have I featured courses props. That's the main props for the component, like featured course. Here you can see the title is featured courses, view all links, and this is the props for the view all button here, like the link button. And also we need the location where it's gonna navigate to. So it's going to navigate to the courses page, and the label will be this. And the courses will have the type of the interface like I courses with enroll link, which is extending from I course. You can see this is the actual interface that we used earlier in the backend and also in the front end for the admin panel. Now we are going to use the same interface for I course with enroll link, and we just added this another property which is called enroll link only for this particular type, because the enroll link will not be in the admin panel course. So as you can see, it's also here optional, but it's only used in the website for the learner. So that's it. And now mostly we added the card. We have to add the card design and also the sections inside of the card. We rendered the view all link button and also the title. If we don't have that button, then we're not gonna show these things. Then we have to render the card based on the courses. So the courses dot map, and this is the courses card. And we have name, description, module count, chapter count, lesson count, validity, year, price, enroll link, all the data that we need to display in the UI like this. So now if I just copy all the data and ask again to provide me like some courses card, then I should get the design done. So let's also provide all the information and let's see what it gives us. Tons of codes are writing. Yeah, so we get more better UI now. Let's just zoom out, and I think yeah, it's give us really more better UI. So let's copy the link and try to open that, and that's the UI, and it seems like better than this one. This one is pretty basic, but this one looks really cool. The count of those courses like module count, chapter count, lesson count is really looks cool, as well as the buttons and mostly the pricing also showing good in the left side. But here we have the button, and also in the right side we have that pricing, but it seems really well. So this is the changes. Like I started the project almost like 6 to 7 months ago, and I used like v0.dev. That was another platform, and that platform provide me this design with like maybe one shot or maybe two shot. But now you can see with Gemini, it's provide with only one shot the better design. So every single month passed or every new model appears, that brings more powerful and more accurate design in the development of the code. So I think you should use this. You should generate code, generate design to code faster, and that's how we should actually leverage the AI. So now we are not going to change our card. If you want, you can. So let's look into the code to see that we can update our card or not, because the card design looks really good. And I think the card is mostly like this one, and we need the wrapper. I think we already have the wrapper. We just have to grab the card. Let's try this card to see how it looks like in our design. So we just comment out our old code and we just paste our new card, and we have to change the class to class name as we are in the React. And you can also ask to provide you in the React code, that's also fine. Now let's also comment out all of our props like this. As we didn't use all those props, we are getting error, so we can just simply grab like this for now. And let's also check the UI. Okay, so for checking the UI, we also have to render those component inside our home page. So for that case, we have to go to our home page from the routes. So let's go to routes, and in the website we have layout and index.tsx. Here we're gonna render all the components. So let's bring the code from the index.tsx file. Here you can see we use fragment and then we added all those components. So let's first use a fragment, react fragment, and then put our component. This is authenticated will come from we're gonna implement that as well as, but for now let's just see all the courses, and we have to provide some of the courses here. We're gonna say an empty array, or maybe we should have to provide some of the value in that array, because otherwise we'll be able to show any data. So let's save that, try to check our UI. Okay, that's the UI, which is also good. The button color is not showing because of the tailwind css version. I think in the tailwind css version in our code is different, and the version Gemini used is different, so we have to sync with that as well as, but it's like a not lot of work. We can do that. So for now the course will be empty, and in the featured course we don't need the newest UI. You can just try new UI, that's really up to you, and you can refactor that UI. You can make that more better. So far these are the changes for featured course component, and right now you can see we don't have any courses, so we are not able to show that, and we're going to bind the API so that we will get the real courses from the admin panel we created. And after the feature courses we have another section called frequently asked questions, why choosing our platform, and all these section. Let's just bring all those section one by one, and I don't think we have to explain a lot of things here. These are mostly UI, which you can just simply generate by providing the text, and which is nowadays very simple. So in the why choose us, we have some props like icon, title, descriptions, some of the default values, and the reasons. We have some card like in the UI. These are the card, and that's why we added an array. So what you can do also, like in the Gemini code, you can ask to provide the code in React. Then you can ask to make the component dynamic, so that you can pass all the value from the props. So you can ask so many different things to make your component really future proof. And then let's see what in the next in the why choosers. This just render the UI. Then reason card, we have a separate component for all the reason card, and if I want to change the color or make the color dynamic, I can do that as well as. But so far that's the component. Let's also go to the next component, which is going to be like FAQ section and then the CTA section. So let's add the FAQ section and bring the whole code. And if you expect to get explanation all this UI related code from me, then I would just say it's not fully important nowadays. Like the web design is kind of replaced by AI, at least I would say. Like not fully, but at least 60 to 70% basic work will be replaced. Not like the higher creative work, but the basic things. So as a full stack engineer by yourself, you will not get the UI UX from your own. So for that case, using like Gemini or like V0, all those AI tool to generate UI is really blessing for you. So for that case, I would not argue with you to talk about this, but yeah, you can leverage that to get the design. And also if you want more details on the UI related, let's say you are learning Tailwind CSS, you are a beginner, that case I would just recommend try practicing those class names, like what's happening on those class name, what's the relation. It's easy, it's very easy nowadays. You just have to practice by your own. So in the FAQ item, we just have a component for the items. Then we just render that item with the basic design. We have some by default props. That's it. Nothing complications or like complicated here. Then we have CTA sections. Let's just took that and bring the code as well as. So that's why I just give you the commit so that you can just get the same code. And if you have any confusion on the code, you can just ask that to Gemini. For, at least for the UI related code, because my main focus is to show you the whole architecture, the pattern, the process of the whole project, mostly the logical things. So I don't think like UI related stuff is important so far for this video. Then we have primary button, secondary button is authenticated. These are the props. We have some default value, And the same as like in the UI content. So you have to first decide the content, like what are the content you are going to show, and then took that content or generate that content, and then put that to any LLM to generate the UI. Then you will get better result, because content is the king of any UI. So first of all, you have to find out the content, then you can generate the UI. Without content, it will be hard to generate a good UI. So overall, that's all the components. We have total 5 components. Now we just simply have to use those components in our home page. So if I just go to the home page, then you can see the use case like this. And also we have to use the is authentication, like is authenticated. So as in the hero section, we have the ability to use is authenticated props. So you must need to pass that as well. As so how we will be able to pass that, we have to use the hook that we created, like use auth controller, and this hook is reusable for every route. So we can just use that, and we can get the is authenticated flag from there, and we just bind that like this. And after that, we are kind of good with the index page. Now we have to design our courses page, and there is nothing to design. If you just go, and you can see this is just simply the same UI that we have in the home page like this. So we are just simply rendering all the card in that particular page. So what do we need? Just a simple route for that, and we will just render the featured course. And where we're going to create that, we're going to create that beside the auth folder in the underscore layout folder, like course folder, because in that course folder there will be course details and 2 more page maybe. So in the course, it should be courses, because that will become like the route. So we have to make sure the folder name is correct, the file name is correct. So in the courses.index.tsx, maybe we have to reload our frontend server or restart our frontend server if we got any error. If we don't, then we can work. You can see now we are only showing 404, nothing working. So we have to restart the server, because of when we add new page, the route tree regenerate and it creates some issue. Maybe the 10 stack will fix that near future. And then now you can see the design is showing, and if I just go to the courses page, this is the page that we have created. And now we just have to just simply render the featured course directly. Let's just also see from the code. Yeah, so it used a div so that we get some padding, or like we get some margin from the bottom side. And view or link should be null, because this is only applicable for the home page, not for the courses page. So that's it. Now if we go, then we should see something, but as we don't have any courses, we are not able to see any data. So in the feature course, we can add another section, which is going to be, if we don't have any courses, then some no data found kind of UI. So we already have that UI. We can just check like courses.length equal to 0. Then we're gonna just simply render some UI. Otherwise we're gonna return null. So we can just simply say no data found, and that's also kind of okay. And that's the component, and we are getting some error, and it's added like type. We should not add type here to import that. Just no data found components. And now you can see this is the card showing. If I just go to the home page, but it is showing in the left side, which I don't like. So because it's under the grid, so it should be outside from the grid, so that we can see it's showing so you can also regenerate this UI to make that better, but for now we have already the component in the admin panel. We are just using or reusing that. So that's it for the feature course. And if I just go to the changes, we don't have much changes here. And yeah, one thing we have done is in the sign in page we added the redirection. So why we added that? Because if I go to here, and if I go to the sign in page by the URL like this, we still able to go to the sign in page. But if you look at the navbar, then you can see I am logged in. So when a user is logged in, then they should not go to the sign in page again. So we have to prevent that. For preventing that, we added this condition in the before load from 10 stack file based routing. So let's go to that file, and here in the route creation we can add this before load logic, and that's the way how we can add or check some of the authentication related logic. And we have the redirect from 10 stack react router, which will help to redirect when the condition does not match. And we can directly access our store with JavaScript code like hotstore.getState, this method will help to directly access the latest state like from the store data. And if we that's authenticated, then we're just gonna return that to the home page, because the sign in page should not be visible to the user. Let's now try to refresh, then we should return to the home page. So we cannot visit sign in page while we are logging. So that's the logic. And so far these are the changes for this commit. Make sure you sync with the commit. Now let's go to our next section, like our next commit, which is going to be website home/course page API bind. As now our homepage is done and we have the courses section. Right now we have no data, and in the courses page we also have not any data, so we have to just simply bind the courses API so that we can see our created data that we created in from the admin panel. So for that case, these are the changes that we need to do. So in the changes on this commit, you can see we have work on the backend, because earlier we implemented all the API for the admin panel, not for the public user or learner user. So for that case, we need routes. We need also the service that will bring all the courses for everybody. So let's start with the routes first. So in the course route, I think we already have that file, like this one. Here you can see that we have admin routes. That's it. Now we need another routes method, which is gonna help to publish some of the public route. So for that case, we need a new router, because with the older router we will not able to do that, because that's for the admin portal. And then we need to initialize that public route in our constructor method, and then we have to call our public route method. And also, as we call this method, now we also have to declare that method, or like create the method. So let's create that. And inside these public routes, we are using the same controller, like the course controller, like get public courses and get public course. So if you go to the get public courses, which we already implemented and we discussed about that, get public course will help to retrieve the course detail informations. And we are making the API with like /publish/id, something like that. So the main path will be kind of like the path that we are gonna add now. So in the index.ts, in the route, we have to create a public endpoints, and then we have to provide that as well as. So let's go to the index.ts file. You can see admin endpoints, you can see endpoints total. So we have to create a new one, which is going to be like public endpoints, and we have to call the course public router, which we also have to export from here. So let's if you go above, then you can see this line added. So this is for like course public router. That's like the instance that we created here, the course control, like the public router, and we have to export that with the new instance. So course public router, and also we have to import that here, and then in the public endpoint we have to mention that here as well as. Otherwise, we will see the same issue earlier we saw, like the route actually doesn't work. So the public route could be above from the admin routes, which is important. I think let's just see from the code. Yeah, the public routes is above from the admin endpoints. And then the main path will be API/course. As all the public routes is about course, and maybe one will be for the leaderboard. So yeah, we can put all those things, but related to the course, we are gonna use this path like API/course. Then all the part it has in the public route, like publish, then course/publish/course/id, which will take to the detail page, and publish will provide all the list of the courses. And we already have those service that we already discussed, like mostly the course services.list course and course services.get single course, something like that. And in the validation, we have the query validator like status, limit, and page, and that we have the validator for the params for the ID, this ID, and this is what we need so far in the API level. And we also connected that with our main API, so now we can get the API in our front end. So in the front end, we have to create the endpoints, then the query, and then we have to just simply use that query in our component. That's it. So let's go to the endpoint with the name course. We already have that endpoint because we added tons of endpoints. Now we have to add two more, which is going to be like get publish course API and get publish single course. So we can put that top of that file, because these are kind of like public API. We can put that top here. And then we now need the query. So let's go to the query folder and add our newly created endpoint. So we have to create one query, and we can just reuse the other query with the conditions. And then course keys dot list, instead we're gonna say course list dot courses, and we provided the status so that it cache as well. As let's also import the API endpoints that we created. And this is the query for the get published courses, like the courses list. And for the single course, I don't think we have to create one, because we are reusing one that we already created. So this one we are using use get course query, like this one for the admin panel. But now we can add some condition. We already have a argument like is published. So based on the is published, we can also, you can see already we have empty data. Now we can just put our endpoint that we created here like this. So let's also import that endpoint, get published courses, course API. So whenever we got like is published true, like if we just call this query and provide the course ID, and then provide the is published true, then it will call this API to give the information of that public courses. But this will be only for the home page or the details page, so it will not be able to fetch that in the admin panel. So we have two query as well. As now we can just simply use those two query to complete our API bind. Now we should work on the home page. So in the home page, we can just simply call this query, and then we don't have to write any other logic. We will get the list of the courses. So let's go to the home page, index file. In the layout, you can see we have now empty courses. So we just have to call the query. But here you can see we didn't just directly call the query. Instead, we created a controller. As you know that any route or any component we we don't just directly write logic. Instead, we create a separate custom hook so that we can put all the logic related to that particular component. So in our UI, in the courses page and also in the home page, we have kind of common functionality like fetch the course list. So why not create a custom hook and fetch that there, and we can reuse that custom hook in our courses page as well as in the home page. So that's what we have to do. So you have to create the hook called use published course controller in the controller slash course. So let's go to the controller. Then in the course we have all the controller you can see. So we just need to add a new one. So let's add this one, and make sure you also add TS as extension. I just forget every time. So let's bring the code. The code is not much, which is we just call the query that we created newly, and we got the data and the loading, and we are providing the data and the loading with some slight modification in the data, like we added enroll link, and the enroll link will be attached with our course details. So far the enroll link is not something it directly go to the enroll page, because if you saw the implementation UI, then when we click view details, this is not actually the enroll link. Instead it is the course detail, and from the course detail we only have the enroll link. So even I go to the courses page, I go to view details, this is not direct the enroll link. The enroll link will be in the detail page. So for that case, the naming is kind of a different here, like it should not be enroll link. Instead it should be like detail link or something like that. But as our type in the iCourse type, we have that property, and that's kind of reusable. So for that case, make that enroll link is kind of fine. Otherwise we have to add more property like enroll link, then detail link, all those things. Instead we can use one to different places. So that's the navigation location, and that's the level which will be show in the button. So this is the hook. Now we can just simply call the hook to any page, and if we just use the courses as a data, we can do that. So, and in the feature code we must need some sort of loading component as well. As so let's put that loading is going to be like boolean, and we will get the is loading here as well. As and based on the is loading, we are gonna check that okay, the length is 0, and is loading should be false, so that we can show the no data found. And also if we want, we can show the loading indicator while it's fetching the courses. So we already have the loading component, you can see like loading, and we can make that full width, we can add any text here. So let's see the props. So size, variant. So we're gonna say that's going to be the medium size, like the by default size. Then we can provide the text. So I'm gonna say text is going to be loading courses, and we are getting some error because every time we are importing, it's importing with like the type. It should import with only like this. So I'm not sure why it's happening. I have to find out the root cause. Other than that, now we can also see the loading indicator, and if we just provide the is loading from here, the loading will come from our controller. Then we can just pass that loading directly inside of our featured course. That's it. And now if we go to the home page, we should see the data, and if I just refresh, then okay, you'll not see the indicator easily because it's happening super fast. So maybe we can just make that to 3G, and now if we refresh, then maybe we should able to see the loading indicator. Let's see, it's very fast, so I'm not sure it will able to show that, but it just got stuck. Okay, you can now see the loading courses, the indicator, but it took some time, so it's super slow. So let's just turn that back to this, and if we don't have any data, we will see the no data found. We already saw that. Now we just have to use these two line inside our courses file. So let's just add this two line, including the component and the hook. Use published course controller to also get all the courses in our courses page. Let's just go to the courses page, and you can see the same courses from the same API that we bind in our home page. We are getting that in our courses page. So that's how we can reuse all the components. We can reuse custom hook to fetch APIs, as the API already called inside the hook. So it will not call multiple times. That's mean if you just call or like come to the courses page and refresh, then the API call, it cache the data, and if you then go to the home page, it will not call that API again because it's already cached. The data will come from the cache. If the cache got settled, as we provided some default settle time like 5 minutes, like after 5 minutes it will refetch again to bring the new data. So that's how TenStack query, like TenStack React query, actually shine and help us. Other than that, we are kind of good with all the implementation so far. We have added the queries, and also I think we are kind of done with all the changes. That was it for this particular commit. Now we can just simply navigate to the next one. So the next section will be the course detail page. If you go to the website and visit any course, then you can see this is the UI for the course details. So now we have to complete this page. For that case, we have to follow the commit, this one, the second commit of website, which is front and backend website. I think the third commit, like front and backend course details UI and API bind. So let's open this commit, and these are the changes that we need to make. As you can see, the same pattern in the details page. We have some section like course header, modules, pricing, module card, all these things. So this will be considered as header, then this will be the module list, this will be the pricing, and so on. So we also have to create those components, and then we have to add those components into our main page in the course detail page. And you can see the course detail page is like courses/course ID. That's going to be the new course detail page. So we have to create that route, and then we have to put all the component there. So let's just see in our routes. In the website, we have auth and courses. We have only index.ts. Now we need another one, which is going to be like course ID, and it will be under the courses/course ID. And inside that, we just can create index.tsx. So let's create a folder with the name using the $sign like this, and in that folder we will have index.tsx, and the route will be look like this. As our frontend and backend running together, so Byte is not able to detect the changes from the frontend because all is running in the one terminal. So for that case, you saw already that we got 404 page every time we create a new route. So that's a problem, but hopefully the TenStack will fix that. Now let's see and check that our route is working like this. Now we have to create all the components one by one, and then we have to integrate those components. So first component will be the course header. So let's create a course header, and the component will be placed into the component slash website slash course. So in the component website we have home. Now we will create another folder for course, and in that folder we will have course header. And let's also bring the whole code. It's a bit bigger than the other component, and you can see all the titles. So what I did here is trying to make the header section very dynamic. We can pass the title, all the count, then description, and the enroll link, and there will be an image area and some icons like this. So all those things can be passed from the parent component so that it can be like dynamic. So now that you can see that we have title, modules, chapter, lessons, quizzes, descriptions on enroll, and on enroll loading, on preview, image URL, is sign in, is course purchase. So all these props are required to make the header component dynamic. And in the course header component we destructure everything. We have some default value, let's say is sign in, that will not be every time. And also on enroll loading, on course purchase, because let's say someone logged in and also someone purchased that course already, so we have to handle that state as well. As let's say someone logged in but they didn't purchase the course, then we have to show this enroll now button. And also when they click, then it should navigate us to the enroll page from the lemon squeegee. So all those things is kind of related with the authentication, so we also need those props that gonna handle that. Other than that, all is kind of UI related things. First we have the title, and before that we added the flex style. We put that like we divided two sections. We can put the text area here, and this area will be for image. So that's what we have done, and this is the titles. And you can see we are checking the counts. If we have modules, then we are showing the modules value, like the it is basically the count. So you can rename this to module counts or chapter counts, but module, chapter, lesson is also good here. We are checking that those value exist or not. If not, then we are not gonna showing that particular value. If so, we are also showing the icon and the count. Then we need to display the descriptions like this. You can also add a condition here. If we have the description, then we are gonna show that. Then we have some buttons. One button if the course is not purchased, then we need to make like enroll now, which is already showing. But if the course is purchased, then we have to took that user to the learner panel on the course tracking page, which is why you can see like continue learning. There will be a button which will be continue learning, and whenever they click on that button, it's gonna take to the course from the learner panel that we're gonna develop in the future. And then we will have the is sign in. If let's say if someone just logged out and they go to any course, then if someone just try to click on this button, then they should navigate to the sign in page. And also you can see a small info button, like sorry, the info text, please sign in with your GitHub account to enroll a course. So user must have to sign in with GitHub so that they can enroll the course. And now we have the image. We just took the image, and also we added some style here so that we can get the desired design. And also we have the lock icon which is placed here, and the image URL will come from the props. And we have some by default data. Let's say if we don't get all those information from the props, then we should see the data. But for now I just added this static data, so when we're going to bind the header, we will remove that dummy data. Instead we're going to put the real data from the parent. So that's the course header component. So now we need the next component, which is going to be course modules.tsx, which is kind of like showing all the module list here. For that case, let's create this component inside the course folder, and also bring the whole code. Let's put that and try to see what's going on. And this course module also required another component, which is going to be like module card. So if I just show you the module card, this particular single card is kind of a module card, and you can see all those color, like different colors for different module. So we have some sort of logic inside that component which will decide which color should place into that item, and it should come like a good manner. So that's what we're gonna write on that logic. So let's also bring that module card.tsx file so that we can just render the modules easily. And we will need all the code from module card, and we have to paste that like this. And also we are still getting the error, so we can just now remove the import and also re-import again. So there will be module card, and there will be the type like the props like this. So now the error actually gone. So in this module cards, we have all the colors that's we can see visually. It's showing 5 color, but in the code we have constant where we will have green, blue, yellow, purple, red, orange, pink, indigo, these uh, 8 colors. So this is the constant that we're going to use. And then we will have course module props where we have the course name, module names, like the module list, not the module names. And the list will be the interface of this one, where we'll have title, description, icon, color, progress, and all those fields. And you already saw the icon is actually coming from the Lucid icon. And we have a component from the Lucid React, which is a dynamic icon, where we can provide the name of that any icon that's Lucid React support, and it will render the icon. So we're going to follow the same way here. So for that case, we must need to provide the icon name. And if you go to the type, you can see this is the icon property where we can just get the name. Then we have is learner, progress, XP earned, on back, all this method, because we need that. Right now we don't have some UI like the on back or XP earned or progress, something like this, but we are going to reuse this particular UI in the learner panel as well as, and that learner panel we will have all those information like the progress, XP, and also on back. So these are the 3 props or 4 props is for the future. And then in the course modules we will have a back button, then we will have the course name if we provide that like this, because our course name and the kind of counts are showing in the header, so we don't need need to show them again in the module list. But in the learner panel we will not have this particular header, so we have to show the course name, we have to show the progress and all those things. So that's why we have all those information here, but those will be added when we implement that in the learner panel. Then we are checking the progress. If we have any progress, then we're going to show that, but I'm going to explain that in the near section where we're going to implement that in the learner panel. For now you can just ignore that part. Other than that, focus on these things where we are just rendering with the modules.map, and we are rendering the module card that we created. And in that module card we have to provide some props like isLearner, then index, then the module data that we are getting from the module list. So in this module card we have several props like description, icon, color, progress, locked, isLearner, course ID. So you can see these are the icon of locked. That's mean you cannot move further because these are the modules that's locked, but when it's unlocked you can click and it could go to that particular modules. So for that case we have that locked props. And then in the module card, here is the color map which actually used to show the color, and we already have 8 color. Based on those 8 color we have the background, text, border, icon, background, and progress background, because you can see there are so many things here. First of all the background, then the border color, then the text color. So there are several parameters based on a particular color. So when we choose green, then the background color should be like this, the border color should be like the border color, and when I just remove the hover you can see also there is a border that's also need to be a color. Then we have a text color. So all these parameters should be related with the green color. Same we will have for the yellow, purple, blue, red, orange, all those colors. So this is kind of a map data structure, or you can say kind of object where we add the key as a color, and inside that key we have that object with all the properties. And there are like return statement based on the color. Let's say if someone call this function like get color classes, they have to provide color, the string that match with the key, and when they provide the color it will go to the color map and try to find out that color properties like this. So now we have to find out the color. So in the colors get color classes we provided the color from the props like this. So each item will get the color, and the color will come from the database like the data set. Like here in the module card you can see module, in the module we will have the color. And then as we got the color, now we can set the background, we can set the border. Based on locked we can also add some style. So when the item is locked we should dim the opacity, and also we should add the cursors not allowed, something like that. And then we have the icon like this, then we have the locked icon, and then we have the description, and also we have the progress. Right now you cannot see the progress, but when we add that in the learner panel you will see the learner progress of that particular modules. So for that case we just need the UI. So you can grab the whole text like this, and also you can generate new kind of a different UI from the Gemini. So when I created this page design, I used v0.dev where I generated all those UI and make the UI sync with every page. So this is all about in the module list component. And now we have left one, which is course pricing.tsx. And I don't think I have to explain briefly about all this component stuff. I think you will be able to understand if you already done React, and if you already know React, at least some basic concept, then I think you will understand what's going on those components. So in the course pricing, this will be like this one. Here we will have the price, we will have the link, as well as some common text. Then you can see price, period, on enroll, loading, and on continue learning. And if we have the on enroll button, we show the enroll. If we have the on enroll method, then we're going to show the enroll now button. If we have on continue learning, then we're going to show that button as well as. So it is basically the same method which will be used in the continue learning in the course header, like here. So if the user already purchased the course, then he or she will able to see that continue learning button there. And then this is the basic text and all those stuff. And we have some dummy data for now. When we're gonna bind that data, we can remove that as well as. For now, we are using course pricing data, the dummy data we used here. So these are the components so far. Now I think we have to use that component inside our route. So let's grab the code for the route component and put that inside of our route. So in the course route, we just simply have to grab and put that here. And you can see we have the course ID from the route while we are creating the route. Then we will need the user information from the auth controller. As you already know that we have the user information. And then we need the use navigate from the 10-stack router so that we can navigate to somewhere. Mostly we have to navigate to the sign in page or home page if that's not sign in. So for that case we need the navigate. Then is course purchase, so this will be true false based on the data, real data. Right now it's false. Then also we need the data of what? The data of the course details. So for that case we use get course query where we have to provide the course ID. And then this is the property for the public statement. Let's say if the courses are public, then we should have to provide true to find out all the public information. And with this way we can prevent some of the field or property from the backend side to not show to the customer, because there will be always some property or column in the table which is not acceptable to the customer to show. Then if we have the loading, then we should see the loading component. And then if we have not any course or not any loading, that's mean we got some error from the API or something like that. For that case we are just simply going to navigate to the courses page so that user can select another course again. Or maybe someone just grabbed the URL and then they put some wrong value on that URL, like the course ID is wrong, then it should not return anything. Instead it should navigate to the courses page. So we're gonna see that now. Let's just import the course header. And also in the courses we will have the module, but we are getting some error that in the iCourse we don't have any module type. So we have to go to the iCourse, we have to go here and we have to add the modules. As in our backend we have that modules property, but in the front end we don't have that. So for that case we just simply have to add this as optional, and which will be kind of like module type like this. And in the modules we are checking the counts, we are checking the chapter counts, we are also checking all the values. As we don't have any chapter like module counts, we just have the list of the module, so that's why we're just checking with the length. But for the chapters, lessons and quizzes we have the count. And also you can see some of the method is kind of like to do. I added to do. That's mean we're gonna handle the enroll link from here as well as. And also on preview we must need to send the user to the learner page. So for that case all these methods are kind of in the to do mode right now. When we'll complete the learner page we are also gonna implement them from here. Now we need the course modules components that's we developed earlier. Like this is the main components where we render the icon and render the text, like all these things. So, and you can see we have the icon that's we'll took the SVG icon, like the dynamic icon from React Lucid, and in that icon we have to provide the name of that icon, and it should be the type from icon dynamic. and the module.icon name is the property where we get the icon name, and we just simply have to provide this way while we implementing the course modules. Then we have the colors. The colors will come from the constant that we created where we have 8 colors, but you can see a different implementation like index, then percentage, then a module view colors.length. So this will help to use the color array with the index that when we are mapping. That's mean, let's say we have total 10 module in our list. So the first 8 will be took the 8 color from our map or from our data, and then the second one like the 9th and the 10th number will start from the first and second color like this. So that's why we use these lines, which will help to find out the index for a particular color. Then we have a locked property. So if the module is purchased, then we should check with the index. If the course is not purchased, then we must have to make that true so that it will be locked. And then is course purchase is done or not. Based on that, we are gonna show the pricing, because if someone purchase the course, then we should not show the pricing anymore. So in the pricing, we have the on-roll method, loading method, like props, price period, all those props. You can see we added all those props. But in the to-do mode, we also have to handle the error link. So that's why I just added to-do mode here. And also to-do get from enroll API call loading state. So that's also need to be updated when we will work. So for now, we have done with our page. Now if I just go to our detail page, then you can see we have the course details, by the way, and the data is showing kind of the real data. So now if I just go to a different course, then you can see ML fundamental, TensorFlow basic, all this data I created earlier. That's been our course detail page is working fine. We also have to refactor some of the code based on the enroll implementation from the backend side, as well as when we get the lemon squeezy enroll link, we are gonna bind them in our course detail page as well as. So that's it so far. If you go top, then you should maintain or sync with this particular commit. So now we're gonna look into this commit that's gonna help us to implement the enrollment link, which we already have when we created the courses, as we already binded the detail page. Now if you look into the enroll button, that's not working, like here and here. So we have to fix that enroll button so that whenever we click on the enroll button, it should take us to the order page or enroll page. So let's go to this commit, and also from the documentation we are kind of on this stage. I think the course detail page is done. Now we can go to the course enrollment, where we have to implement the backend and some of the front end as well as. So in the front end, we are going to create a custom hook, because you can see that we have to navigate to the enrollment link. But now if you think like what is the related the custom hook with the enroll link, because the enroll link is simple link, whenever we click it should go to that particular link. So why we don't need a custom hook? So in the custom hook we have some check as well as, because we will not allow any user to just simply go to the order page without logging in our application, because when user purchase a course or enroll a course, the user must need to be logged in the GoTo platform. And based on that login, we will grab the email or user information, and we will prepare the enroll link as well as, because we are using lemon squeezy, which will have some way to modify the URL in the order page, so that we can pass any data that we want to pass to the lemon squeezy as well as in our server. So for that case, we need some modification on the URL. So for that reason, we need that particular custom hook. And when we have that hook, we can just simply reuse that hook whenever we need to add that link. So before that, let's also add the type. In the user type, we will need course enrollments. So if I just go to there, and in the iUser, so if you already know that this is the type for the user profile information. So when we logged in, we get all this information. So now we need another property, which is going to be like course enrollments, and it's going to be like a number of array, where we will get all the course ID inside that array. And based on that, we can check in the future that which course is enrolled by which user. That was the purpose. So whenever people logged in, they will get all the enrollment course that's they enrolled, and we can apply or use that informations anywhere in our application. So for that reason, we have to add this particular field. And then let's go to the controller and let's create a new controller for our lemon squeegee checkout URL. So this controller we create or make the lemon squeegee checkout URL. So let's go to the controller. So inside that controller, we can see that in the course controller, we have to add a new controller, which is going to be lemon squeegee checkout URL.ts. And in that controller, let's just bring the code and try to explain what's going on here. So first of all, we are added a state, local state for loading, and then we have a navigate hook from TypeScript React Router so that we can navigate whenever we need. And we have a method called checkout, and this is the method that we're gonna call on the enroll button. So in the UI, if you go here in this enroll button, we will click on that, and it should call that function, and it should navigate to that particular order page. So whenever user click on that, it will also pass the enroll link, because each course has its own enroll link. So if I just go and inspect the element and then refresh, then you can see there is an API call, which is like this API/course/6, and in that API you can see there is a property called enroll link, which is kind of like the order page link. Let's grab that and also show you how it's work. So if I just now go to that link like this, then you can see that's the checkout page, and where you can do the checkout. You can provide all the informations, then you can go and pay. So that's what we want to do. So whenever we click on any course, we should directly navigate to that particular page. That's the goal for now. And when that's done, we can after like performing the order, it should took us to the home page or maybe the course page, but the course should be enrolled successfully. So for that case, we have to do something here. So if we don't have any enroll link, then we are not able to prepare the main enroll link. So we must need enroll link, and also we must need user information. So if the user is not logged in, then we'll not get the user informations, and if we don't have that information, we are not able to prepare the whole link. And for that case, we have to redirect the user to the sign-in page. And when that's not happen, we are gonna make the set loading true, and we are gonna prepare the string, ultimate string, where we can pass some data to the lemon squeegee, and from the lemon squeegee we can get the data in our server side as well as. So what's that? First of all, we have to provide the enroll link, and then in the checkout we can set the email. So you already saw when I go to that link, I already set an email. So if I just provide like this, and if I pass the email, then it will set the email in the order form. Then also in the checkout, we can also set some custom data like this. So in the custom like this, if you go, there is a property called checkout, and this checkout property has email and custom, all those things. You can check that from the lemon squeegee documentation, that how you can actually pass any custom data. And then in that custom data, we will have some property, let's say custom user ID. We're going to pass the user ID, as well as we have to pass the course ID, like checkout, then custom, that course ID is equal to course ID. So all these informations we need from the argument of that function. So whenever we call that, we are going to pass them. If we don't have those data, then we're not just going to return this link. Instead, we're going to return into the sign-in page. And when the link is prepared, and you can also see these are the information is kind of like in the query. You can see these are from the query. So these are optional. So the main link is this one, and after that the whole link will become like URL string, and we are just redirecting to the URL string. So that's it for the use callback checkout method. And now we can just simply use lemon squeegee checkout in our pages. So if I just go to the course detail page, yeah, so you can see the use case mostly. So let's go to this page, and right now the navigation is like the enroll on click is not working, so we have to make that work. So let's bring that hook and also import that, and we will get the checkout loading and also checkout. So the loading will add in the button. So whenever we are trying to make the URL perfect for order page, so we will show a loading here, because we use like window dot if I just go to the hook, window.location.href, that's mean it's gonna took some time to navigate to that particular page in the current tab. For that reason, we need the loading. So for that case, let's just see from the code. So here you can see is course purchased. Now we can also check from user data, like is the course purchased or not. So we can now just update this. Right now it's false by default, but as you saw in our user has a new type course enrollments array, and if that in that array if we have course id, then that's mean the course is purchased for that particular user. And then in the on enroll function we have to call the checkout method. So in the on enroll method we have this. Now we can just call that method. We will pass the enroll link from the course data, and then we have to pass the user and also the course id. So whenever we pass that, now we can just able to handle that here. And also you can see we have some code that is commented for now. Let's also add and comment out that. So we're gonna implement that in the future, which is when learner tracking is implemented, it will take to the module page or the learner page where which course or which modules user actually learning or continuing. So that's going to be like here. And then on enroll loading, that's need to be the loading from our checkout loading, so that the on enroll button got the loading effect. And also here in the on enroll method, the bottom here, like the pricing card, so kind of same like here. This one is the header and this one is in the pricing card. In the pricing card we already have, like if the course is purchased, then we should not do anything. If the course is not purchased, then we are gonna check the navigation stuff and all those things. So we can just simply call the same method that we call earlier, and so that is gonna took that to the sign in page by default. And also the loading need to be changed, so I just put up that here. So in the on enroll method, if the course is purchased, then we're gonna do something here, like we're gonna mostly navigate to the page that we write here, the logic in on preview. So we're going to navigate to the learner page, but if that's not purchased, then we're going to just call the checkout method with all the data, and we just added the loading here. So this is I think it for handling the order. And as we added the navigation side of the lemon squeezy code, so we don't need that navigation here, so we can just get rid of from that. And so far that's the changes. Now let's see the effect here in the UI. So if I now just go and go to any course, let's say this course, Python for data science, and try to go here, you can see the enroll link is kind of not working, like different enroll link. And let's say why is that? Because if I just go to the courses, then you can see these are the courses that I created with the dummy data, but these are the two courses which have the picture is created from the lemon squeezy product like this. So all these courses does not tag with lemon squeezy internally. So for that case, that's why we are not able to get the actual link id. But if we just visit these two courses, then we should see the enroll link and it should navigate to that page. So I just bring these two courses at the top. So let's go this one and try to check enroll link. You can see the loading and I cannot do anything, and you can see that it's come to this page. And also you can see the email just showed here, the email that I logged in with the GitHub from the applications, which is showing here. So now if I just do the purchase and pay, then it should purchase the course and it should also insert some information in our database, and all those enrollment related work should be done. But that's not implemented yet. We are going to implement that in the next section. So overall our goal was to make this enroll long link workable. So if I just click that again, then you can see both loading, but still you can see the URL came and then the URL gone. So whenever the query just appear, use those query, fill up the information like email. If I provide any other informations, it will also fill up those, and also it fill up the custom data behind the scenes. So whenever I pay, it will also put those custom data to the different page. So if someone copy the URL and try to navigate, then they can also do that, but it's not recommended because the user must have to click from here to come to that particular page like this. So if the URL gone and come to like this URL, then nobody can actually enroll the course outside from the application. Let's say someone copy this one, and if they just paste that to somewhere, they will not see this product and they will not able to purchase that product outside from the application. But if you saw a little effect and you saw the URL looks like kind of this one is the correct URL. So if somebody copy this URL and try to paste that somewhere else and try to enroll the course, they can also do that without login. That's also can be happen because in the query we provided all those login information, mostly the user id, course id, all those things. So if they got that, they can also log in outside from the applications. So that's it overall. So I believe you already understand the part, and make sure you sync with this particular commit. So now let's move to our next commit, which is going to be like course enroll entity and type schema. So now, as our front end work is done so far, so in the front end there is not much work, because front end only trigger to navigate to the enrolling page, and when the enrollment done, it should do something so that our server knows, and in our server it should insert some information in our database, like which user actually enrolled which course. So for that case, these are mostly backend work. In the front end, the work is only to navigate the user to the order page. That's it. So that's we have done. Now we should start with the front end, and in the front end we have a process. You can see the process in the documentations here. User click on the button, then front end, then lemon squeezy, then it's lemon squeezy webhook, then backend, then course entity. There is a lot of steps here. So in a sense, let's just talk about the flow after the table, or maybe we can talk about the flow first. So what will happen? Let's say someone click on a enroll link. We prepare a enroll link with some custom data in the URL, and a certain moment the URL changed to something like this, because that URL actually set internally in this particular page for lemon squeezy with the custom data and also the email and all those things. And now when we prepare all those card information like this, we provided all the card informations, all the addresses, all the number, and then when we click on the pay, then the lemon squeezy actually complete the transaction. And when that's done, in lemon squeezy we have an options which is called like webhook. So if you go to the settings of lemon squeezy, then you will see in the settings a menu called webhooks. In that webhooks, lemon squeezy always trigger those webhooks. Let's say you have to create webhooks, so that lemon squeezy also triggered that. So whenever any order success or any product created or anything, if you want to add some webhooks, then you have to add that. So we want to add webhooks whenever anyone purchase any course or any product. So that means we have to grab that webhooks, and in that webhooks we'll get all those events. Let's say as we someone purchased this course, like click on the pay button, and then when that transaction complete, it called the webhook, and in that webhook we will have all those order information and all the custom data we pass from the URL, and then in this particular course, like the user ID, course ID, and the all those informations that need. And then when we got that informations in lemon squeezy, now if I added any webhook, let's say I have a webhook in our server, and that server URL need to be added in our lemon squeezy webhook, so that whenever the order complete, lemon squeezy actually triggered that webhook to pass all the informations that we need to pass in our server. So that's mean in webhooks we have to add that server URL, or the server, we have to point the server. But one problem we have, our server is in our locally, so in localhost 8000, that's not known URL to lemon squeezy cloud, because lemon squeezy in the cloud server, but we are in working in the local server. So from the cloud server we are not able to access the local server until we make it kind of like published to publicly. So for that case we are gonna use like ngrok, that's a tools that's gonna help us to publish our local project to the cloud so that anybody can access. And when that's done, we will use that URL to point in the lemon squeezy webhook. So whenever someone purchases that course, then lemon squeezy will process the transaction, complete the transaction, and then it will find the webhooks, and it will go to that webhooks and send all those information. Let's say if I just go to the existing webhook, you can see it has the URL. That URL need to be passed by like the server, and it will be like post request. And if you know the webhook already, then you already know that's what it is. But if you don't know, I want to say just it's like a REST API, like we did for like post API. So something like that. There will be a post API in our backend where we will get some informations in the body, and we will use that to perform anything in the server. So that's it. So we have to provide that post request API, but it should be like accessible from anywhere. That means it need like a published URL. And then in the signing secret, that's the secret that will able to verify request. So let's say if we don't provide any secret, then it's not going to work. So if we provide a secret, then it will be secure. Let's say whenever Lemon could try to hit this particular URL, they will provide that secret, then the URL will be released, something like that. Or you think it's like a signature? We're gonna see that work as well as in the next sections, like how we are actually retrieving that signature to verify the request is correct or not. And here you can see what update should we send. So in this list you can see affiliate activated, order created, order refund, all these event, and these event have its own data. Let's say if I just click order created, then all the informations that related to order create will just send to the this URL, the URL we provided. That's mean this URL will be our server API, and that API we will do some process. Mainly we are gonna just use all the informations, and we are gonna insert those information in our database for let's say which user purchased which course and they have completed the transaction or not. So we're gonna put those information, and those information we will get from the lemon squeezy. That's it. And if we want more, then we can also enable those other things, but these are not related to order. Mostly these are like subscription and other field. So if you have some other URL like for the subscription, affiliate activated, and all those things, you can put those webhook. You can create new one, and you can tag all those property, and those property will give you those value. So this order underscore created has a meta data, and in that metadata we will able to retrieve all the information. So right now you can see we have one, and this is pretty much old one. So if I now just go, then you can see we have only one setup. So we're gonna also create a new one for our order enrollment. You can see the URL like webhook slash enrollment slash new enrollment. So this will be kind of like that is kind of a REST API, and that will trigger from the lemon squeezy whenever the transaction happen. So that's the overall flow we are going to implement, and for that case we need a new table which is going to be like a course enrollment table and course enrollment entity. Why is that? Because whenever the course transaction successfully, it called the webhook, and in that webhook we are gonna use all those information. Let's say course price, course invoice link, so that because in the lemon squeezy we don't have to create invoice manually, it's create automatically, so we can also reuse that invoice link. So we need those information from lemon squeezy, right? So for that case, when we receive the data in our webhook that we're gonna create, we will go get those information, and we're gonna insert those information in a table. And right now so far we don't have any table for that. So for that case we need course enrollment, and this table is going to be the best table where we are gonna connect with the user, with the course, with the enrollment. And with this table information we are gonna make a like the billing details for the learner, like how many times they purchase which course, or what's the course validity, and all those things we can also show that in the learner side. And without that, it's also going to help to track the courses, like is that validated or not, like purchase or not, or something like that. And you also saw like in the user list, in the whenever we logged in the user data, we have course enrollments list with the course ID. So those ID will also come from particular table. So let's create this table and try to understand what's going on those property. So let's go to the entity and let's go to course. I think we need to create course enrollments inside of the course table. Yeah, so in the course enrollments, let's just grab all the code, and you can also see the diagram in the documentation. Like we have a user entity, we have a course entity. Now we have a new one which is going to be like course enrollment, where we will have user ID, course ID as well as, and the status, like what is the status of the course enrollment, expire rate, because we have a expiration in our design, like not in the design, in the business logic. If you go any course from the admin panel, let's say here, I think our server got error because this file got error, so we have to resolve that first. So let's resolve that first, and we're gonna fix that. So we have to re-import them, and you can see we need the status. So I think we also have to create the status in the definition. So we already have some definitions in the course.ts. We need a new enum which is going to be like e-enrollment status. So let's go to that particular file. So in this type we have only iCourse, ipaginated course result, all these things. Now we need one for e-enrollment status, that's going to be like the enum, and we should put the enum in the top like this. So this is the enum that we're going to use. And in the types, we have to create a new type for lemon squeezy, mostly course enrollment type. So this is the type. Let's just create and show you like how that's going on happening. So if I just go there, lemon squeezy.ts, we already have a folder for that. And you already saw, I think I already added this type. And also I remember I discussed those things when I built the product list API. I think I explained them as well. Now we have to add a new property, which is going to be like this, like I lemon squeezy product, then I lemon squeezy response, and then I lemon squeezy order webhook. So these are the three things that need to be added. And let's go to the validations. We don't have any file in the validation. Mostly we have that here. So let's just paste that again. So these are the two interface that we created earlier. So we don't have to create them now. But one thing we need, and I also discuss about this two dataset. So this dataset is about like the product dataset for lemon squeezy, like what will be the information in the product from the lemon squeezy perspective. And also this is the list of the product response, like in the meta we will have the pagination stuff here, then the JSON API links and all those things. Inside that data we will get that data, but mostly we need lemon squeezy order webhook. This is an interface, and in that interface there will be a data, and in that data we will get the ID and type is order. So that's what I talk. So whenever we got the event in the webhook and we check like order created, now we will get the informations of the order on the webhook. So for that case, the dataset will be look like this. We will have ID, types, link, and then attributes. In that attribute we will have text, URL. In this receipt we will get the receipt URL, then we will get the total, status, currency, and all those informations that passing from the lemon squeezy. We'll get them here, and now we can reuse them or use them in our way to insert in those into our database. And also first order item, then all the subtotal, and in the metadata, here is the important part. As we pass some metadata whenever we click on the enroll button, like the custom data, we will get that custom data in here like this. You can already see like user ID and course ID. So in the meta we will have custom underscore data, and this custom underscore data will bring to those informations that we provided from the query. Like if I just show you again, okay, I think I have to just rerun our server. pnpm run tab all is gonna build our project, and I think we are getting some error somewhere. Let's fix those error. We have to import the user, then we have to import the status, and now all the errors should gone. And let's try to go and visit. Yes, so let's just go a particular course like this and try to click on the enroll now button, and you can see here in the URL we have the custom data. So if I just show you the URL again, here we can see like custom, then data, which is going to be like user ID, then we have user ID in the checkout, custom, then course ID, something like that. So all this data will be internally bind inside of the lemon squeezy checkout page. So whenever someone click on that pay button, it's complete the transaction, then it check from the webhook that okay, with the transaction is there any webhook connected or not. So we have to add that webhook, and we have to click like order created. So whenever order will be created, it's gonna trigger that webhook, it's gonna request to that particular URL, and which will trigger in our server. And when in our server, it's gonna try to validate with the signing secret, and then it's gonna pass all those informations like the order created we talked, and including the metadata, we will get the custom data with the user ID, the course ID. That means the information we are passing from here in the user ID and the course ID will come with the webhook request and in the meta property. So that's why we have provided that type. So now we can use this type in our server to use any of those data. So that was about the type. Now if I just go, then we have to also export that lemon squeezy from our index file. I think we already have done that, so we don't need that anymore. And all this type in an interface are now exported. Now we just have to use and do our backend work. But before that, you can see like some changes in the validation. So you will not see any changes for the commit, like for the validation you can see. So that was happened in the earlier, but when I push the latest code, you will not see the changes here. So ignore that, only the changes is on the types folder. That's what we have changed. And then we need now to create the table, and I already added the code here in the course enrollment.ts, and here we have the enum that's we created. Other than that, we have the table with primary key, user ID, and also the user ID should be joined with the user table so that we can get the user information also. So there will be many to one relationship with the user. And then the course ID, the same thing happened with the course, the many to one relationship with the course. And then in the status, we will provide the e-enrollment status, where we'll have active, expired, refunded, this kind of property. So mostly we are going to use like expired and active. The refunded feature is not implemented in this project. That's up to you. You can implement by your own. And we have the expire at. That's kind of an important property. So if you go to the UI, let's just go there. And here we don't we showed the validity here. So this course will be validated for 3 years. That means after purchasing that, after 3 years, it's going to be expired. So for that case, to maintain that feature, we added this column. And also we have invoice link, and this invoice link will come from the dataset. So if you go to the interface like this, you will get like the receipt. I think the receipt is the invoice link, maybe, or maybe there could be some invoice link somewhere. I think the receipt is the invoice link which we can use, and whenever customer want to show the invoice, like mostly the learner wants to show the invoice, they can use that link to get the invoice. And then lemon squeezy order ID, that's also really important to track the order ID from lemon squeezy. So whenever we need that in the future, we can also reuse that from our server side. And then lemon squeezy customer ID as well. As so whenever someone purchase from the lemon squeezy checkout page, it actually create a customer based on the email and all those information. So we also need that customer ID to track further in the lemon squeezy. Then we have the total price, paid user name, paid user email, and all those some sort of a formal columns. So that's it for the course enrollment tables. And if I just go to the changes, we also need the repository to be created. So let's also create the repository so that we can now go to create the services, because in that services we are going to create a service that's going to handle the webhook logic. Like whenever the webhook will be triggered from the lemon squeezy, that service will be triggered with a controller with a REST API which is post, and on that service we're going to retrieve all those informations from the body, like we discussed, like the invoice URL and all the information that we need to insert in our database. And then we will just validate something, and then we're going to put all the information into our table with the user ID and the course ID and all those information, and that's mean the course is kind of enrolled. So after that we can say that. So for that case, let's just go to the repository, and in the index page we have to add a new one which is going to be like course enrollment, and we have to just import that here and so on. These are the changes. Let's just see we don't have any errors. Let's also build the front end so that we don't see any error. So we have to use nvm use, then pnpm run build, and let's see. So we got a type error which is inside of the type page here, like this. As we work here, e-enrollment status, and it's showing like import iModule. So the problem is like this, we have to use like this way to import any type from anywhere. So that's why we are getting that error. So let's fix that and try to run the build again to check all passing. So make sure you run the build command after implementing some functionality, because it's required to verify that our front-end project is correctly implemented. So here you can see the build has successfully done, so we're kind of good with that. So the front end is backend is also working. So make sure you check the commit, and you will also see the changes here. So you also have done that. So we're kind of good with the table implementations. Now it's time to create our service layer and also connect the webhook or all those things. So maybe the webhook functionality, which is by the way like the crucial and important part of the whole project, as well as we create all those modules like chapter, courses, lessons, all those things. That if I say that's 50%, and this enrollment stuff is also 50% thing. So yeah, so let's now navigate to the next section. So we have to follow this commit. Make sure you sync with that backend course enrollment, webhook, and profile count at complete. So this commit, and That's the commit. And also if you go to the documentation, and then here we have the service implementation. That's going to be like the course enrollment. And then we have to create the controller and routes. And then we're going to test the order, like the checkout, the whole flow, that's working correctly or not with the webhooks. So for that case, let's just start with the services. So we have to create a new service in our course folder. So the same pattern we followed earlier. So inside the service and inside the course folder, we have to create course enrollment TS, and let's just bring all the code. Here we will not see some traditional, like the older pattern where we just added all the API for like create, edit, update, something like that. Instead, it will be a bit different, because what we need a service that will help to add with our webhook REST API. So the important one, which will be like enroll new course, then get user enrolled course, that's the second one. And you can see verify signature, that's another one. So as I talked earlier, that when the webhook triggered from the Lemon Squeegee internally, when an order transaction successful, that webhook actually triggered in our server. And in our server, you already saw that in the Lemon Squeegee webhook, we can pass the signing secret here, this one. So this is the secret that passed by the trigger. And in that case, we will receive the request and with the signature, and that's time we have to verify that signature, that okay, is that correct request or not. If that's correct, then we are going to allow the user to enroll the new course. That's it. And get user enroll courses, this is like our as usual REST API. That's we are going to use in our applications to fetch all the enroll course list. So this is the service that's we are going to add with the webhook. So now if you look into the service, then it's as usual, we are using the course enrollment service, and we are extending it from the base service course enrollment with the entity. And if you go to the entity, we have already discussed the entity, and now we will get all the related informations like table information from here. Now let's look into the enroll new course. So here we'll get some order data. Now what is the order data? So it's a interface that we have discussed earlier, that whenever Lemon Squeegee triggered the webhook with our endpoint, then it will provide the dataset like this. Inside the dataset, we will get data property, and inside the data property, we will have ID, orders, like attributes. In that attributes, we are gonna get the invoice links, and then total, subtotal, and in the metadata, we will get the custom underscore data, which will have the user ID and the course ID that we pass from the front end in the query. So our goal will be like, first of all, grab those custom data. You can already saw that like in the order data.meta.custom data.user ID and course ID. So we have to first find out these two important value. And if we don't have any of those value in the order data, then that's mean our order that's completed, which is by the way completed, but we don't have any information about the user or the course. So we'll not able to connect that transaction with our application specifically for any user. So for that case, this is the condition which is really important to check that okay, we got the user ID as well as the course ID. Now you can also add another check based on the user. Okay, the user is exist or not, and also the course is exist, and also the course is active or not, or like published on. So you can also add these two check, and I already checked that. Like you can see, like existing enrollment. First of all, if user is already enrolled in this course, okay, so what I'm doing, I'm just trying to find out from the current table, let's say course enrollment table. If the user is already enrolled, then it's kind of problematic, right? Because user already enrolled and then another transaction happened with the same course. So the transaction will be completed in the Lemon Squeegee, but from our application, it will not be double enrolled. And then I can also compare with the Lemon Squeegee API with our database in my application database. Then later I can also refund the transaction. So for that case, we have to check this part. This is important. And it's inside that table, like course enrollment table. But yet we can also add two more condition. One which will be like checking the user ID, which is valid or not, and the course. So we have to check both. Like you can also add single query to check these two things, like check the user ID and course ID, because that's important. Without the valid user ID or the course ID, we will get some problematic under this section. So I think I already checked here, like the course service.get course by ID, the course check here, and the users check, which I didn't. So you can just simply add that somewhere here. After that, if I found any existing course, then I will throw error like this user ID is already enrolled in a course like, and that will also be from our backend server. And then we have to fetch the course, already the course information, to so that we can also grab that expire at validity year from the course information, and then we can insert that into our course enrollment table. That's we already added. And then we're going to check, okay, if you that you have to make the expire at from the current date. So that's what we have checked here. We're trying to add the validity date, like in the course validity year is the count, like 2 years, 3 years, something like that. So we have to make the expire at from the current date to more 3 years or 2 years based on the course information. So that's why we find out the get full year from the current date, and then we added a new, or like added the course validity, and then we just wrap that with new date. So get an exact date for, so that that day it will be expired. So with this case, we will get our expire at, and if we don't have any expire at, then there is a issue with the course, so we will throw another error. And if we don't have any issue, then we get the expire at now. This is the value, and we get the status. So the status should be like the active, because you are enrolling the course. And we have to provide the user ID, course ID, invoice link from the order data attribute URL received. That's I already talked. Then lemon-squeezy product ID, or like product ID going to be like first order item dot order ID. Then the customer ID will come from the attributes dot customer ID. Then the total price will come from the attributes dot total. We have to divide that with 100, because when the value comes, it multiplies with 100. So that's why we have to divide that to get the exact value. And also the paid username and also the paid user email. So these are the property that's need to create the course enrollment row. So we just call the this.create method, so that we can directly access this repository like course table, and we will insert all those information there. So this is what so far the logic for enrolling a course. You can see it's pretty simple. We just need the user ID and the course ID and some information. But you can also add some additional conditions. Maybe you can add to check the user user is active or deactive. Then also user is valid or not. The course is valid or not. There are some more things you can also check. And also you can pass some more data from the front end with the query that we already saw in the create enroll link hook. So there is several options, but it's very minimal. And this is so far this logic. Now we are going to connect with this service to a controller. Then the controller will connect with a routes, and that route we are going to point out that's a webhook, and we're going to use that route in the lemon-squeezy website, or like where I already show you here in the lemon-squeezy callback URL. We're going to put that URL so that whenever the order complete, it triggers that URL. Then it pass all those data with the secret key. Then we are going to verify that secret key, and then we're going to do all this stuff. So now the thing is, we have to verify the secret key. So for that case, we need another service or another logic. So that's why here is the verify signature method or service, which is going to verify the secret that's we provided in the signing secret from the lemon-squeezy. So for that case, here you can see it will took raw body and it will took signature. So now you might thinking, what is raw body? Because we know like request.body, that's a body from the request, API request. But what is raw body? So raw body is another property as like as body, but raw body will give you the whole data in a raw format, not in the body which we got like a JSON format, a kind of polished format. So raw body is kind of the same. We get all this information, but we get some extra information, but it's like a raw things in the request. So in that raw body, we will get that signature, because lemon-squeezy doesn't provide that signature with the headers or in the body. It's provide that with the raw body property from the API request when the webhook triggered. So in that case, we must need to find out the secret as well, as because we have a secret in the lemon-squeezy like this. So we also have to use the same secret in our environment so that we can verify that secret, right? So for that case, we have to add a new environment variable called ls webhook secret. So we can just add that, and you can see the secret is test 1 2 3 4. That's it. And now let's also restart our server as updated our .environment variable. So make sure you added the same secret that you added in our environment variable here, which is matched with your lemon-squeezy signing secret. That's important. Otherwise, the request is not going to be verified. And then when we get the secret, then we already have the Node.js built-in crypto packages. So we have to import crypto from crypto, which is coming from Node.js. And then we have a create HMAFE method that's gonna use like SHA-256 algorithm, and we are gonna pass the secret that we got. So we will make a kind of an algorithm or like a key that's we're gonna match with the signature that we got from Lemon Squeezy. And then we have a digest where we call like buffer.from. Then we're gonna update the raw body, and we're making the digest like hex UTF-8. So we're just trying to digest the whole secret that's coming from raw body or like lemon squeezy. We're gonna make that formation so that we can compare with our one like HMAC variable, like here you can see. And then we have the signature, like signature equal to buffer from signature, which will get from the verify signature second argument, and then we are just put that here. Now we are checking that crypto.timing safe equal like digest. We make the digest, and then we have the signature, and then we are just trying to compare, okay, the signature is matching or not. So you can see the digest is basically using the secret key and the raw body to make a kind of a string, and which is the pretty much same string that the signature has, like in this signature which will the same string. So for that case, to making the same signature, we have to use the same secret key, and also we have to use the raw body, right? So when we combine both together, then we will get the same. For that's why we just created like the algorithm based on the secret. Then we use the algorithm to create the digest and also with the raw body. Then we compare that with our signature using the timing safe equal method from the crypto. We have to pass the digest and we have to pass the signature. So in this way, it will try to check that the lemon squeezy signature is verified or not. If not, then we are gonna throw like invalid webhook signature. And when we throw this error, it will go to the controller, it will also go to the route. And whenever that error happen, we will also see those error in our webhook list, you know. So whenever any order success, so if I just go to any order like here, and you can see some of the order here, maybe that's in the different place, maybe in the API. Let's also check. So we have test API, okay, in the webhook. So we should get a list where it's continuously listening all those events that's triggering. So we're going to see that when we are going to implement that order flow, then you will see that we throw that error, and we will get that error in the lemon squeezy console where we will see that, okay, we got the error from the server, from our server. So you'll get that error. And then when we are kind of done with the checking, if that's validated, then we will return to, so that in the controller we can proceed further, okay, or make the API request success, so that lemon squeezy also get that API that, okay, the server actually got the data. And also in our application, we will first verify the signature, then we will just call the enroll new course. These two service combined, we will able to insert the data into the code enrollment table, and overall we can actually say, okay, the course enrolled success. So that's the second service. Now we have another service, which is get user enroll course, which is simply the find query from the course enrollment table, where you can see that we have a wire condition where we have passed like user ID, status, if we have user ID, and if we don't have, then we are just simply status of active, then it will give all the active enroll list. And then we are trying to select some of the course, like all those properties that we want to select. So this is for like the learner. So whenever the learner logged in, and in the learner billing page, there will be a list of all the paid or enrolled course. So learner can see which course he or she purchased, and he or she will able to download the invoice link as well. As so for that case, this is the service. Now we can just use that tagged with any control. So overall, these are the services, and I believe you also understand all these things. If you don't understand any portion of code, let's just ask to Gemini to get the more understanding. Now we have created the service here, and also you can see we have some changes in the account user service. Why is that? Because as I showed you earlier in the front end section, we have added a new property in the iCourse like iUser interface, where we added a new property which is called course enrollments, if you remember that. So That's mean whenever anyone log in or get the login information or the profile information, they will also get the course enrollment informations, and we are going to pass that with the profile API. So for that case, we have to add the relationship, as we have if you go to the entity from the user table, we have that relation. I already added that. So this one, it was added but it's comment out, so we have to uncomment these things, and we have to add the relation, and we have to tag with the correct table with the course enrollment. And can remove this. If I just go to course enrollment, then we should have the user ID also tagged with the user. So this is the relation that is important. And when that's done, now we can just simply go to our user service. So I think here it is. In the user service, we have get user profile. Now we will have another one like this. So let's just bring the whole query. So we have like get by ID, but we're gonna make change with this one. This dot repository just find one, so that we can pass the query like in the relation, can pass the course enrollment. And when we have that, now if we don't have the user, then we're gonna returning null. If we have the user, then we have to pass the user with the course enrollment property, and the course enrollment property will come from user.course-enrollments.map. We are just providing the ID. We don't need to pass any other property for now. In the future, maybe we will need some information, then we're going to pass them as well. As our interface, we have like number of array. So for that case, we have to make a map, and then we have to provide the course ID, something like that. So when that will be done, we're kind of good. You can also pass a type here, but for now, I just pass any. So that's it. That's mean whenever now we call the profile API, we'll also get course enrollments. That's mean we'll get all the courses ID for the learner or any user. So for these are the changes here. Now let's collapse the service. That our service part is done. Now also in the entity, we have uncomment the part. So I think our entity part is also done. And then in the index.ts, okay, we have some work as well. As now let's create the controller. So we have to create a controller inside the controller/course. So let's go to controllers, course, and here we have to create course enrollment.ts. Basically, we're gonna just simply wrap all those services with all that. Here we have some work, because as I talked about the raw body, so there is something that you must need to know about raw body. So here you can see we have used like raw body. So before that, let's explain what I can explain so far. So if I just remove the custom request, then let me check. So this controller need that particular raw body, but this controller I can explain here. So here you can see get user enroll course. That's the controller which will use the service get user enroll courses, like from course enrollment service that we created here. And we will get the user ID from the request header. You can see like if the role is admin, then we are gonna make it undefined, so that we will get all the list for the user, all user. And if it's any user ID, then we're going to pass the user ID from request.user.user ID. Now you might be confusing like where that you request.user coming from. So I already explained that in the authentication section, like in the middleware. If you go to auth.ts, you can see we have overwrite our express request with a new property called user, and in that user we will get user ID and the role, and this property will be added in the middleware when we verify the token, when we decrypt the data, and we will get those information from the token like this in the authenticate JWT middleware. So make sure you also see that part. So for that case, we will get that information in request.user.user ID, and we will assign that in a variable. We're going to pass that to the service, and with this way we will get all the list of those enroll courses, and we can now just simply render that anywhere. Let's say from the learner side, I can also render the list for the learner, which will use the user ID, but in the admin panel we want to see all the users data, so we will just call that without passing any ID. So for that case, we are checking with the role first. Okay, if the user role is admin, then we're going to allow that for everything. Now it's time to like webhook new enrollment. So you can see the verify signature is not kind of another controller we have. It's used inside of our webhook new enrollment. That's mean this controller will be tagged with the routes. That route will be point in the Lemon squeegee. So now in that route, as I told you earlier, that in the verify signature, it will require the raw body and the signature. So how that raw body will come, or how that raw body will be retrieved from the request. So we have to do the same thing. we have to make a custom request, like override the express request to add that property, something like that. So for that case, let's go to the configuration, I think, and also go to the commit. Yeah, in the configurations, let's create a file called rawbody.ts, and in that file we're gonna put that logic so that we can add the new property. So in the middleware, I think in the config, then rawbody.ts, grab the code here, and you can see we are using express and request and response from the express. That's what we're gonna rewrite. So here you can see custom request extends from the request from express, and here we added a new property which is called rawbody. So in that rawbody we are gonna actually provide the main rawbody. But how that rawbody will come? So the rawbody will come from this particular logic. So whenever our express got any request, it's used like the parser, like the body parser, something like that, which will come from the express by default. So we have to use that parser to decode the raw body or find out the raw body, and then we have to put that into this particular property. So this is a function. This function will be triggered from the index.ts file. That's mean in our main server file where the server actually run. So we have to run that initially whenever our server restart or run. We have to add this configuration with the express, with the middleware, so that express can also able to do two things. It can parse like as usual request.body, and also it can parse or give us the raw body from the request, because initially it's not kind of allowed or like by default behavior from the express to give you the raw body, like the buffer dot toString is basically the buffer things, kind of a different things. Let's just also grab the whole code. If I just show you the main explanation. So this was the last code. Let's remove the canvas, and okay, let's just make a new chat and put that code to get the better explanation. So here is the part like why this pattern is most commonly used for webhook verification or signature validation. Many services like Stripe, GitHub, Slack send a cryptographic signature in a request header, X Stripe signature. That's the way that send a signature to verify that request truly come from the service, and then tempt with, then you need to calculate a new signature that we already calculated in our verified signature method, and then we have to exact raw request body. Since express standard body parsers consume the raw body, so these verify functions ensure you can access it for comparison before it parsed and potentially modified or lost. That's mean what happened whenever the request came from the Lemon Squeezy or any client side. So we got the request with a raw format, but what the express do before it come to the server, it actually parse that with a minimal format or like with a friendly format. So that time we have to actually encode that, or we have to get the raw body so that we can use that as well as whenever we need. But in default mode of express you will not get that raw body directly, because in the express we have the JSON parser that's gonna parse the body to JSON format. So for that case we just lost that older raw body. So you have to do this tweak so that you can also get the older raw body. So now we decode that like this way. We will get a verify method from express, like express.json, and then inside that object you will get like a verify key. In that key, which is kind of like a callback functions, where you will get all those request, then response, then buffer, and the encoding. So in that buffer, if the buffer has the length, that's when we can say that's a raw body, and we have to make like that buffer to toString with UTF-8 so that we can get the buffer in a string format, which will be actually connect with the secret to make a digest. That digest will be compared with this, something like that. So now we have to call that in our index.ts file. So let's go to the commit change so that we can see in the index.ts file. Here you can see when we initialize our server, we have to use this middleware inside of, or like before the express.json configure. You can see like we already use like express.json. So what this middleware do, this actually helps to parse JSON payload and URL encoded payload to a format that we can actually use that. So before that we have to add this line so that it grab the raw body and it put that into the request raw body property so that we don't lose that value. So let's grab this and also go to our index.ts file like this, and here we have the initialized database. That's first. Then we have course configurations, we have the middleware for the logging, and then we have the middleware express.json and also URL encoded. These are the two middleware. Make sure you put the raw body configuration before these two middleware. If you put this under the express.json, then what will happen? You will lose that raw body. So for that case, we must have to put that before the express.json parsing. And when you call that, we are kind of good. Now it will call and it will try to go from the express middleware and try to find out the raw body, and it will put that into the request.raw body property. And when that will be put inside the raw body, now in the controller, if we just go to the request that will come from the middleware that pass, then we'll get the request. So we have to provide the type like custom request where we added the raw body property. Otherwise you will not get that raw body property inside of the request property. Like here you will see the error. So for that case we have to use a separated type like custom request, where you will get the raw body. Now we will get the raw body from the request, and the signature we will get from easily like request.get.x signature, something like this, in the headers. And now you are thinking like, oh, what if we can just simply verify the signature with the secret? Okay, that's not work like that. The signature is combined with the request raw body, and which is kind of like the signature kind of algorithm, not algorithm, I would say like a string, which is actually kind of a encoded version of the raw body with this, as we do with the JWT. We provided a secret key, we provided the user information, then it become a JWT token. So similar kind of thing here, we provided like the Lemon SQL provided the raw body and provided the secret key and then make the signature. And in our case we have to use that raw body, then we also have to use our secret key, then we have to combine that, and then we have to prepare the same signature that we're gonna match that. So that's what we have done in the verify signature method. And now you can see that in the course enrollment.service we call the verify signature with raw body and the signature. So if the verify signature got passed, then it's just simply gonna return true. That's mean what will happen, we can just go to the next line. If I just go to that particular here, you can see we are using await. That means it will wait for completing this part. So if we got any error, then the whole function or method will be stop executing, and it will be error from this line, and it will not execute all the below line. So for that case we have added all those like one throw error which is checking the signature. Other than that we're just returning true, so that we can just bypass the line. And when that's done, let's say we verify the signature. Now it's time to just simply enroll the course with the request.body data. Let's means the metadata or the whole data set that's coming from the request body with the lemon squeegee trigger. So, and when we have data inside that enroll new course, we have provided all those informations, like grabbing all those information and inserting those in the table. So we verified the signature, then we have successfully insert the data into the table. That means we are kind of good with our new course enrollment. Then we just simply log something that okay, we received the webhook request and we just inserted the course, and then we are just providing the send success, and we are just simply providing a message to the receiver like webhook received successfully, so that it's going to be like 200 requests. So whenever the lemon squeegee triggered that, when all this got passed, then lemon squeegee will get 200 requests with this message, 200 response with this message. And if any error we got, then it will catch with our catch decorator, and which will probably send the 500 error with the error message. And we are also going to see that from the lemon squeegee dashboard, because lemon squeegee have all the log what's happening with all those requests. And it's also retry, lemon squeegee also retry. Let's say the response got failed first time, is gonna retry 3 more times to check. Okay, first time it failed, maybe in the second time it will pass, so something like that. So that's a really good feature. So if you work with any payment gateway earlier like Stripe or anything, then you might be working with the same way. So yeah, or you can also use this knowledge and then you can also implement the same way in the Stripe, because lemon squeegee actually acquired by Stripe, which is kind of a similar implementation if you saw the documentation. So far these are the two controller. Now we have to add routes so that we can connect with all these controller. So now let's go to the route, and we have to create a router which is going to be for course enrollment router. So let's just grab that, and before that let's also create the routes. So we have to create that inside our routes, and inside that routes we have a course. I think yeah, inside that course we have provide course enrollment, and let's find out the router code. And these are pretty much similar like the older. We create a new router like course enrollment router, like course enrollment routes. And then we have two router. One is the general router, another is for the learner enrollment router, because you already saw we have get user enroll list where we can provide user basis billing information. Another is for all those user information. So user basis information is for the learner side, and all information is only for the admin side. That's when we have to categorize those two things. There will be same controller, but the property is different, the route should be different so that we can use that. So for that case, we will have two router. One is learner enrollment router, another is general router, which will be for admin panel. Okay, so here you can see in the constructor method, and also the controller here we initialize as usual. So we have initialized two router, then we have the controller, and we call the route this dot routes. So not only that, we also have to call this dot learner routes. That's the missing part in the commit. So let's just add that now. So when we add that, now whenever the constructor call, we will call these two both so that we can get access both of those API. So one is learner routes. Here you can see in the learner routes we are using the same controller, using like get user enroll course, and the API path will be like slash course. Okay, let's also see the parent path, like what will be the path. So let's go to the index file and see the changes. So in the learner endpoints, like in the public endpoints, we have to add this one. So as you already saw earlier, so if I just go to the index, then we have public endpoints, and these are the public endpoint that is accessible for everywhere. So the webhook should be public so that Lemon Squeezy can also get, but as usually it's not able to trigger from the postman. If triggered, then it will return 500 because it will not able to provide the signature, like correct signature. So for that case, we are kind of safe, so we can make that public. So this will be triggered from the Lemon Squeezy. So that's the endpoint webhook slash enrollment, and we are using the course enrollment router. If you go there, then it's use the a main router, and which is in the routes method. Here you can see we are using webhook new enrollment controller, and the API endpoint is like new dash enrollment. So overall the endpoint will be webhook slash enrollment slash new enrollment. That's going to be the API that we are going to put in the Lemon Squeezy callback URL. So if I just go to the edit, then you already saw the API webhooks, then enrollment, then slash new enrollment. That's going to be like it. And you might be thinking like, what is the before path? So we're going to discuss about that when we're going to test that, how we're going to make the local server to the cloud so that anybody can access that freely. And that's the routes. Now we have to also add the learner one, because we have public endpoints, we have admin endpoint as well as, so we must need another endpoint method for the learner side, because we have the learner that we have some dashboard, we have tracking stuff, so we will need more API for the learner side. So we must need to add a new method which is going to be like learner endpoints about all those related API, which is going to be for the learner side. And we have to import learner course enrollment router like this, which we already separated here, learner enrollment router, and we call the learner routes, which is using the get user enrolled course. And in the future we will have another maybe for the admin routes, where we're gonna use the same controller with a different route, so that from the admin panel we can call that, and we can provide, let's say we will not provide any user ID, something like that, which will fetch all those learner info, learner billing info. So overall that's it. And the whole path will be API slash learner slash enrollment, and here we have slash courses. So whenever we call that API, it's a get request, so we will get all the billing information, like a user, how many courses they purchased, something like that. And this is all about. And also we have to use these learner endpoints here before the admin endpoints. Let's also see from the commit that before the admin endpoints we have initialized our learner endpoints, and also we have to put that in the endpoint, because this endpoint is actually run in our index.ts file. So let's also add that here, and we have to provide the app, and also it will be like this dot learner endpoint, like. So this is the entry point of our learner endpoints. In the future we're going to add more API for our learner panel. So far I think we have added all the changes. We have added the config file for the raw body, that's done. Then we have the course enrollment controller, which is done as well as. Then we have the entity inside that entity, inside the index.ts file, which is the main file, like this one, which should be like server.ts, or you can also make it index.ts under the source folder. We have added the middleware for grab the raw body, before it lost while parsing express JSON. And then we have created the router, and also we have pointed that router to the uh, learner endpoint. So we are kind of good with this particular commit. I think you should sync with the commit, and I believe you already understand this part, like what's happening is the backend part, like the service implementation and the controller and the routes implementation. Now we are kind of like, I can say 80% done with the checkout feature. You know, I would say like 90% done with the checkout feature. That means whenever a user go to the enroll page, they will get the lemon squeezy link checkout page. Let's say if I just go to, this is our implementation, sorry, this one is the older one, this one is the new one that we are working on. So let's just go to the enrollment link, and it will take us to the lemon squeezy page. It's use the email and all those things. It put the email here. It's fill up all those information in the custom data behind the checkout page. Then whenever we just click on the pay button, then it will call that. And also we have to add that webhook here so that it can trigger with the order created event with secret key. And whenever the payment transaction complete, it will call that API in our server. As we added the API in our server, it's gonna come here, it's gonna go to the webhook/enrollment, new enrollment, and in that new enrollment it's gonna go to the service, and in that service we verified the signature. We also can get the configurations, raw body from the request, and we then inserted the user like the course enrollment information in the table. That's how we can make the course enrolled for a particular user. So before we test our course enrollment, I'm going to implement another feature for the learner. So it will be the starting point from the learner. We are kind of done with the website. That was the commit, and we're going to follow this commit, like front and backend learner billing API implementation. So what is the billing API? So if someone is a learner, they logged in, they can go to their profile, they can see the billing information, and also they can track those courses. So in the billing information, they will see all the enrolled course. So that's the first one we're going to implement. Then we will test the full flow, like purchasing a course, and then we're going to check that from the billing information that the course purchased successfully or not. So for now, just if you want to test in your site, you can just follow the documentation like course enrollment and go to the step 3, download the ngrok, create an account, install that and set up that, and then start use the token to configure it, and then use like ngrok http 8000 because our backend is running on the 8000, and then you will get URL like this abcd1234 that ngrok.io/web, like this one. So in that URL, that's the URL that will be live in the internet. You can just use that URL and you can add something like this. That's the domain, and then from webhooks enrollment, new enrollment, that will be our webhook API. So you just have to grab that, and in the lemon squeezy here in the webhook, you have to add a new, and then you have to add that new URL, and then you have to add the secret that we added, like test 1 2 3 4, and then also make sure you check this one, like order created, this one, otherwise it will not provide you information. So that's that. After that, you can then just simply go to any course from here, and then you can check that out, and you should see in the course enrollment table a new data inserted based on that course. So you can test that by yourself, but we're gonna test that a little bit later, before after like implementing the learner billing section, because in this way we can also visually check that from the UI, not only from the database. So for that case, let's go to this commit, which is going to be front and backend learner billing API implementation, like this. And I think I have also bind the UI. So let's see that, yeah, in the front end we also bind the UI. So let's go to the course enrollment routes. I think these are the changes. I already added that routes, and from the index.ts file we have also added the learner endpoint in the earlier section. So when I will push the code, you don't have to add those things, you will see the updated version. So far, as you saw, if I just go to the index route file, and here we have the learner endpoint. Inside the learner endpoint we have API learner enrollment. If I go to there, then you will see we have one for courses, get user enroll courses. So that's the API we have already built. Now we just have to bind that in our front end in the learner side. So right now, if I just go to the admin panel, you can see right now I am admin mode. That's my user, but I want it to be like learner. So as I don't have another Gmail to log in or another GitHub account to log in with the learner, instead I am just going to change the type of that user. Right now it's showing the role is admin, so we're gonna make it like the learner for now, and we're gonna save it so that we can log in with the learner and we can see the dashboard, and also we're going to bind all those learner related. So, and also in the course enrollment table you can see there is no data, so whenever we will create a new course enrollment data, or we will use the webhook to insert the data, then we will see the data here, and also we will use that API that's going to fetch from the data. So let's delete like close that for now, and if I just log out and try to log in again, then I should now log in with a learner account. You can see I don't have much menu here. I have only profile, which is right now showing, and now I want to implement the billing section, so that whenever I purchase a course, let's say I go to any of the courses, let's this one, and I try to purchase that here, and whenever I will purchase, if I can go to the learner page, and in the billing section I will see that purchased or enrolled course. So let's implement the front end. First of all, we're gonna add the endpoint. So let's create a new endpoint, learner.ts, inside of our query, I think endpoints. So let's find out that the front end we have the src API. In the endpoint we have not any file called learner.ts. Now let's create one, bring the code. This is basically the API that we have added in the backend. So this one, API slash learner slash enrollment slash courses, that's the API, and it will be used like get learner billing summary API. That's it. Then we need to create the query, and you can see we have the hooks query course file. So let's also create that query file here inside of our hooks, then query, then course. I think yeah, it's in the course folder. So let's also grab the query. There will be only one query for now, and we will have type, so we have to add the type as well as like the response type. So let's also add the response type in the course definition. So we have to go to the course type, and here at the bottom we can add new one like this before we export everything. So this one will be the new iCourse enrollment summary, and we need the progress for now because and also the iUser. Let's import that, and the progress is for to showing in the front end like what is the progress for a particular course. So it's going to be used in the future, and if I just take you to the progress, then you can see total lesson, complete lesson, progress percentage, total XP earned. So all this value will come from like API, and we're gonna make a front end calculations to show the progress bar and all those things. So we're gonna use that in the future. For now, just add that as a interface. And then we are kind of good with the type. The error actually gone from here. Now we have learner keys, that's the constant keys, which is going to be billing summary, and we are using like use query and using this API that we have added. So we are using this API that we have added recently, and that's what we already have. So the settle time will be 0. That means it's gonna fetch whenever the key triggered, and also it does not have any wait time or something like that. So that's the query. Now we can use this query in our page. Before that, we also have to create the page. So far we don't have any page yet, so that we can visit that page and it will show anything. So we also have to create the page. So we're kind of done with the endpoints. Then we are done with the query. Now we should create the new page inside our learner page. So route/learner. So let's see, we have one. So in the front end we have the routes. Inside the route we have the learner folder. Inside that learner folder we only have profile page. Now we need another page which is going to be like billing page. So let's create the billing.tsx and bring all the code for the billing page, and you're gonna see everything. So let's just put that. And now we also need table, because in the learner billing section, if you already saw the demo part, you already showed that we also need the table. Let's also restart the server because we have created a route. So we need a common table component so that we can reuse that everywhere whenever we need table. But in our whole application we didn't use table much, but for learner we have to use one. So let's ping the table code. So I already have built the table component. It's just simply a common table component that's got inspiration from Material UI. So you can also generate that from Gemini by asking that. So let's create a table.tsx inside of the common components. So in the common components we have tons of file and component, so it will be like table.tsx, and let's bring the whole code. And it's just a dynamic table component where you can pass an array where you will have label, then it's like the table header where you have the label, then key, then render, header class, cell class, and then itable props where you have to pass the headers, which is basically the list, and then the data that will be matched with kind of like the header and any other classes that you want to style. So this is going to be like the table components where we have headers, data, and all these classes. These are the by default design. And if we don't have data and the data is 0, then we are gonna render an empty message. That's it. Other than that, we are simply rendering the header first, and then we are using the data to render the all the cell. So this is pretty similar with the material table earlier back, like material version 2 or maybe material version 3, where you have to put the headers where you have the keys and level, and also if there are custom component you want to render, all those things will be in the header. And there will be another property like the data, which will be array, the same length, kind of matched with header, and in the data it will be like all those data. No, I think in the headers you have like the column data, not like the row data. So the header array will be like for the column array, and in that column array it could be 5, but the row could be multiple. So my bad. So in the data, that's the data we're gonna map, and in the header that will be represent like column in that. So that's why you have the label for the column, then you have the key that will match with your data. Okay, and then in the render you can render any custom UI for that particular column or those position. And if you have any others style, you can add them here. So that's a pretty much simple table. If you want broad explanation, just get the code and use like Gemini to understanding overall the component. Then in the billing table we have both the type and the table. So let's import that. So we need the header component, the type, and then the component. You can see like this. So we're gonna see the implementation, and right now we are getting some error because you can see the table we import, which is from the Lucid React, which is actually icon. So we should not import that table from Lucid React. Instead we should import that from our component so that we will get the rid of. And now let's look into the component. So in this route component we will get the data from the query that we created here and the endpoint that we added. So we will directly call the API first whenever we got that page, and then if we have loading, we are going to show the loading, and then we use the data. We are going to make like our transaction headers, the data will be passed to directly to the table, but first we have to prepare the columns. So for that case, you can see this is like array of object here. In that array of object, each object will have the label. So this will be the first column, which will be use the key from the dataset like course. And in the render, we can render any UI like custom UI. Otherwise, it's gonna render the default. So in this custom UI, in that course, we will get the course image, that raw data.course. In the raw data, we'll get the row information like each item, and then from that each item we have to provide the type so that we can get all those type support like the name, then the description if we want to show anything in the column. So all those information we're going to show in a first column from the first row. And then the second column will be like the price, which is by the way the same thing, like level, and then the key that's going to match with the data. Then we have the class, and also in the render we are just simply rendering the text so that it shows on the column. Then we have another one which is going to be like enroll date. Then we have expire at. Every single column we pass the render. In that render, if we provide any component, then that component is going to be rendered like HTML component. If we provide the value, then it's gonna use that value to render that in regular TD tag. And then we have the status one, because the status is different. We need to add the badge, so that's why we have written the badge here. So that's the status, and also we need another which is actions. In that action there will be invoice link so that anybody can click on that. It's gonna open the invoice like lemon squeeze invoice link, so like this here. And we added the button, and also when it on click we are checking is there any invoice link on the data. Then we're just opening a new tab to open the invoice. And other than that, it's a header for the billing is like the table header. So we use like module header like this. The module header is already used in the module layout that's we use for the Nbit panel. So we just reuse that component. Then in the table, as a table, we are just simply calling the table, passing the headers, and in the data, we're passing the summary, like the data that we got from the query. So that's all in this particular page. Now, if we go to the UI and try to visit like billing, still you can see we are not able to visit the billing page. So let's see what are the changes we have to do. So if you go to the commit, then you will see the layout underscore layout.tsx, we have to make the isadmin false. So in the sidebar, let's just copy from the file path. So from the learner layouts, if I just go to the learner layout, you can see these are the icon and the menu that we have added. And in the sidebar, we have we only has the menus, user info, and logout handler, but we don't have the property called learner or like isadmin. So based on this isadmin, we have done so many routing check that I already discussed. So what we have to do is just provide isadmin false, because in the learner side it's not admin, so it must need to be learner. So for that case, you have to provide isadmin false so that we can access all those routes. Now you can see the billing routes is working. If I just refresh, you can see the little loading, the whole screen loading, and then the data, there are no data for the user. So this user, like Hassan Pai, it does not have any data. Like Hassan Pai does not enroll any course, so that's why we're not able to see any data. Now what we are going to do, we're going to enroll the course, and before that we're going to connect with webhook with our local server with the ngrok, so that whenever we purchase or enroll a course from the checkout page, it triggered that webhook, it insert the data, like the whole process now should work. So for that case, let's also check anything we have left here. So we have added, this one is done already in the previous commit, and this one as well as. So the backend is kind of done. We have done the table, we have added the query, we have added the layout changes, and also the type. That's mean we are kind of good with this particular commit, like Lana billing API implemented. So our API is implemented perfectly, and you can see the loading. You will see the loading every time because we added like settle 0, because we want that to refresh every time. Let's say the course got expired, so if we don't put that, then I think the cache will be create a issue. Other, I think it's okay because our cache time is only 5 minutes. So if we just remove that as well as, it will not be an issue. Let's say if you go to the chapter or any other pages, we didn't have provided any settle time, because the by default settle time we configure in the index file. So let's go to the main.tsx file, and you can see default preload settle time is 0. So I think it's kind of, I think that's not the settle time. We have added that in the query client provider. Let's go to there from, I think not query client provider, instance query client, that's we created here. So in the settle time, you can see it's provided like 5 minutes. So every API got cached will be refetch again after 5 minutes. So I think it's okay. We don't have to make the settle time 0, so that it's try to fetch every time, or we can just simply refresh and it will fetch. That's it. So that's the changes. Right now still we are just fetching. We should not fetch that. Let's look into the code. As we remove that caching stuff, I think the key is also good. So whenever we fetch that data, we added the key, so the data should cache and we should not get any issue, or like the API should not fetch every time. So let's also see from the billing.tsx file, we are using is loading. That's also fine. So let's go to any other query where we just return the value in the query functions, query key, query functions, we return the data. I think so far we are kind of good. Maybe I have to refresh, because like restart the server. Okay, now let's try to go to this page. We should see the loading at first, and now if we go again, okay, we are seeing that loading every time, which we should not. So maybe there are some issue. Yes, every time we visit that page, we just somehow call that API, and we are getting error like cannot read properties, undefined reading role. So we also have to find out what's going on the backend side. Maybe I have to log in again. Let's just log out, and we navigated to the profile page. Now go to billing page again, try to go back profile and billing page again. We are getting the same API issue. I think the API does not provide it any data, and that's why it's not cached, because the API is getting error. So we have to fix the error so that we'll not get call that API every time. So I think this is happening because of let's just debug from the backend side. So first of all, we have to go to the route for the course enrollment to find the routes. That's the route, and that's the endpoint, which is using learner endpoint.get. So let's go to the controller. Here we are trying to check the role. Okay, so maybe we are not able to find the role. So let's just first add a optional chaining. That's important. Sometimes we got error. And also console log the request.user property. So let's see from here, and let's also try to refresh. Okay, I think now we have got the API call is showing 200. Okay, so as we added the optional chaining, so now we are not getting the error. So because last time the role was like not admin, that's why we are getting undefined somehow, and it wasn't working. The API was giving 500. Now as we added the optional chaining, so that any undefined value will be checked, and the else will work. So now you can see if I just close and try to go profile page and come back again in the billing page, you do not see that the API fetched again. So that's how the cache work. So as earlier that's the API was getting error, so we're not able to get the data cached, like the empty data at least. So that's why it's just calling the API every time. So now it's kind of good. So now we have to complete the flow. Before that, let's also look into the doc to set up the ngrok. So I'm using Ubuntu. So in the Ubuntu, you can just download that by going to the ngrok.com/download/linux. You can see the installation process. And when you download that, you will get a token. Like when you like let's say you are on the Mac or Windows or whatever OS you are using, you have to download the installer, and then when you run that, you have to sign in like a regular sign in, and after that you just have to find out the token. There will be a token, and then you have to hit the command in your terminal, like in your local terminal. Let's say I open a new window like this, and then you just have to hit like this from anywhere, and you have to replace the token here. So make sure you find out the token. I think it's pretty much easy. Just you logged in and you will find that. I already logged in earlier and I got the token and set up. I think I configured that as well in my Linux. So I'm not going to show that twice here. So instead I'm going to just simply run the port. So the port will be like 8000. So you just have to follow this documentation step, like create an account, then download ngrok, then find the token and configure it by the configuration command from the documentation based on your operating system. Let's say you are in the Windows, download it, then use that command, open the terminal, put that command with the token, and then we are kind of done with the configuration. Now you just have to run the port with the ngrok so that the port become like available in the internet. As our backend, if you just go to the terminal, then you can see our backend is running on the 8000 port. Okay, so we have to make this 8000 localhost 8000 to the live. So for that case, just simply open the terminal and paste the command like this, and then you have to provide like this ngrok http 8000. And when you have done, then you can see the authentication failed. The auth token you specified is properly formed. I think it got invalid, so it was maybe 2 to 3 months ago. So now I have to generate the token again. So let's go to the dashboard, and I'm gonna log in, and I'm gonna actually generate the token. So let's do that, and you can see after login you will see this kind of interface. Let's say here in the getting start, you can see like how you can install that into Linux or Windows, or based on your operating system you will get the options. Let's say Mac OS, Windows, Linux, and then you have to just go to your auth token. Here you will see your auth token, so you just have to copy that auth token to configure that auth token again. So I'm just gonna copy this particular command, which is the command for configuring that. So put that command and then space and your auth token. So I got the successful configuration. You will see a successful message that your configuration is done. So after that, now we can just run the same command again, like ngrok http 8000, and yeah, you will see a black screen, and your port 8000 should run into this particular URL. So which will be, let's just open the hole. So this one is the live URL for now. Temporarily, whenever you close this terminal, the subdomain will not work anymore. So this is the domain that's pointing this particular localhost server. So now if I just simply go to this particular website, you will see a interface that you need to just click visit site to make that workable for the first time. And when you do that, then now it's available for everywhere. Let's just copy this and try to open a incognito tab and try to visit that again. So maybe you will get the visit site again, but it should work at first. Like when you click, then you'd see this particular thing. Now let's try to visit some of the API. Let's say we have the API for public course API. So if I just go to, let's just go to the home page, and I can just now clear all those tabs. So we also have to come to the webhook and we have to add that URL here. But before that, let's also check that our API is also working. So if I just go to the home page, then we already have a public API which anybody can access publicly, which is going to be like this one, like localhost API slash course slash publish. So the localhost 8000 will not, it will point from our server, but we have to connect that from the subdomain that we have created with ngdoc. Now if we just hit that, then we should see all the courses. You can see that's the courses, and this API is now temporarily available from everywhere. If I now just open the incognito tab again and try to hit that, then we are getting like this page, but this should not come. So I'm not sure why that's come here. This is like free, so I have to just somehow click on the visit site, and then I got the data. So maybe in the lemon squeezy it will get that page first time, and then maybe in the second try it will work. So let's also try from another time, and we get that page. Let's try again. So we are getting that until we click like visit site. So it's for the security purpose. And if you want to remove this page, then I think there is a way like this: set and send an ngrok skip browser warning request header with any value, or set and send a custom non-standard user agent request header. So while we are requesting, then we have to add something on our header so that we will get rid of from this particular page. So I tried that almost like 3 to 4 months ago. So that time, whenever I just click visit sites, it's just ask for one time, but whenever I tried multiple time, it just somehow worked. So let's try with the webhook first. That okay, is that working or not? If not, then we have to find another alternative way to access our API. So I'm just gonna copy the main path like this one. That's the temporary path, and I am going to delete the older. Maybe let's also see the secret key, which is test123, and we have to create a new one. Let's just delete the older one and create a new webhook, provided the URL, and also in the documentation you will get the other information like webhook slash enrollment slash new enrollment, and you just have to put that like this, remove any other space or any other character, and then the secret key will be test1234, and we need the order created event that will be sent to our webhook. So let's just save that, and after saving that, we are kind of good with this one. Now this one should be accessible with the post request from everywhere. Now what we have to do, we already bind the billing API. If I just go and billing page, we don't have any data. So now what we have to do is just simply purchase a course or like enroll a course. So we're gonna enroll this one first. Let's go to and click enroll now. Now we should see the checkout from Lemon Squeezy, and let's provide the card number, and the card number we can provide is like 4242, something like that. This is like a demo card number that you can provide, and here you can provide your phone number and all those names. These are optional, so I'm just gonna add some demo. Let's just add test, like find out something, and just add the postcode, and if you have tax ID, like these are like basic formal informations, but for now make sure you just provided the card number like this, 424242. This is for the Visa card, and for the MasterCard like 555. You will get that in the documentation. After that, you have to just click on the pay button so that the transaction got successful. So let's wait to complete the transaction, and you can see that transaction is processing because it's trying to send you the email. So you will receive the invoice or the order complication things in your email, as well as the order should now, like the course should now enroll. If I just click view order, and now it's turning me to the courses, that's fine. Now let's go back, or now if we just go to that particular site, here our course should purchase. Let's also see from the terminal that everything working fine. Yes, Lemon Squeezy signature verified successfully, webhook received successfully, and new course enrolled. for user 1. That's been our course enrolled. And if we now just go to the learner profile and go to the billing information, boom, you can see that course actually got purchased with the price of this. And if I now go to the webhook mode like this here, then you can see the delivery. That's what I told you earlier. Like in the console, you will see whenever any webhook trigger, you'll see like this webhook received successfully. That's the message that we added in the server side, and this is the request with all those informations that we are getting in our server. Let's say in the meta, we will get the custom data, user ID, and the course ID. You can see that's beautiful. It is. And if you edit the URL and if you purchase the course again, then you will see as the URL is wrong, you will not able to hit that URL, which will return like 500 or maybe 404. That time you will see like the request is not properly successful. Then you can also resend manually from here. And if the whole server is crashed or down, then the resend will not work. So you will get always 404 and you will see the log. So now let's also try to purchase another course so that we will see another in the list. Right now we as a user like Hassan, which is only purchased one course, and if I just now go to view details, then you can see you will not see the enroll link again because you already purchased that. And how we are actually implemented that feature in the profile API, if I now just simply go and from the network tab refresh, then you can see we call the profile API, and inside the profile API we have course enrollments array. In that array we just provided the course ID, that's the user enrolled, and based on that ID we also checked from the front end side like okay, the ID is matching with this particular ID or not, like the course ID like 7 and 7. When that's matched, that's mean the user actually enrolled the course. So we will see that continue learning button, and whenever we click, it should bring to the learner panel, like it should bring to the learner panel in the learner dashboard where they can track all those courses. Right now we don't have that implemented yet, like in the course section we just only have like nothing. So we have to develop that feature as well. As in the commit list you can see this is like all the commit like active courses page UI, that's for the first page. Like whenever we click on the course page we will see all the active courses, and then one by one like tracking all those learning, then progress and all those stuff. But for now we can make sure that in the billing page we should see that particular enrolled course, and we should see the expiry date as well. As here you can see enroll date is this, and then the expiry will be 2028. And if I now click on the invoice, as the invoice is generated from Lemon Squeezy, now it should open a new tab and give me that invoice. You can see the invoice, and these are the other things that I have tried and purchased like in the test mode in the subscription, but this was the course that I purchased. And you can see that there is a small PDF here. I can also download that. I can also use that to my text and all those things. So far that's how you can also link the invoice link, and also there are some metadata as well. As you can use them in the billing history if there is tax related things, if it's subscription based things. So you will get all those information from Lemon Squeezy and show that here. And also you can insert them into the database in your desired table. So now we're gonna do another thing like purchase another course. So let's go to this one, because all this course does not have valid Lemon Squeezy checkout link, because these are like generated with my CD script when I added some dummy data. So it should not have those link. But when I created new courses like this one and that one, I added or selected the course from Lemon Squeezy from the drop down, and that's why that course actually tagged with this course. And whenever now I click on the enroll button, let's say now click this one, okay, let's just refresh. I'm not sure why I'm not able to click. Okay, yeah, so whenever you click you will get that checkout page. Let's also try to buy this one. Now I'm gonna buy it with MasterCard. It is like 555 and then 444, something like that. Then the expiry should be 28 and something like this. And let's try to pay. Okay, I have to provide submissions, so let's just select from San Francisco and pay. The address field is required. Let's also add thing like this. So the address field is now fill up. So it's suggesting from the drop down. So what I have to do is now just simply pay, and it should now work. And what we are doing, we are trying to leverage the Lemon Squeezy checkout page. You can also use Lemon Squeezy's custom checkout page things. The better is to use their own developed checkout page, where you can just use the webhook to send all those information to your server and create the order in your project. That's the safest and standard way. And now if I just go to the view order, it's going to take to the receipt that's we will get in the email. And other than that, you can also do two things. Let's say in the Lemonade query, if you go and go to the product here, in that product, let's say I have created this product and that product. So if you click on that product in the edit mode, you will able to add some link. Let's say here in the confirmation model, you can provide a button as well as the link. That's mean whenever I will try to, purchase and click on that button, then I can also redirect to my site. So let's also implement that thing easily. So I have to delete these particular things from the database because the course is already enrolled. Now if I just refresh, then you can see the course is enrolled. So I have to delete that from the database. That course is already inserted into the course enrollment table. So after deleting that, I'm gonna also update and point that to the learner panel. So let's also use the learner panel billing API. Like this one, we can navigate to the user to that particular page, and let's just add that here. So whenever that someone click on the view order or the button can be changed. Let's say go to the course or go to billing page. Okay, so you can change that anything, and here you can add the URL that will be redirected to. So let's just save that. So now we have to purchase this course. Okay, I think DevOps and cloud computing, that's the course where we have added in the confirmation model. Let's also add that in our mobile app development because that's already purchased. So I have to add that here in the confirmation model. Let's add this URL, and also in the button text we have to add go to billing page. That's it, and save. As I deleted that row from the course enrollment table, so now I can purchase that again. So if I just simply come and in the billing page refresh, then we should not see the data. Let's also, okay, I didn't delete it yet, so yeah, let's just delete that first. So the order was this one. This is the course like 6, so we have to delete this row. So you have to go to the course enrollment table and then you have to delete that row. So let's just delete that with edit mode, delete current row and save. And now if we just simply refresh, then we should not see that course enrolled. And also if we just go to the mobile app development with React, then you can see we have still the enroll link button. So now as we also added the redirect endpoint or the URL, now whenever we click on that button, we should redirect back to our learner page. So let's try that again. Let's go to the course. Let's try to go to the enroll page, the checkout page. Here we are. Now let's put the card informations, then say this, then also use a address, and then we can now just select the pay button. Then we will get the confirm model, like the model that we saw. And here we should see that button that we added. You can see that's the button and the level we added, like go to the billing page. Now if we just click, then it should redirect to the learner/billing page. As we get that because it's not like a secure, it's not stored like in the internet. It's just trying to go there with like HTTP. I think we just missed one thing. We did not add HTTP in the course. Let's say here we just only add like local or something. So we should add with the HTTP. Okay, and so let's just refresh. Okay, we are not able to see that page. Let's just try with this one. Still we are not able to go that page. This site cannot provide a secure connection, so I think let's try again like this. We are able to do that, but when we try to click from the Lemonade query, we are not able to visit that from here. So this is because our site is in our local mode, and it's need to be like published somewhere so that like in the internet, so that it can connect and it's navigate to that particular page. So when you deploy, it's gonna work. But I think let's try with the HTTP maybe. Yeah, we're not able to see the HTTP request. Yeah, we got that. But when I paste that, you can see the HTTP got cut. But when you will have the real hosted URL, then that should be redirect you there. Okay, so far that's it. You can change the button and you can change add the redirection link. So that's not thing complex. So now if I go to the billing page, then you can see we have two course that we enrolled. And again, if I just go here, then you can see continue learning button. And the further things we're going to implement, like the tracking, course tracking, and also the active courses. That's important because in our UI, in the learner panel, in the courses section, we should see all the active course. Here we are getting those course like the title, description, and the image, but not getting the course progress and all those things. So here you can see the expiry date is 2026 and this one is 2028. That's mean this course is only valid for 1 year, this one is for 3 years. So this is also working our functionality. So I think we are kind of good with all those feature. And we are kind of done with our learner billing feature, as well as now we can enroll that course and we can see the billing things. Now we will go to the next section, which is going to be learner tracking, like learning tracking, where we can see all the active courses and all those things. So one thing you might be confused here, like the webhook connection. So you have to understand like how the ngrok work, like not fully. Okay, I just split the tab, so let's just simply close that. Okay, so in the settings and in the webhooks, here you can see I have tried 3 times, and all those 3 times you can see all those log like this. So you have to make sure you provided the valid URL here for the servers, and the signing secret, and also what are created. And for the ngrok, you have to go to the ngrok, sign in there, and then you have to turn the port on with the command that I showed you, and then you will see the port actually pointed to that local host. And also you will see all the requests that's coming and going. You can see the post request, get request, all those things. So that's really important. You have to make like your local server available to the internet, so that Lemon Squeezy can find that, as well as if you want the front end to the hosted into the internet anywhere, then also you can put that homepage link into your product button that I showed you here. Like in the edit mode, you will get that confirmation model. Just add that link, like the hosted front end link, so that it will redirect to that particular page that's actually hosted live. So that's it. So whenever the whole project done, maybe we can host that for the backend, we can host that in the renderer, and in the front end we can host that in the Vercel or Netlify, whenever that's suitable. And then you can maybe apply the whole thing, like complete the whole flow. And then here in the notification, you will see all those purchase notification message, like who purchased which course with the money. And also if you go to the home, then you should see the total sale, like how many sale you have done. You can go to the orders, then you can see how many order you have done so far. These are others order, and here you can see these are the last 3 orders. Then you can also then you can try to refund. You can also resend the receipt, and if I just refund that, now it will be refunded, because earlier we purchased that twice, and the second one got purchased again, but the course is already enrolled, something like that. So you can put that here. So this is how you can implement all the feature with Lemon Squeezy. Make sure you use the webhook feature, which is really important. That's gonna help you to leverage the Lemon Squeezy checkout UI, where all this work is already done. You can just simply point that UI with your course in your application, then you have to point that from your webhook to your server, so that all get sync with the implementation. So far we are kind of good with this commit, like learner billing API implementation. Make sure you also sync with that. You implement the billing page and you check the full flow in your site locally, and the feature should work fine. So now let's implement our next portion, which is going to be active course page UI. Right now in our UI, we only have the billing page where we can see which course we have enrolled, but we are not able to see the courses progress and all those things in a specific UI. So for that case, we will have this menu, courses. In that page, we will see all the enrolled course with the progress. So let's implement that UI, and then we are gonna implement all the backend related stuff that need to build the feature. So in this commit, this is mostly UI changes. So first of all, we will have to create 2 components and 1 page. The page will be for the courses menu from the sidebar. So let's create this page, and it will be under the learner folder, and then layout the courses. So in the routes folder, we have learner folder. Inside that learner, we have layout. Now we will have the courses folder, and inside that we are going to put that. So let's create a courses folder, and inside that there will be index.tsx file. That's it. We have to restart the server, because right now both of the server running in same terminal, so yeah, it will create problem. So now in this page we have to add those components. So let's create the 2 components. The one component will be active, another is going to be learner info header. So if I just go to the already implemented version, then we should see these are the two courses that we have purchased in the billing. These are the two courses, and in the courses we want to make this UI where we will have card and also the progress. Then there will be two buttons, one for continuing the course and another is going to be for exploring the course. So let's say if I just go to the continue, then you can see it should have all those modules, but right now we don't have any modules for this course, so that's why we are getting some issue. Let's see for this one. Okay, we're not able to see those IDs, so we're gonna check that because these courses are new and we also have to update the course information from the admin panel. So we're gonna do that and we're gonna make that work. But for now we have to make this UI, and also we have to make API that's gonna help to retrieve all those active course, because in the profile API we only have the course ID, we don't have much information related to the course. But in this page we will need that particular API to fetch the enroll course that purchased by the learner. So let's create these two components, active courses.tsx. Right now we cannot navigate to the courses page. We can, but we don't have anything here, as I just add that particular page now. If you don't add that page, then you will not able to visit that page from the sidebar. So active courses.tsx, I think this is the list component where we just show the list of the cards. So let's put that under the components /learner/courses folder. So in the components, then we should have the learner folder. As we don't have any learner folder, we have to create that, and inside that we can just put course folder, because learner will have multiple feature in the future, so we should divide it in different folder. And inside that course folder we will have the active course.tsx and learner info header.tsx. So let's bring the active courses code, and you can see some of the code is commented because these are not implemented yet, because these are will be like kind of implemented with the backend. So when we'll have the backend, we're gonna implement that. And let's also okay, this is for active courses, so let's paste that here in the active courses component. And let's also bring the second component code. This one is pretty simple and easy. So now let's try to understand what's going on, and before that we will have to type that's need to be added. So if we go to the user definitions, then we have to add the total XP and current streak. So if you see the UI, we have this header, so we just name it like learner info header, where we're gonna put the learning activity, like how many days the learner actually learned. It's like a GitHub statistics that we saw, like if someone just learned something or commit something in the GitHub, then one day actually got green color, and the more the commit increase, the color become more deep. So this is going to be something like that in the learning activity chart. And we have the total XP and the streak, but mostly this learner info header is about this particular component. This will be like learner activity component will be different component. For now we will have only this header and all this active card. So this learner info header is going to be for that, and the active courses will be for the list. So let's also add these two type in our profile or user information, so that we can just use that information from there. You already saw that here from the user we are using total XP, from the user we are using current streak. Like this user will come from iUser in our definitions. So we just simply have to add these two property. Let's add them too, and now we just simply have to use them. And yeah, the error actually gone. So what's here in this learner header info? So we will have a button for visit all courses. So this button will come if we don't have any course that enrolled. It's like kind of a banner kind of UI top of that page, where there will be like visit all course. That's mean, let's say any learner just logged in and they don't have any courses enrolled yet, so they will not see any active course. Instead they will see to link to go to the all the course page, so that they can enroll new course, something like that. So for that case we have that button, and the title will be visit all courses, and in the description we will add like enroll now and start learning journey something. And then we have that URL, that's we are navigating to the courses page from the home page, website courses. After that we will have the banner render based on the is course purchased banner. So we will can pass that props, and whenever we will be pass that props, it will be rendered. Other than that, we have just simple title and the description with the image capability like this. So this can be changed. We can put or provide the first two character or the capitalized character, and then some text, and then we have the total XP and the streak count in the right side. So that's in the header, nothing complex anything here. Then in the active courses we have the same sort of mechanism where we use some of the color with the value like 400 and also the 700. It's kind of like the gradient color. So this color will be placed inside of the card top, and actually this design is suggested by Gemini, so that's why this color is. So I can also make that better if I just provide, let's say, the whole component. Let's try this. Yeah, so provide the whole code, and let's just ask make the UI better, don't change any code, any logical code. Let's see what it gives. And I think I have to use the canvas mode so that we can get the code. So this UI, like these two cards, actually generated almost like 3 to 4 months ago, and Gemini got really improved in the UI related stuff. So let's try to regenerate that again. Okay, so I think it just changed something from the course, like the code level. Maybe we can bring the whole thing. But yeah, you already saw that we are getting some of the information, like the newly designed, because it does not have any data, so that's why it's not showing. Let's just ask to provide some dummy data. Provide some dummy data. Let's see. So it gives the data, but it does not add with the component. So then I ask to give me the whole thing, and here is all the card. This showing directly in the list, but I was expecting something better. Maybe my prompt is not well, because I already provided code and Gemini got restricted on that particular idea. So maybe I have to just grab the content and provide that to Gemini to give us a better design. Let's say if I just copy and paste, now I can ask better content, like better UI. So I just change the prompt with some information. So let's see. So you have to implement like this way to make some good UI. Every time you have to just simply update your prompt and try to improve the UI stuff, and that's going to be like super fun. And you can see the style it provides is a bit different, but now it also looks kind of okay, but it's also following the older design. So I would just ask to, so I just ask for to provide some new vibe, because the older vibe is the same. Let's see. This will be the last time. I'm sure that I'm just wasting your time by just showing these things, because this is just you can just do by yourself. But just Gemini released, like Gemini 3 just released recently, so I was trying to explore that as well. As so that for that case, I'm trying to showcase that here. But yeah, I think the context actually is not changing here, because the thread here is using the older UI stuff. So I think we have to start with a new thread to provide more informations, or this information at least, and then try to ask some sort of a different card. So I think that will be generate some new design. Other than that, I think we are just fine with our older design. So that's it. Now let's try to add those components in our index.course page, and also we have some dummy data. So let's just simply add that in our route page. So in the route index.tsx, there will be like the header informations, and the header information we already have in our user from the store. So we can leverage that data. We are already passing the user data, but we will not have the streak and the property like total XP. So we will get that also. And also for the active courses, and we will need some dummy data, which we already have here like this. So that's the data. And now if I just refresh, then you can see we have the header and we have some dummy data, and this data will be bind with the real API, and we're going to see the list that we are getting in the billing page here. But if any of the course got expired, in the billing page we will see that course, but in the courses page we will not see that, because that's got expired. So only the active courses will be visibly show here. And other than that, we don't have much changes in this particular commit. So now we can move to our next commit, and which is going to be this one, learning tracking entities and repository added. So if I go to the documentation, so learner billing we already finished. Then in the learning tracking, you can see it start with all those entity connection, you can see. So we will have some tables, and then we have to focus on the backend, because the backend should be implemented fast, because it's kind of a new feature. You already saw like the admin courses chapter, that was a pattern when we implement those feature. Now it's a different feature, we have to think differently from the database level to the service level, as well as like how we're going to write those logic. But this will not be like the traditional CRUD operations that we saw in the earlier session. This will be a bit trickier, because here we're going to track our course. That's mean we will have to connect with all the table, like the course chapter lesson table. Then we have to track those active courses based on the learner. That's mean we have to connect the learner and the course together. That's mean we will need new tables and new rows for each learner, something like that. So that's the target, to build that. So let's open this commit, and you can see that there are not much changes, because these are mostly the entity, and we just created those entity and created the repository. So let's also look the entity from here. I think it's a bit harder to see from your side. I think this is now okay. So here you can see we have the courses, the modules, then the chapter, then the lessons, that the hierarchy that we already saw in the admin panel. But now, as the course is the main core entity for our project, and also we have the user entity, which is also core, because in the user we can declare it's a learner or admin. Mostly there will be learner. So here you can see it's like the user table, and this is the course table. So whenever we just connect with the course, we will get all those modules information to that lesson information. So we don't have to like specifically store like module id, chapter id, lesson id. Yeah, we have to do that, but it's for the tracking. But ultimately, let's say as we enroll the course, what we have done, we have a table which is like course enrollment table, where we put the user ID and the course ID, so that we connect with that. But when it's come to the progress of learning, then that's mean we have to also look into the module, then chapter, then lesson, like specifically which one the learner is actually trying to continue. So for that case, all those ID need to be stored. So that's why we have to create 3 table. The first one is going to be like the learner progress, where we will store all the progress. Let's say where the learner stays right now. Let's say for the learner ID, we're going to use the user ID, then the course ID, then the module ID, chapter ID, and the lesson ID. All this ID will be indicated to that particular user, that okay, for this user, the user is actually learning this course, and under the course, it's on the third module, and under that module it's on the second chapter, and under the second chapter the lesson id is the current lesson id he or she is learning. And then there will be complicated, then xp earned, then date and things. So let's say now you might thinking like why the xp earned and is completed field, because this is the table where we're gonna track the active course, like the active learning stage. So let's say if we go here, then in our UI you can see active courses. So whenever we click to continue, then it should take us to the active lesson, right? So for that case, we must need to track the lesson as well as the hierarchy. So that's why we need this table where we can just simply store all those id that can track the hierarchy, course, module, chapter, and lesson. And whenever we're going to retrieve the information, we'll just go to the learner progress, we will grab those id, we're going to join with those related table, like for the course id, course table, module id, module table, chapter id, chapter table, we can fetch those information directly, so that we can whenever we click like here, then we can call that api. That api will fetch all those information and show that the current courses information. That's our plan. And then another will be like the learner activity. So if you go to the dashboard, then you can see in this learner activity we can show the learning statistic. That's which day how many xp they earned, which day how many lessons they completed, all these things. So for that case, we need a log table, which is the learner activity table. So in this table we will have those same informations like the learner progress, but it's going to be like the log. So if we know about log, what's the log do? Log actually record every single data. Whenever you complete a lesson, it's gonna insert a data. Whenever you start a lesson, it's gonna insert a data, or finish a lesson, it's gonna start a data, insert a data. But in the learner progress, it will be only one row, because learner can only in stage of like one lesson, they cannot ongoing, or they cannot continue multiple lesson together. Yeah, for the different courses, that's they can continue, but in the same course they will not able to continue multiple course together. So for that case, in learner progress there will be only one row. Let's say then the learner change to that lesson, or like finish the lesson, then the row will be updated. That's mean in the learner progress table we're going to update the learner information, like what is the current stage. And for the learner activity, that will be the like the log. Every time any course finish, is gonna log that, so that we can track the count, like the XP count, how many lesson XP that earn, and also the lesson count that's completed that day or any day, so that we can track the overall statistic for a learner. So and mostly we will use that table to fulfill this particular UI informations. And also we can just in the future we can use this table for various purpose, because it's a log table. In this table there will be millions of data, because a learner can complete tons of lessons, and a course will have, let's say, maybe 500 lessons. So that time if the website have, or like the application have 500 user, then you can just calculate the how much lesson row will be inserted into this table. But instead the learner progress will be like single. Let's say if the user will have 500 user, sorry, the application will have 500 user, then the learner progress will be for 500 if 500 user have enrolled any course, or it will depend on the multiple courses. And then you can see we have a learner statistics, so there will be another table for the statistics. So why? Because you already saw that we have the total XP and day streak. So this is something that we cannot calculate directly from the learning activity. If we try to calculate, then it will be very very unoptimized. Let's say if we have 500 user, and also in this learning activity data, as I told you, like it could be it could pass like millions data, or let's say 100,000, something like that. Still it's a huge data. And if we just try to find out the streak, the current streak, the longest streak, or total XP, total XP is fine, we can count that. But still if we just try to sum up the data from that table, then it's going to be like very very query heavy API. So for that case, to avoid that unoptimization issue, or make that, or like normalize the whole design, we can introduce a new table. That table will store all those information, like current streak, longest streak, total XP, all those things. So whenever we insert the data in the learning activity or the learner progress, we will also try to check from the learner statistics that okay, anybody, if anybody completed lesson, we're gonna go the learner statistics table, we're gonna update those current streak or longest streak. We're gonna check okay, is the user has any current streak or not. If so, then if it's a new date, then it's gonna also add the count +1 to the current streak. And also if the longest streak surpass, let's say longest streak was 2, the current streak was 3, or like it becomes 3, then it's gonna also update the longest streak. And the same thing will be for the total XP. It's like increment the count, let's say today, or like in general total, because the total XP is about counting the whole lesson you have completed. So for that case, it's going to be like updated every time any course or any lesson just finished. So we have to do two things mostly on those API. Let's say for the learner progress, it's also going to be inserted into the learner activity, as well as it's also going to be affect on the learner statistic. But mostly these will be like update API. So if we will have 1,000 data, like 100,000 data, and we try to fetch some lookup data, it's become like really query heavy. Instead, we are just now just updating our existing table with some informations, which is way more faster and efficient. So that's why we need this three table. And if you want, you can also make that more normalized. You can think about that based on your features. And if you want to add more feature, you can also add different table based on each feature. So let's now try to add those entity. First, we will need to create a folder called learning progress inside our entity, because these are the entity that's going to track our course, like the learner course. So for that case, we should separate that. So let's just go to the entity, and here let's create learner progress, and try to add one by one all those entities. Then let's add learner progress, then also add learner statistics. So let's grab the learner statistics code first. So learner statistics, then let's go to learner progress, and you can see these are like pretty small table, so not much relationship here. as we saw in the courses chapter and modules. So it will be pretty much easy. So there will be a curly braces here. That's it. So now let's start with the progress that we discussed earlier, the first. So in the progress we will have user ID, course ID, module ID, chapter ID, lesson ID, and the formal created and an updated at property. And the unique property will be the course ID and the user ID. So that's why we use the unique decorator from type ORM, because this should be only insert one data per learner for a particular course. Let's say learner have 3 courses, then this table will have 3 information for the particular learner, not more than that. And those 3 information will be updated gradually whenever they complete a new lesson. Then it will be updated, because the it's like an active lesson tracking table, where mostly whenever someone complete a lesson, then it will insert the data for the next lesson. Let's say right now you are in the chapter 1 module 2 the course 1 module 2 chapter 3, and the lesson is like 1. Okay, so whenever user actually finish that lesson, like from the UI, then we will create an API. That API will insert the data into this table, but not the lesson that's completed. Instead, it's going to be at the next lesson as an active lesson, because when you complete a lesson, it's does not kind of like an active lesson anymore. So the active lesson will be the next lesson. So for that case, we have a trickier logic here. So when we implement that API, so let's say we are in the third lesson of that particular chapter, and that's the last lesson. Then that time we cannot just simply find the next lesson. So for finding the next lesson, we have to go to the next chapter. And also the same thing will happen for the module as well. As let's say you are in the last module and in the last lesson, and because the chapter is also end and the lesson is also end, and also module is also going to be end, then in that case you have to find out the next module, then the next chapter, and the next lesson ID. So it's kind of a trickier. So whenever I'm just gonna build the API, you're gonna see kind of, you will also get some confusion there, but I believe you're gonna understand with the help of Gemini, and also I'm gonna try my best to explain that API. So here this API will be kind of trickier because we have to calculate a lot of things. There will be a lot of scenario and edge cases. So that's going to be for the learner progress. So we have to at least just add some future data to make the active course. That's, I think we're going to do that. And then we will have the learner activity table, where we will have the unique property, user ID, and the lesson ID. Let's also see what's unique. User ID, course ID, the same table, but we will have two more field, which is XP earned and the date, because the date is important, like which day you have earned how many XP or how many lesson you have completed. That does not have here like the lesson count, because we can just fetch that count based on the date. So if we try to sum the count, then we can just use that date, then we're gonna find those data. Let's say for a particular learner, will provide the learner ID and the date, and it's gonna find all those count lesson, like how many lessons they have completed. But the XP earned is different, because each lesson you admin can provide any kind of XP point. So for that case, XP earned need to be a separate property where we can provide the exact lesson that the learner learned. And then now you can see we have indexing here, index, user ID, and the course ID. So why indexing? Because this is kind of the log table that I already told you. In the log table, the data could surpass almost like 100,000, even more than that. So that time we must need to indexing our table so that our query become efficient, as we're now indexing our user ID and the course ID. So whenever we're trying to query with the user ID and the course ID, we will get really optimized result, because those value will be indexed and lookup, and it's going to be like a great combination. And if you are pretty beginner, like don't know indexing, then I would highly recommend watch some indicator related to SQL indexing. I think it's gonna give you more insight. And also you can grab this code and also ask to Gemini to get at least basic information about indexing, and then ask more question to go deeper about the fundamental. So that's about the learning activity table. And we will have the learner statistics table, which is pretty simple. We will have ID, user ID, current streak, longest streak, total XP, and this is also going to be trickier. If I just tell you about like how we are going to implement the API. So first of all, we have to check the table first, like what's the current streak or the longest streak. We have to need those information, and then we have to go to our activity table for the track of the learning, like what the user learned yesterday. Is he or she complete any lesson yesterday or not? If not, then it's gonna update the current state to +1, because whenever that API will be hit, like for, let's say, the first lesson for a particular day. So for that time, it's gonna first check the last day learning log, and then if they found any data, that's mean they're gonna just increase this current streak, because that's mean you already learned yesterday and you also completed today. That's mean the current streak should continue. Let's say that cycle does not follow, then you have to make that current streak to 0. And also with that, you also have to check the longest streak, like, okay, as when I increase the current streak, is that increased from the longest streak or not. If that is surplus, then we also have to update the longest streak, because the older one is going to be invalid. So that's also a trickier logic that we need to implement. And also total XP is, that's pretty much easy. We just have to increase the XP, and we cannot go reverse back because we don't have any feature yet. Let's say I already completed a lesson, and then I cannot just go to the older stage. Let's say I just cancel the computation or something like that, then we will refill that. So there will be no feature like that. Maybe in the future, if we add that, then we also have to add those mechanism in our APIs, so that we can revert the changes. Then that time we have to decrease the total XP count, like minus from the lessons XP point, and also those current streak and longest streak need to be calculated again. So that's different. Other than that, these are like a simple way. And also you can use this same way for like the streak management and also the progress logging. So these are like common stuff. If you have any gamifications applications, you can leverage this kind of design to build that. So these are the changes that's related to the table, and make sure you can sync with this particular commit. So now we are going to follow this particular commit, active course with progress service and controller and route added. So if we just go here, like the implemented project, you already saw in the active courses, we show the list of the purchased course with the progress. And also if we click on the continue button, it took us to the current lesson that the user or the learner actually completed last time. Not the completed lesson, but the next lesson after completed it. So for that case, we need 2 or 3 data, like the course details for each course, and then the course progress. Mostly we have to calculate the completed lesson and also the total lesson, so that we can find out the progress. And for the data, we can just look into the learning activity table. That's where we created, and we log all those information on that table. So we're going to use that table, learning activity. Then we're going to use the course enrollment table for find out the active courses, which will connect us to the course table for getting those course informations. And then we will need to find out the active course. So for that case, we already have that table, which is called learner progress, where we can track the next active table, next active lesson. So let's say someone completed a lesson, and then the next lesson will be the active lesson. So in this table, that's actually help to track that. So we also have to go to that table to find out the active lesson information, like the course ID, module ID, because it has like module ID, chapter ID, and the lesson ID. So when we got all those informations, now whenever we click from the continue button, it's gonna take us to that particular lesson page for the chapter, course, and following the hierarchy. So that's what we are gonna implement in that particular commit, or the API, you can say, because we need to build an API which we can bind in our courses list page. Right now you can see all this dummy data, but we need to call that API, which is gonna fetch all the active course from the course enrollment table, including all the data we need. So if I just go to the services, then you can see like commit, then you can see we have the services, controller, and the routes, and then mostly we're going to use that route for fetching the API. So let's start with the learner activity service. We have to create a folder in our service. So let's go to the services, and let's create a folder called learning progress. And now we have to create that service file. Let's create that as well as, and let's bring whole code and paste that here. And also okay, we are getting some error with the repository. Let's see, we added those entity, like the newly created entity about learning progress in our repository. So we didn't add that, so we have to add them here, like this learner activity table, then progress, and the learner statistics. So let's save that. I think I missed that in from the previous commit. So yeah, these are the three repository that we need. And we're going to create a learner activity service class inherited from the base service. And our main entity is going to be like learner activity, because we are working with the learner activity, I can say. And we point out the learner activity repository. Then we will have one method, because this is the method that's going to fetch the list with all those informations. Like this service, this will be the service for fetching those data. Now in this particular method, we must have to provide the user ID, because if you saw in the learner dashboard, it's based on the user, like the learner. So we must need to provide the user ID for fetching all the active codes for that particular user. So that's why the ID is important here. Now we created a variable like course with progress, where we're gonna find a list. So that's mean the list will be the active course list with the course information. And also, as we need the total count for a particular course, like the total count of lessons as well as the total count of completed lessons. So for that case, we need a complete list. On that list, it will be all the courses which the user actually enrolled. So for that case, we have to visit to the course enrollment repository or the course enrollment, right? So that's why we're just trying to start with the query with course enrollment repository. And we created the query builder with the name of enrollment, because in the enrollment repository, like the table, we have those ID, like which user purchased which course. And that table also connected with the courses, so that if we just go to that table, find out the list, then we can also find out the course details information. That's what we did here. We started that query and we left join with the course. So if you just simply go to the course enrollment table, then you can see we have a property called course, or like a column, and where we just add that is like a join column. So now when we use like enrollment.course, we will get the course informations alongside with all those information. Let's say when we fetch from the course enrollment table, we got the ID, user, course ID, status, all this field. Now if we just try to find out the information about course, then we can just use this left join and select, then we can just find out the course information. Now we have all the active, at least in the second line. Now we have to find out those count. Let's say the first count is like the total lesson, second count is completed lesson, and also another one is total XP earned. So this is kind of like the aggregation, and that's why we can say it's like a complex big query combined with the aggregation query. So now as we have the list of the courses with the details, now we can just simply go to aggregate from that course, because the course is also related to the lessons. That's mean we will get the lesson ID. Now we can go to our desired table to find out those information. Let's say for the first subquery, so this is how we add like subquery, add select, so that we can add a new column in the whole list, which is going to be like total lesson. And then in that add select, we'll have a callback functions, which is going to return some data. And for the subquery, we have to use like subquery.select or then other query stuff. So in the subquery.select, we have to find out the count. So the count will be lesson.id. That's mean we are gonna count the lesson row from where. That's why we just added like from, and it's going to be for the lesson. So let's say if we go to the course enrollment, we have the course. So now if we go to the course, then it also tagged with lesson. You can see like the course is tagged with like lessons. And if you go to the lesson, then you will see the course here, the course ID and then course. That's mean everything is connected. So for that case, that's why we have to define that we are going to find out from the lesson table, and the course ID will be like, you can see like lesson.course ID equal to enrollment.course ID. That means we have the enrollment course ID in the particular row. We use that ID, and from the lesson we will get the course ID as well. Then we compare that in the where condition, and also we are added a status check, like the published status or not. So based on all this check, we need that particular lesson count for that particular single course. Let's say we have 10 course, then it will go one by one course and try to aggregate the query to the lesson, and then combine with the lesson ID with the enrollment.course ID, then it's going to find the total count of the lesson. So that's what happened here. And then we have the second aggregation with this using the same way like the subquery. Now we are looking into the learner activity table. So here you can see from in the form method, we provided argument. The first argument is going to be the entity. So let's say if I just go to the lesson, then you can see the lesson entity is kind of like a bigger class. So type ORM will automatically able to detect that. So when I use like lesson, it's going to refer the lesson table, and when I use like lesson.course id, that's mean we provided that lesson table as a name of like lesson. It's kind of alias, you can say, and with this name we use here like lesson.course id. That's mean it's gonna go with like from the lesson table the course id. The same thing will happen here. So the learner activity, we have to target the learner activity table. We name it activity, and then from the activity.course id, let's say if you go to the learner activity, we'll see the id course id, and we're going to combine that with like the enrollment dot. So we're going to compare that with the enrollment.course id, because as you saw from this list, like here in the left join, we get all the course list. Now we just have to check with the course id with the course id from any table that we can check. So for our case, like as in the total lesson, we check from the lesson table. Now for the completed lesson, we have to check from the learner activity table, and also we have to provide it user id, otherwise we're not going to find out the user specific information. So for that case, in the where condition, we have to first check the course id, and then we have to check the user id. So activity.user id, even I just go to the activity table, then you can see we have a user id column. Then we can check that with the user id we found from the argument. So with all this where condition, now we will get all the completed lesson, and this is in the same query. So let's say if you don't use like this way subquery stuff or like aggregation stuff, then you can see how many lines of code you have to write in the server side to go to those table, find out those informations, put that into the query. That's like a huge unoptimized service. So then when we have the completed lesson and the total lesson from the front end, we can just find out the progress, and also if we want, we can also return the progress from the backend, because we got the completed lesson and the total lesson. Now if we just divided the completed lesson divided by total lesson, then we will get that particular progress with the 100 multiply. Now we have another one which is going to be like total xp earned, because if you saw from the UI, we have a small information here like total xp. We are showing that. For that case, we also need to find out total xp, and that's also can be retrieved from the learner activity table, because in the learner activity table we have the xp earned. So whenever a new lesson complete, we provide all those informations like xp earned, date, and module id, chapter id, lesson id. So now in the learner activity table, based on the user id, there are tons of lesson that could be completed. Now we could just simply aggregate that to find out the count, like the sum. That's why you can see we use like subquery.select sum activity.xp earned, and we're using the same table because we already declared that here. So that's why we don't have to provide like the form. I already added that like the form, but yeah, we name it activity, so we can use that here. So this is the sum going to be for like activity.xp earn property, and it's gonna like kind of a reduce function in JavaScript, which actually is the data from the row, and we are gonna name that with like total xp earn. That's going to be our property name, and then it's going to be like from the learner activity table, and we name it like activity, and we also have to provide the course id and the user id so that we can get the specific data, and then it's gonna store into the total xp earn. Now we will have total lessons, completed lesson, and also total xp earn with the data. The data is like the course list, and there will be 3 more property that actually uses all this subquery to find out those data, and then ultimately from the list of the course that's come from the course enrollment table, we have to check with the user id, so that we didn't just fetch all those user informations. Instead we will filter with the user id, and then we are gonna filter with the status, like the courses is all like the enrollment status should be active, and after that we cache that for 30 seconds. Let's say within 30 seconds, if someone just try to fetch them that again, then we're just gonna give the execution from the cache, and we need get raw many so that we can get all the list. Now with this query, we will have all the course list with the progress, with the total lesson count, xp count, and all those. So now we need another information, which is for the continue button. So whenever we click on the continue button, it should take us to the particular active course, and you already know that in the learner activity table we provide or we insert every log, but if we just go to the learner activity table and try to find out the last log or like the last information for a particular course, we can do that, but it's going to be like a huge like unoptimized query, because in the learner activity is the log table. If we just now go to search and filter, because it's need to be applied a lot of filter, because we have to provide the course id and the user id, and then we have to go to the last lesson, then we have to find out all those information. So what we can do is like we have alternative way like learner progress table, where we provide or insert the next active lesson. Let's say someone completed, we inserted the data into the learner activity table, and we find out the next lesson with the chapter id, course id, module id, and then we insert that in our learner progress. So we're going to see those implementation, but that's the way we are going to work. So for that case, we can track learner progress with a very minimal way. Now we can just go to the learner progress table, which is very light table, and we will see for a particular learner, for a particular course, we will get all those module id, chapter id, and this lesson id. So now we need those information of like module id, chapter id, and lesson id, so that whenever we click on the continue button, we can use those id in the route, and we can just simply go to that particular lesson. So for that case, here we just trying to find out all the courses id in a array, so that we can use that array to find out for each course, we can find out all those corresponding active or next lesson. So here you can see in the second line we have the learner progress list, which is going to be the list, and we are using learner progress repository to find out those information. So let's say if we have the course IDs, then we're gonna map through that course ID to provide the where condition, like so that the learner progress can filter based on the user ID and the course ID. That's mean in the learner progress we cannot just go through the list of the data. Instead, we will go by the user ID and the course ID, so that we can filter some data. And after that, we have to select the course ID, module ID, chapter ID, and lesson ID. So that's mean now from this course ID, like the course list, course with progress, we retrieve those course ID. Then we go to the learner progress repository, and then we put those course ID to find out all those course like the active lesson for each particular course, and then we will get that list here, learner progress list. Now finally, when we collected all those informations, let's say from this query we got some informations, then from the learner progress list we got the course id with all those information. So now we have to prepare a complete object that we can pass in the response, so that from the front end we can use them to show our UI properly. So for that case, we need to prepare that object. You can see in the return we are using a map, and the map is going to be from the course with progress, the main array that we found here in the query builder, and we executed that inline like await the create query builder. And now if we just map through that, then we will get the total lesson. As I told you, that is going to create a new column or the new property on that particular object, but the data could be string, so we must need to make that a valid number. So we use like %, with the total lesson, completed lesson, total xpn, because when we aggregate here, so this value could become like a string. So for that case, we have to make that integer, so we use that parse. And then we need the progress info. So what's the progress info? It's about like the module id, chapter id that we found basically from here for each particular course, because each course only have one active lesson, cannot be like multiple, because an user goes to a course, they completed one, then the next one will be the active one, and it cannot be multiple. For that case, we will get the progress info by from the learner progress list, and we're going to find that from that particular table with the id, like the course id. So the p.course id, like the course id from here, is going to be matched with the data.enrollment course id. So where this value is coming from? So this enrollment course ID is actually coming from the enrollment table course ID. So we're gonna match that, and we're gonna find out that exact information like the module ID, chapter ID, and lesson ID. And then we in the main object we will provide the course ID. Then in the course object, we're going to also provide the course information like id, name, description, image, enroll link, and all those things. And then in the progress, which is going to be the main progress, like the total lesson, completed lesson, progress percentage, here you can see we calculated that. So we use the completed lesson, then we divided it with the total lesson, then we multiply with 100, so then we can get the exact percentage of the course. And then we also pass the total expand as a different property so that we can use all those information and show that in our UI. And then in the learner progress, if we have the progress informations, then we will just simply provide all those information, let's say module ID, chapter ID, lesson ID. And later when we get those data, we will just simply click on that button. We'll get those data from the list. We will just add those ID in the route, and we'll prepare the lesson page so that it can dynamically handle the UI. So for that case, we just added this service, and I think that's it. I believe you understand. I try to explain like line by line from here, and I believe you can understand this if you have the knowledge of the query builder and all those methods from the type ORM. Still, if you don't have, you can just grab that code, ask to Gemini to get knowledge about all this method. You can just dig into that. I tried to produce some explanation, and you can see it's provide really valid and also helpful knowledge. And if you are kind of very beginner, you can also ask more detail. So now we will get all the course list, active course list with the progress for this particular service. Now we can use this service to make a controller and the route. So let's do that. So I'm gonna go to the commit, and I think that's the routes. Let's add a controller. So we have to add that controller in the controller folder with the same convention. We don't have any folder called learning progress, and in that learning progress we can create a learner activity. And let's copy the controller code like this, and it will be like learner activity controller as usual controller we created earlier. Then we will have the method get learner active courses with progress. We must need to find out the user ID from the request.user, because the user ID we are not going to pass with the query or params. Instead, we are going to take that from the header after decoding the JWT token. And based on the user ID, we just simply have to call that method, and we'll get those data directly in the course with progress. And here we are just sending 200 success response to the client side. That's our controller. Now let's add our routes. So let's also create the same folder convention in the routes folder. So I'm just gonna copy that folder, and I'm gonna paste that in the routes. And here we have to change the route code. So let's also create a router for our learner activity routes. So we just name it this. In the router we have that. Then we have the controller, and in the routes we will have a route like slash courses, and we are using get learner active with progress, which we just added here. Now as we just used the user ID, we don't have anything to validate, so we can just simply pass no validation here. Now we have to use this router in our index file with a proper path. So let's go to the index.ts file. Then you can see in the endpoints we just added this endpoint like API slash learner slash activity. But if I just go to my code, then you can see we have a learner endpoints, we have public endpoints, we have admin endpoints. So we don't have to add that here because we already have the learner endpoint method. Now we can simply put that here, and we can also provide all those middleware that we need. So let's just grab the full path of that API like this, and we also need the particular validator is going to validate that the API is only accept the learner. So and then we have the learner activity router. That's mean API slash learner slash activity, and then course is gonna give us all the active course list with the progress, with the total XP that earned, and the current lesson that user should be. So I think that's it from our side about the API for find out all those active courses. Now we can use that API from the front end to get our desired result instead of showing all those dummy data. Let's also check from the documentation. Here you can see in the second step we have that section active course with progress implementation. So first we just added that dummy data, and then we used to implement like the service implementations that we already have done. Now we have to bind that particular things in the front end. So let's see, in our commit we don't have any code here for the front end. Maybe in the next code, try our next code. Let's commit this and go our next commit, which is going to be active course list. And you can see front end plus backend in the commit. That's mean we are using like we are binding the we are binding the backend with the front end. So let's open this particular commit, and here you can see we have changes. So for binding API, we just follow the same patterns like creating endpoint, then query, then hook. Then we just use that hook to fetch those information. So let's create an endpoint, so which is going to be like learner.ts. So let's create that in our front end. So in the front end src API endpoint, we will have a new file learner.ts. Okay, we already have that, and on that file we have to add a new endpoint which is going to be for the learner activity courses like this. Then the API will be like learner slash activity slash courses that we now recently created. Then we have to create the query, like the add the query which we can add in this particular file, which we already have that, and we have only one use get learner billing summary. Now we will have a new one which is for the active the progress. Now we also have to define the key. So let's see what key we define. So the key is like spring that. So this is going to be cache our data, and then we need to import our endpoint so that properly, and we are using like use query so that whenever we call this hook, it's gonna directly fetch that. And here you can see we have a settle time. We don't need that settle time because we already have a 5 minute. So I think 0 is good. It's gonna fetch every time, which I don't want. Then this hook needs to be used in our route. So we're kind of good with our hook. Then endpoint. Now we have to find out the UI here where we have done the dummy data. So we have to make that correct. And also what I can see, we have a page for the module, because whenever we click on the explore button, this is like port 5174. This is the implemented UI. So here we will have explore button and the continue button. So the continue button will take us to the current lesson, like the next lesson that the user need to complete, and the explore button will take to the module list where I can see the module. Then if I just click on the modules, then it's gonna bring us to the chapter list, and if I just click on the chapter, it's gonna show the chapter. So that's how we can just simply complete the flow. So for that case, we need to create the module page so that at least we can transfer that to the module page. And here in the active course list, we have to now call that query so that we can get those data, and we have to remove the dummy data. So let's go to that particular file and remove our dummy data bind. So that's a huge data set. So we just have to remove like this. And then in the dummy data, we are gonna call our query and we'll fetch the information. Under the controller, we will get the query here like this, and the data will be this here, not the dummy data. Fine. And also let's see if we have anything else. So we don't need that is loading, which is false. We can just remove that, and we're kind of with the upper one, and now we're getting some error like it could be undefined. So let's see. Yeah, we have to provide an empty array so that if the data got undefined, we can just pass an empty array here. So now this will fetch the information. So now if I just go and try to check, and then you can see now we have the same data in our implemented version with our local one. So this particular person like Hassan actually purchased these two courses. Now you saw in the earlier section that I purchased two courses which has the image and the course name was different. So what I did, I just changed those two courses with my dummy course information. Let's say in the website you saw that all this course has proper information like the modules created, then chapters and all those things. So and the course we created with the Lemonade Squeezy product was not properly configured, like the modules, chapter and all those things. So I used like a CD script or like a insertion script where I created some dummy data like this. So that's why you can see all these courses organized. But when I created the earlier one, which wasn't properly organized, so I just changed those ID from the database in the course enrollment table, because in the course enrollment table it's very easy. In that table you will have to add like the course ID and those other information. So you can just change those course ID, then the course will be different for a particular learner. So usually you don't have to do that if you create all those modules and chapters and lessons from the admin panel. But for saving the time, I just changed that to the courses that I created for the demo, and those courses have informations and not any image, but I think this will be kind of work as an image. And also when I run that script, it's gonna also insert all the data into the learner table as well as like the learner progress table so that I can see the progress. You can see here the progress is like 2 lesson completed within 81 lesson. So we're gonna also see that gradually, because if I just show you that in the fast, then you will not able to understand what's going on. So now we fetch all the active course. If we now just try to inspect and see the network time, try to refresh again, then we will see the data set that we prepare. So it's going to be like this activity that courses, and we will get a list of courses, and in that courses you will see the course information like this from the course table, and the course id, then learner progress, because this course has not started yet, so the progress is null. Sorry, the progress for the like next or active lesson is going to be null, and that's mean if we just go to the progress, all will be kind of like 0. So that's mean if I just come here, if we just click on the continue button, then it should not take us to the active lesson. Instead I think I can just provide the first lesson information. So right now I get like null because it's trying to calculate from the progress table, like in the learner progress table, and in the learner progress table we will not any data if someone hasn't started the course yet, because as per the strategy we insert learner progress table data when we completed any lesson, and this is the first lesson or like the course doesn't had started yet, so we have to handle that differently. From the front end side we will not show the continue button, instead we are going to show the explore button. You didn't even start it yet, so that's the logic we're going to add. Let's also see that we added that logic here not, because we are kind of done with that changes, and here in the active course we now can just simply comment out those you already saw that I comment out those button like the continue button and the next and all these buttons. So what I can do, just comment out that explore button, because as the active course now we will have those informations like course id, module id, chapter id, and all those things if the course is if not, then we have to use the course id to fetch all the module list whenever we click on the explore button. So let's go to activate active course, and here we have that explore button. Let's find that button here, and let's also comment that out. So we have to comment out like this because we have two buttons, and this first button like the continue button, we're going to implement that later, like the complication, because this is required the lesson page and we didn't have reach yet. We just implemented the course UI. Now we have to implement the module list, then we have to go chapter list, then we have to go to the lesson UI. So that's a long flow, so we have to complete one by one. So that's why I can just comment that out for now, and when our lesson page will be completed, like the lesson page is dynamic, so from the URL if we can provide all those id, then it's gonna fetch that lesson. So then we'll just use that button, and you can see the URL is also showing here. We're gonna complete that when we will have that particular lesson UI. And here you can see we have to send our user to the module page whenever a user click on the explore button, and we have to pass the course id so that on that page we can use that course id to fetch all the module for that particular course for the user. So for that case we have to create a new page, which you already saw here. So we have to create a new folder with the name like course id so that we can get the course id in our path, and in the courses folder we have index.tsx file in the route. Then we have a new folder which is going to be course id, which will create ultimately a new route pathway, and there we will have a module.tsx file. So let's create module.tsx file, and it's going to create our route. Let's also restart our server so that we can get the latest page, which is going to be learner modules. Now if I just try to hit and let's just refresh, okay, our active course page, now you can see the path error is gone from the active course component. Now if I just save, now we should see the explore button. Yes, now if I just click, then it should take us to the module page, and you can see from the URL we have courses slash course id slash module. That means we are going to use that course id to fetch all the modules, and the URL for the chapter will be kind of same, like module slash the modules id like 2 and like chapters. So when we hit like this URL, then it's going to fetch all the chapter using the course id and the module id from the table. And for the lesson, it's the URL will also going to be bigger, as you can see, like for the lesson we have learner, then courses, then the course ID, and the module ID, the chapter ID, and then the lesson. So when we hit that URL, it's gonna use all those ID from the URL from the query, like the params, then it's gonna fetch that particular lesson information, and that's how we can just use that. And how we will get those course ID, module ID, and chapter ID? We will get those like we recently implemented in the backend in the API. We provided the learner progress, like the current active lesson. You already saw that. So we'll get that from there. Right now, as if we don't start the course yet, let's say for this particular course, we will get the information. So let's go to that API response here. In the learner progress, you will get the current lesson information. Start with the chapter, then the module, then like the module, then chapter, then lesson, and we already have the course ID. So you can use these informations from the URL, and we can fetch the lesson information easily. So that's what we're gonna do. And so far we are kind of good with all the changes for this particular commit, and now we can just to go with the next commit. So let's start implementing this one. And if I show you from the UI side like how it will be, so whenever we go to export courses, then you can see we have the module list. Not only that, but when we click on that module list, we will get the chapter list for a particular module. And also let's see from the second course here, if we click again on the module list, we see the chapter list. You can see this one is completed, then this one is in progress. And when we click on that, we have the complete chapter list. That's mean all the lessons we can see. And when we go to a particular chapter, we can see the lesson content directly, and you can see we can submit the lessons. That's mean whenever we try to click on the continue button, we'll get to the current lesson. And when we click on the explore button, we should see the module list. And when we click a single module, we should see the chapter list with the progress. You can see the progress like 20% and total XP earned like 41%, 41 XP earned. Then if I just go back, then you can see the module progress is 5%, and the XP is the same as like the older. So these are the important UI that we need to build, which is part of our learning tracking. So if I just go to the doc, you can see in the step 3 module and chapter list with progress implementation. So that's what we are going to build, and this is pretty much simple, the similar with the one that we have built for the course list, where we calculate the progress including the course information and all those things. Now we have to do that for the module list as well as for the chapter list. So let's do that by following this commit, and let's also see from the start from the type changes, that what are the type changes we need. So we need is learner module params schema for the modules, because when we try to fetch module list, we have to use the course ID. You can see the URL path like course, then course ID, and then modules. So that's mean we have to validate the course ID with the validation of like ID. Then we have the chapter params, where we have to extend that module params, because we need course ID and the module ID in the chapter data fetch. And then we have the lesson params, and in that lesson params we will need course ID, module ID, and chapter ID. Let's say if I just go to the continue button, then you can see in the URL we have the course ID, then module ID, and the chapter ID, and then the lesson is showing is the current lesson. So for that case, we need to validate that those 3 ID, and that's why we need to add this schema so that we can use them in the backend side. So let's go to this common type file, and we can just add simply all this schema for the IDs. So whenever we need to validate like modules params, then we can just use that. Whenever we need for chapters, we will get the course ID and the module ID. Whenever we need the learner like lessons, we will get chapter, module, and course ID all together, as we are just extending from the parent one. So that's going to be the type changes. And now let's start to create our services as we created for the course progress. So now we will have 2 more service. One is going to be for the module list with progress, then another is going to be chapter list with progress, like this. So let's also bring the first code, which is going to be this one. So let's just also import all the repository that we need to use. Mostly we have to use the module repository. Earlier in the course section we used the course repository, and it's pretty similar. we are gonna look into the enrollment table first. Exactly what we did here. We looked into the enrollment table, and then we try to find out all the course list. But here we will do one thing, because we don't need all the courses, because now we are in the courses, because we provide course id. You can see here we provide the user id, we provide the course id, because module is part of the course under the course. So that's mean we have to find out that particular course. If we need the course informations, let's say user id, course id, and status, we provided, and we use the find one query to find out all the informations related to that particular enrollment course. And then if we don't have any enrollment course, that's mean we are trying to find out modules from the wrong course, because let's say someone provided a course id which they didn't purchase, so that's going to be problematic. They should not see the module list for that particular course. So that's why we have to add this logic. This is important logic to prevent anybody access any courses materials. After that, we have to find out the current module id from the learner progress. So you might thinking why we have to find out the current, because when we send the response to the client side, we have a property called isCurrent, and isCurrent is actually going to help to determine from the front end that which module is actually active. Let's say if I just go to the module list page now, if I say this is current, then we can only access that, or from the front end all the above module will be accessible. Let's say this one is current module, that's mean from this one to above all those modules will be accessible. So we are gonna add that logic in the front end, so that we can also show this kind of lock button without, like, below all those module which is not current. So the thing is it's like A, B, C, D, and let's say C is the current module. That's mean the D will be locked, but A and B will be active, or you can say these are complete. So that's the logic we're going to implement. So for that case, we need that particular current module, and you already know that we will get that from the learner progress repository. So whenever we start a course or we complete a lesson, we insert a row into the learner progress repository for the next lesson. So with that table, we will able to find the current module id, and later when we are trying to create a new object, as we did for the course list, so the same thing we'll have to do here. In the return statement, we are gonna return a good object, and in that object we will have a properties current, and in that property we're gonna check the module id with the module id that we found here when we fetch the list. So that's we're gonna check. And here, after we found the current module id, now we have to work with the query builder. That's what we did earlier in the course. So you can see we looked into the module repository, we created the query builder, we call it module, and we are gonna join with the inner table, because we must need to get the course information as well. As you can see, we use like course.name, that course.id, all those things we are trying to select them. So for that case, we have to join with the course so that we can also get the course informations. Then we also inner join with the lessons, including the lesson.module id equal to module.id, and lesson.status going to be lesson status, and we pass the lesson status here. The lesson status should be published. So why this is, because we will able to get all the lesson as well, as so that we can count that total lesson, and also we are gonna do the subquery for the lesson activity, like the learner activity, to find out the completed lesson to count for that module. After that, we just select the course name and the course id. This is for retrieving the course informations, as we are trying to visit from the module repository. Earlier we tried to visit from the enrollment repository, but in the module repository it has the course linked with. So that's mean we have to first go to the module repository, then we have to join with the course, and then we'll get the course informations, like you can see here, course id and the course name. Now we started the subquery with the same way. We use like lesson table here, from lesson table, and we name it lesson, and we are checking from the lesson.module id equal to module.id, the module id that we come from the module table. And we also added the where condition to check like the publish status of the lessons. And then we have the total lesson. That's the new object or property in the list, or like object we are gonna add, and we are gonna count that lesson based on the module ID that matched and also the status that matched. And now we have the total lesson as in the course list. Now we also have to find out the completed lesson, and that's actually belong to the learner activity table. As I already told, that's a log table, and we store the course ID, module ID, chapter ID, and the lesson ID. So we are going to check with the module ID with the current module, and then we're going to check with the user ID as well, as because that's important. Other than that, we will not able to fetch the learner information, and then we will get the completed lessons for that particular module. And then we are going to check the total XP earned, the same thing that we did earlier. Now we are looking into the activity table. We name it activity, then we're checking with the module and also filtering with the user. Then we'll get the total XP earned. And then we trying to add the filter for the course ID, because in the module list we also have a column for the course ID, so we must need to filter with the course ID for the learner side. And then we group by with the module ID, course ID, and course.name. And we're trying to check the lesson length should be more than 0, so that it only include module that have lesson. Other than that, it's not gonna include that. And also we are trying to sort that with the ascending order. That's from the position, because you already saw when we create modules from the admin panel, we can position it, and we can also reorder that. So that's why we must need to order by with the positions. And then we cache it for 30 seconds, and we just call the get raw many as a similar with the course list, the progress. And when that's done, that's mean in the module with progress, we will get the list of the modules that have lessons, and we will get total lessons. We'll get completed lesson and total XP earned, including all the course related informations. Now we need to prepare that object that we can just send that to the client side. That's mean the array of object. So in the modules with progress, we map that. We've make the first integer with total lessons, completed lesson, and the total XP on as we did in the course list. And then we have the ID for the module ID, module name. Then we have the module description. Icon is important because module have the icon, the position, status, and some other field. And we also need the course information, so we created that property and we added those information from that inner join that we did here. And then the is current. And the most important one is the progress that we will be show here like this. So we must need the progress. So for that case, total lesson we already got, completed lesson, and progress percentage, the same logic, completed lesson divided by total lesson into 100 and total XP earned. That's it. So when we got that data, we are going to map that data and we will return the response with this, and we're just going to return the whole array on this particular service. So that's for the learner module with progress. Now if we just connect that with the controller and the route, then our API will be kind of ready. So now let's also look into the chapter list, because if I now just click on a particular module, then you can see we also loaded the chapter list for that particular modules as well as the progress. So for that case, we have to copy the second one, which is also pretty similar with the last one that we created for the module. Now we have to just create that for the chapter. So for that case, we have to go to the chapter repository and we have to inner join with the module, because as you saw, in the module section, we inner join with the course because we need the course information. Now we need to inner join with the module because for the chapter, its parent is module. Then we also gonna check with the lesson so that we can get the lesson list, and we have to find out the module informations. That's we did here. Then we need to find out the total lessons. They're the same things. Then we need the complete lesson. That's going to be from the learner activity. The total XP earned, that's also come from the learner activity. And after that, as you saw earlier, that we filter with the course ID with the module list. Now we have to filter with the course ID as well as with the module ID. And if you look into the function, then you can see this function will have the course ID and the module ID must needed, including the user ID. So we'll get those value, and then we just added the where condition to provide that. And also in the meantime, we also provided the user ID when we subquery that information, so that we will get all the learner information, not like whole chapter list. And then we have to group by with the as usual property like ID, module ID, and module.name. And then we are gonna check okay, we will only return those chapter which has lesson. Then we're gonna order with the positions, the same thing, and the cache and the get raw many. And now it's time to prepare the whole object, because in the client side we have to need some clean data. So we will have the total lesson, completed lesson, and all those value with the integer value. Then we have all those informations here, like the chapter information. Then now we need the module information. Let's say if you need course information, we can just add another join query with the course, because we already have the course ID as well as in the chapter table. Then is current property, which will detect like which chapter is in the current. That's mean the same logic. Let's say this one is the in progress. That's when you can see above all those chapter is kind of completed. So we can add that logic in the front end. For the module, you can see like it's the first one. But if we just in the third one, then all the module above it will be completed as you can see in the chapter list. So that's why we need to provide this current property, and most important, the progress with all those as usual value that we added earlier. So these are the two service that's going to be for two API. Now we are kind of good with the service. We can now just create those controller. So let's go to the commit. In this commit, let's go to the controller, and from the controller we already have that controller which is in the learn. So we already have the controller which is in the learner activity table controller. So let's go to learner activity controller and bring our two controller. You can see kind of similar pattern like the course with progress, and the implementation is also kind of same like we did for the CRUD applications. Like when we work with the module create, then chapter create, course create, all were similar in the service level. And the same thing we can see here as well, as when we are trying to fetch the list with the progress, the implementation pattern is pretty much similar. So here in the get learner module with progress controller, so here in the get learner modules with progress controller, we need to find out the user ID and the course ID from the params, and we are going to validate that in the route level. And when we have those two params, we can just simply call that particular service with those value, and it's going to give us the data, and then we're going to send that data to the client side. The same thing will happen for the chapter. We need the course ID and the module ID and the user ID. The user ID will come from the token, and these two value will come from the param. So we must need to validate that from the route side. And other than that, we will just call that service. We will get the data list. Now let's go to the routes and implement that. So we have that routes learning progress. Let's go to the file, and here we have to add two more route. So let's add those route, and also we will have those methods, service method, sorry, the controller method, and these are already added. And you can see the URL will have the params like course ID for the module, and for the chapters we will have the course ID as well as the module ID. And we have to use the validator here from the middleware and the schema that we created. So for the module, we created as learner modules which will have the course ID validation, and for the chapters we created as learner chapter params which will validate with the course ID and the module ID from the params. And you make sure you also provide params, not query. And when you provide that in the controller, you will able to get that from the request.params.course ID, something like that. And you can also add optional chaining. That's going to be pretty much good. And so far, these are the URL. And I think we are kind of good with the backend changes for the routes. And we have done our common changes, then services, controller, and also the route. So let's see we have missed anything or not from the routes. We have added these two things, and yeah, I think we are kind of good. Now we can navigate to our next commit. So our next commit is going to be like bind those API in the front end, and before that we are gonna do a little fix here. So this is the commit that we are now going to work. So in this commit, make sure you sync like modules chapter list with progress endpoints and query hook and redirection fixed after learner sign in. So whenever the learner sign in, let's say I logged out and I sign in, and I think it took us to the profile page, which I don't want. I want to take that to the courses page. So we have to fix that, including we have to add the endpoints for the newly created API and the query. So let's first fix the login issue. So we have to go to the navbar, because from the navbar we have that way to change the redirection of the login. So the line will be like 73 line. So here you can see whenever we just go to the learner panel, we are going to the profile. Instead we should go to the learner/courses route like this. Not only that, when we have sign in and we have a hook called use GitHub callback controller. this one. And in this controller, whenever we got that response from the backend side, we just simply navigate the learner to the profile page. But now we should navigate the learner to the courses page. And you can see for the admin, it's also navigating to the profile page. So we can just navigate them to the dashboard page when our admin dashboard will be implemented. But for now, we have to navigate to the courses page for the learner. And I think that's the two changes that we can just simply implement. Now if I just go to the website, now click on the learner panel, now you can see we are just in the courses page. Let's say just logged out and sign in again. Now we should navigate to the courses page directly. That's it. So that's what I want to achieve. So we're kind of done with the navbar change, then the hook change. Now we have to create those endpoints that we as usually do for before we bind the API. So we have to go to the learner endpoints that we created earlier for the course list. You can see we have the learner active courses and also bidding summary API. Now we will have two more. One is going to be for the modules and another is going to be for the chapters. And for the module, we have the course ID, and for the chapter, we must need to provide the course ID and the module ID. And there will be for the lesson as well, as where we have to provide three ID like course ID, module ID, and the chapter ID. And then we will have the query here. So let's go to the query, and we have to build two query. I think we can use query for that. So let's grab those two query, and you can see we use like the use query because whenever we go to the page, let's say we come to this page and we have to load those informations, so we can just simply use the use query hook here. And also we need to add keys, so let's check what are the keys we added. So these are the two keys that we added, so let's also bring these two keys here. And the keys need ID because when we fetch module ID, we must need to provide the course ID, so that based on the learner, modules, and course ID is going to cache the data for the module list. For the chapters, we also need the course ID and the module ID for cache the specific course, modules, chapters with the 10-step query. So make sure you create a functions and provide these two arguments. So whenever you use this query key, you have to provide those ID like this. So for the module, we provided the course ID, that's where coming from the argument, that's when we use like the query. And then we have to import the API and also the type that we're gonna get in response, module type. And the settle time, we can just maybe okay, I think this one is important. Let's say someone completed a course, or sorry, let's say someone completed a lesson. So if we just not use the settle time to 0, then what will happen? If we just come back on this page, then we will see the older data, will not see the latest data, because the data coming from the cache, and whenever you come to that page again, the data will come from the cache. It's not going to fetch the API. So for that case, we must need to add this settle time 0, and I think I also have to add that in the active course list, because let's say we completed a course. Let's say I just go to the continue here, like this one is a particular lesson. Now if I just submit that lesson, that's mean we completed that lesson. And we also need to update it our module list, chapter list progress, including the course list progress. So if I don't add the settle time to 0, like which will eventually refetch after the query keys trigger, then we'll lose the new data. Let's say if I didn't add the settle time to 0, that means it's gonna wait for the 5 minutes, and after 5 minutes it's gonna fetch the data. So, or I have to wholly refresh the whole page, so which is bad user experience. So for that case, some of the API we have which need to be fetched within, like there will be no caching stuff. So that's why we have to add the settle time to 0 for the active course query as well as and we should not remove that settle time to 0 to like use get learner modules query. And my bad, I'm just pronouncing it like settle time, it should be stell time. So the use get learner modules query, that's gonna fetch with the module. The same thing happen here, and the time will be like 0. That's when we're directly gonna refetch that whenever the query trigger, like the key trigger, and also the course ID changed. And the same thing will be for the chapter query, and also we have to provide the chapter list type, and the dependency for this particular trigger will be course ID and the module ID, so that whenever these two values change, we will refetch. So that's mean if we just create a page where we will look into the ID from the URL, then we can call the query, pass those ID, and it's gonna fetch the data, because in the enable we added those IDs. So that's how beautiful it is with 10-stack router work with, because that's way we can simply abstract a lot of layer, and from the component level we can just simply call those hook, passing those value, and it's gonna fetch the data and it will provide all the data. So we are kind of good with our this commit, and we have I think 4 file changes, and I think I have done all those files. Now we can navigate to our next. So in our next commit, this one, module chapter list with progress, we have to now bind that particular API. I think we have done this, like module chapter list progress endpoint and redirection fix. So we have to now go to this commit, active modules chapter list and others completed. That's mean now we are gonna bind those two API, and also we need to create the UI. Right now if we go to explore button, we have only the module page. We don't have the module list page UI like we have this UI, including the chapter list UI. We don't have those UI. So when I created those UI, as I told you earlier, that I generated the UI from AI code. So let's now focus on the UI first. Let's break down what we need to do for the UI. So we will have the card. That means we will need a common card that's gonna be mapped through the list. And then we will have the header where we will have the progress and the XPR. The same header we're gonna use in the chapter list as well, as with the back button where we will have the title, then progress bar, then all those information. That means it's pretty much similar UI. The card UI is kind of different. You can see the changes or like the difference. So that's what we have to do. So if you look at the commit, then you can see we have a chapter card and also we have a module card. So let's also see from the common component. So we have the components, and inside that common we already have some. Now we have to create a folder called cards, because these are related to cards, so we can just put that in the cards folder. And also in the learner/course we will need components for the list, like for the course chapters, then course modules, and we have like materials progress. So that's a new component. I'm not sure that we already have that or not. I think we rename that to material progress.tsx to I think something like this. So if I just go again on this file like this, and then you can see this one got changed. Like it was earlier course modules.tsx under the course list. So if I just go to the course folder from the component, I think from the learner active courses, or maybe from the admin. Let's try to see. From the admin we have nothing. Okay, let's see from the website, admin, common, and the website we have course, and in that course, yeah, this one, like course module. So if I just go to the website and go in the module list here, you can see the similar UI, the similar card for the website. So what if we can just reuse that card and make it common, so that we can use that both place, let's say for the website as well as for the list of the module list. So for that case, we can just simply rename that or move that to our common/cards folder, where we can put those two cards and we can use that there. And also we already have that data. So let's just create those file and bring all those coded. So let's first create the cards folder in our common folder. So inside that common folder we have to create like cards, and we have to create our first card, which is going to be the chapter card. So let's create our chapter card and let's bring all the code, and it's UI related code, so I think you will be able to understand what's going on there by just providing that to Gemini or any LLM. So I think I don't have much to explain here. Mostly if I just go to the chapter list, then you can see that it has the title and the description and the sort of a progress bar with the status. Now you can see the progress bar also got broken here, so I'm gonna fix that later. But you can see that progress bar just got a little bit top, should be middle of or like center of that particular circle. So we're gonna fix that. But these are the UI. That's I think the code is generated earlier with the AI. And we will have some props, because this card needs props like title, descriptions, that the progress and also status, and based on the progress and status we will show the colors in the background and all those things. So this is what we did here. We used like the lesson number and the progress, like mostly the progress, and based on the progress and the status, if the status got complete, we will return all this style and also icon, like the icon here. You can see the check mark icon, then here you can see the pause icon, you can see the lock icon. So we have 3 stages, then one stage for the complete, in progress, and locked. So we just define all the design here, then based on the status we just retrieve all those informations and we render that information. And we also have to add that logic. Let's say if the data is like locked, then we have to check. So the status will have the locked property. So if the status is locked, we are not gonna able to navigate or click that particular card. And also other than that, we just apply the status, like the design classes based on the status. And then we have the icon, because you already saw in the module list, we must need to show the icon because the icon is important here. But it's a chapter card, so mostly we don't have that icon. Let's say if I just go to the chapter, you can see we don't have any icon. This is basically this icon, like the lock icon and the count. And then we have the description and the title and a SVG circle. That's gonna help us to get this kind of UI. It's basically the SVG, and here you can just add that stroke dash offset. This is very simple. You can just ask to Gemini to provide you a circular progress, and it's gonna give you a code, and you can make that size bigger and smaller. If you just ask to make that dynamic, then it's gonna make a dynamic component which you can just use to make the circular progress. And other than that, we have the progress text and the status text. So this is a pretty simple chapter card. And now we need to create module card. And you can see if I just collapse, the older one was in the module card. So we have to bring that module card here. So let's go to the website component. So if I just go to website and then course, then we have module card. So we just have to bring that in the common cards. So if I just bring that here, the component is same. And here in the module page, course module, which is the list component, the import need to be changed, so make sure you also change that. Other than that, the component should be same. Let's also double check the component code. In the module card, we also change something. Not just simply move here, we also change something. So we added 3 more property here. So let's add them, like the props, not property. So in those props we will have isLearner. So I think this will be here. And the interface should be updated as well as based on the props, and I don't see any changes. I think we already have added those in the props. Yeah, so now we just simply destructure from the component props and we have to use them here. And also we need the navigation, because whenever we click on that particular card from the list of the module list, we have to navigate to somewhere. So for that case we need the navigation. So let's also import that. The use navigate will come from 10 stack React router, and then we have to add the on click method. We already have the card. Let's say if I just go to the website, then you can see all those module card shows like unlocked. You can see, sorry, shows like locked. That's mean we have to make down click working so that we can get those data like locked, unlocked, the correct data. And here you can see when I have purchased or enrolled a course, the UI will be like this, and you can see that locked icon is gone. Now if I just click, then it should take us to that particular module, and we will see the chapter list for that module. And if I just continue learning, then it's gonna take us to that particular thing. So the same thing will happen like here. So whenever we try to click continue, it's gonna take us to the current lesson. The same thing will reflect here as well as. So for that case, we need to update that particular changes. So mostly the on click function for the module card. So let's go to the module card, and in the on click, that was empty. Now we have to correct that. And as we go to the chapter list, now we also need a chapter list page. Right now we don't have, so let's just create that chapter list page, and that's going to be inside of our course folder from the layout. So let's go to the course folder, which will have like the $ course ID. So if I just go to the routes, and in the learner side we have the layout and courses. Inside that courses we have the course ID with the $. Now we will have another folder which is going to be like module ID, so that we can also add that route module inside of that URL. And in that module ID page we need the chapter.tsx file, which is the new page for our chapter list, and that's the URL that's gonna point here. That's, you can see the error actually gone whenever I created the page. And when we navigate to that page, if you saw the structure for visiting this page, we need the course ID and the module ID in the URL params. So for that case, in the module card, we also have to pass those two value in the params, and we'll get those value directly from the item. Let's say whenever we are rendering module card, in the module card information, we'll get the course ID and the module ID. And also we have to restart the server, because otherwise as we're running the front end, back end, and all the package together continuously syncing, so that's why the 10 stack void is not able to track the new pages, so it's give us like 404. But now it should not give that. We should get the page. That's mean our page is also done here. Let's just simply grab the code for the chapter list. But before that, we also have to add the chapter list component, because we just only added the chapter card, which is not enough, because the chapter card need to be rendered in a list. So for that case, we need a chapter list. So you can say like chapter list, but I added like course chapters.tsx, which is, by the way, the chapter list, and also added the course modules.tsx for the module list, because we have the module card and also the chapter card. And the module list will come from the website. You can see in the website we have the course modules.tsx, so we can bring that. But here I think I created a new one, because the UI is a big change, because we have the progress bar and some other things, so we cannot just reuse that. So for that case, we just need to create a new one. So let's create the course chapter component first. So we're going to create that inside the learner folder from the component. So let's just create the course chapter.tsx, and also create course module.tsx, and let's bring all the code. So in the course chapter, this is also the UI related stuff, but we are going to use the chapter card using the list type, or like list props. Here you can see the list data, which is going to be like the chapter list, and it's coming from the iChapter card props, where you can see all those informations, progress, and IDs. And now if I just go to the list, then you can see here we just simply map through that particular chapters, and we provided all the information with the chapter card. That's it. And the on click will happen in that particular component. And here one thing you can see, we have a component called material progress. So the progress is like this one, particular progress with the information. So we need a common component as well as. So for that case, we reused some component, one component. So if I just let's also bring the module list course, then we can just jump into the next one. So in the course modules, let's just paste that code, and that's pretty similar. We just rendered the module card with the module list like this, and we added the materials progress, that's common component, so that we can see the progress bar with the information. Let's say in the progress bar we have to provide the title, then type. Let's say it's module, then we're gonna show different things. Let's say chapter, we can make sure like chapter progress. If you go to the chapter, then you see the chapter progress. In the module we can set like module progress. So this is coming from the type, and the name will be like the title, and the progress, and the XP and the on back, so that we can control this particular button, so let's create our material progress, or let's look into the changes like what we have done. So the material progress actually coming from the course module.tsx component. So if I just go and also see the changes, then you can see we have some tons of changes. We just remove that card, and we name that to material progress. So let's find out that component. So the component was in the website/course. So let's go to our website folder, then course. We have this course module.tsx. So let's rename that first to our desired one, which is going to be this one. Let's rename, and let's bring that into our, I think we can bring that in the common folder, but let's just bring that in the learner course. So we have the learner, then we have the course. Let's paste that here, and now our error should be gone. Let's also re-import again, and we also have to change the name. Right now it's showing course modules, so let's go to the changes and try to add those changes here. So what I'm just gonna do is go to the view file, so that I can bring the whole code. So let's copy the whole code and paste that, so that I don't have to find out the changes. And now you can see what are the changes we have done. We just remove the older code. We also remove the map render. Let's see from the here, like the kit changes. You can see we just remove all those things, because we added those things in the course modules like here. So now we don't need those here. Instead, we are just simply make that a progress component, because earlier we already have that progress UI code. Now we just remove that. We also remove that rendering things like the card rendering things from the module card. So now it's a pretty much a header with progress bar component. You can see here, like we have the name learner. Based on the learner, we're going to show that particular progress bar or not, or the title. And then we have the on back, which is going to be like the back control, then the type, XP on the progress, and all those things just simply placed here with those UI. And now we can just simply go to the file here and try to add the component from material progress. Let's also bring that here. We're getting error. Let's resolve that. So both of our course modules list and course chapter list using this material component, and then we are rendering the module card. In the chapter, we are rendering the chapter card. Now, as we change the file to material progress that was used earlier, now we also have to update that changes in our website courses page, let's say. Otherwise, our website UI will be broken. Let's say if I just go to website and go to the details, already getting the error. So in this particular list, we used earlier the course module, but the component is not there. So we have to update that as well. So if I just go to the changes, so we are kind of done with this change, and then in the website index.tsx, now we have to update some of the changes. So I think that's in the index.tsx file. Yeah. So, and I already get that error where we are not able to find the course modules and the module view colors. So let's remove those two things and try to re-import again from where we can just import them, because these are not coming from the material progress. These are coming from the course module, which is in the different folder. And also we will get the constant as well, as that's constant is for the colors, as I already discussed when I just developed the UI. So these are the changes, and I think the index file changes is kind of that. So we updated the input. Then we will also need to add some changes. So let's just see from the UI level that what are the changes we have done. So if I go to the learner panel, okay, we didn't also link up our course list with the module list page. So we also have to link that up so that we can actually navigate to our desired page. So what I'm gonna do is first look into the changes, and let's just apply those changes. So in the index.tsx file, like the changes from here, let's say if I just go to the website and the module list, now you can see the module list, but let's say we have to find out a course that we have purchased or enrolled. So this one is enrolled. Now whenever I click, it should take us to the chapter list because I'm clicking on the module. So that's the changes I have to add. For that case, let's also add the navigate hook in that index file, and we have to add the navigate hook here. So now from the website, we are gonna go to the panel, like for the learner panel. For that case, we have imported that you use navigate, and also we now need to add the navigate to the on preview as well as on the changes somewhere here. So this is like the on preview where we added the continue button. Let's see if I just go to the course header, and if I just go to the on preview, then you can see the on preview method is actually bind with the continue learning. But that's when if we provide the navigation stuff in the on preview, then we will able to go to that particular UI. So let's also add these changes. So here, that's mean whenever we will try to click on that continue learning, we will able to see the chapter list page for that particular modules. And you can see we are providing the course ID and slash modules. That's mean I think we're gonna go to that particular module list. Oh, I think it's this one in the header. We have the continue learning button, and whenever we click, it should take us to the module list particular course, and we added that. Let's try to check that. So let's refresh and click on that, and you can see we're coming from the website to the module list page, but our module list page does not have that component. So we're gonna add that, and we're gonna check the flow. And also we have to add some property here. Let's also go to the on enroll loading. Right now we only have the checkout loading, which is the loading, and we have to add some other property here. Let's just collapse back this one. So in the course module list render, let's just find out that here you can see we have only this property. Now we have to add the module ID, course ID, and the is learner property. So let's also add these two. Why these two is important? Because if I just go to the course module, then you can see we have the module card. Okay, And in the module card, we are also providing the props from the module. And if I just go to the module card, then you can see we use the navigate in the on click button. And if I go here, then you can see in the on click button, if we have the course ID, module ID, and if that's learner, if the module is not locked, we are just navigating to the learner to the chapter list page. So that's why we must need to provide that particular IDs here, like module ID and the course ID. So I believe you understand the flow here. So if I just show you from the UI level, you will understand better. So let's go to the website and go to our purchase code. So here you can see these are the modules. Now a learner logged in and he or she is logged in, he can go to the learner panel here, and he or she come back again in the website and trying to see the course. Now if she will see like the continue learning button here. So if he or she just click there, then it will take to the module list. But let's say if they just saw the lock icon every time, then that's like a bad experience. So they must need to show those modules that's unlocked, and also if they click on that particular module, it should take to them to the chapter list page because that's related. So for that case, we have to add this logic here. We already add that, and we already explain in the UI section. Now we just have to pass the IDs and the role, that okay, is that learner or not. If that's learner, then we're gonna able to show the unlock button, like we're not gonna show the lock button. But if not, that is always going to be like locked button, and we will not able to navigate to anywhere. So that's the logic from the website, and I think that's the changes also done from the website level. And I think that's it. We don't have to change anything else. We're kind of good with the website. Now we have to work with the module list, because if I just go to the module list, we don't have anything, and also the chapter list need to be completed. So if I just go to now the module list here, you can see all the changes. So let's also bring all the code. Mostly earlier that was like just the initial page. Now we have to call all those query and make that our UI. So let's go to the module list. So it's like module.tsx. We have to paste the return statement here, and we'll start with the navigate import, and the params will get the course ID from the params. Now we can just use that course ID to fetch our module list API. So like we are using this key and we are passing the course ID. And then let's say if we don't have any data, then we also need to show that no data found, and also is back need to be true. So we are checking from the data length and if we got any error. And then we will have to show the progress. That's important. So for that progress, as I told you earlier, we have that progress percentage, and we also need to check the overall progress. Like the progress is about like the each module progress. Now we need a overall progress so that we can show that here. Let's say if I just go here, then you can see this is the progress. Let's say this one in the explore. This progress is actually coming from all the progress sum, and from the API we are just only passing each progress of a item. And because in the front end we can just sum that, so we don't need to sum that in the backend side. So for that case, I just didn't sum that there. I just put all the module or all the chapters specific progress. The same thing happened with the XP, so we have to sum that in the front end side. So that's what we have done here. So in the module list, let's say in the I module, you can see that progress here. Let's say in this progress we have the total lessons, completed lesson, progress percentage, total XP earned. Now we can just simply reduce to some the value like the progress percentage, and we must have to divide that with the data length so that we can get the correct progress, and also overall all XP earned. So these are the two variable. You can use like use memo for memorizing the value, but I just make like a simple variable here. And then we already have the course module list component where we show the progress in the top and then render the module card. Now we have to provide the data to get the list. So I think this is the, let's find out. Yeah, this is a component. So here we just provide the on back. So whenever we click on the on back button from the module, then we should navigate to the list page, like course list, active course list page for this button. So that's what we added, and we have to add the progress. So the overall progress will come count from the module item, the XP earned that will show here, and also the module list. Now we have a thing, because in the module list we also have the locked unlocked feature. Let's say, as I told you earlier, based on is current property, we are gonna show all the unlocked item above from this current level, and bottom of that will be locked. So for that case, we need some sort of a common helper function that's gonna help to achieve that functionality, so that we can get those only locked or unlocked property. Like as you saw in the components, we have a status field, and on that status field in the module card, which is kind of like the locked, let's say in the locked property, based on that locked property, we are gonna show the locked icon, and also we are preventing the navigation as well as. So for that case, we need to prepare that, because in the backend side, if we also add that locked unlock feature or mechanism, then the server API will be a bit slow and unoptimized. So we can just simply use that in the front end to make our application work fine. So let's also go here and create our utility function, and if you go to the commit, then you will also see that new utilities in the helper, which is going to be marked as locked. That's mean we're gonna check that, and we're gonna make the item locked or unlocked. So it's going to be like utilities slash helper. So utilities slash helper, we have to create mark as locked component, and we have to bring our code like this and just try to see what's happening. So we are trying to find out the index for the current, like when the property has like the is current property. That's mean we can just find out the index, and then based on the index we can just make all the above index kind of unlocked, and the below index will be kind of locked. So that's a pretty simple logic that we implemented here. So based on the index, we are checking, okay, let's say all the item, we are mapping through the items, and we're checking that, okay, if the index is matching with that, or like greater than that, then we're gonna make that kind of like locked. Other than that, the locked will be false, and the locked property will be combined with the items, so that whenever we map through the data, we'll get the locked property like this. And let's just also import that, and now we can see we will get the property for locked module.locked here, and now we can use that inside that. We already used that when we develop the UI, so we don't have to do that. And in the icon, that's important, we already saw that how we can just use the icon name to like dynamic icon, where we can pass the icon name and we can see the icon from Lucid React icon. And also we have those colors constant from the component. Now we can just simply save that file and try to see the UI. Let's go to here, and it's working fine. So let's go to explore, and you can see we have the module list. The count or the progress is coming from the count from the item of that list, and the same thing happening for the XP earned, which is the count for the list. And now if I just click, then we can just go to the chapter list, and if I go to the website and try to go to our enroll course like this one, and let's say this module, now we also able to navigate to the chapter list page. So now if I just simply implement the chapter list, then we are kind of good with our flow, because our module list is working fine. So now let's implement our chapter list. Right now the chapter list page is empty, so let's go to the chapters.tsx and bring the whole code, so that we will be able to finish our chapter list UI. So if I just now go to there, and okay, I think let's just bring the return statement code, or like the component code, not the whole thing, because the path could be changed for that particular page, and also import all the necessary stuff. I think you already understand the pattern, because it's pretty similar. We build a component for the card, then we created the component for the list, and we just use that list in our page. That's it. Just calling the API query, like the course ID and module ID, passing through that query, like get learner chapters API. And then if we have the data, we're going to show the data. If we don't have the data, we're just trying to show the no data found. And one thing we did here, like total XP earned and overall progress. So this is something that I was talking about in the module list. We can do the use memo, and we can memorize this value, and we can do that a better way. That's what we did here. So there is a two separate way. So you can just check and compare, like we have an alternative and better way to use that value. So we use like use memo, and inside that use memo, we're checking the data, and also use memo need the dependency. So whenever the data change or the is errors change, so we're gonna just recalculate those value again. So we are doing the same thing, like calculating the total XP and the overall progress, but with a good or optimized way. Like we loop through only once. But if you go to the module, then you can see I'm in the wrong page. Like in the module.tsx page, then you can see I have used the loop twice. which is not a good. But here you can see I have just used the loop once, like data.reduce, and then with that I have calculated like total completed, then total lessons, then total XP for each item. Then I just find out the overall progress by divided with the total lesson by multiplying with the 100. So that's all this value, because if you just see from the UI, then we have the chapter list with the progress. So we also have to find out those items value, like total lessons, total completed lesson, and then we have to count that from the overall perspective. So that's what we have done here. And then we need the course chapters components, passing the on back. Let's say from here, if we just click on the back, now we should provide those ID, like the module ID, and we should navigate to the module list page. So for that case, we have to call that course ID, then module, then we have to pass the course ID, and the course ID we will get from the item. That's not a important step, because the course ID also can be retrieved from the URL path, like here you can see from the route we can use the course ID as well as. And then in the course chapters, that's the component that we created. So we have to provide the chapters, and when we provide the chapter, we have to also modify the data to add a new property, which is actually the locked property. And based on the locked property, we added that for the module, and we also have to add that for the chapter. You can see that status, and in the chapter mostly we have the status field. Let's say if I just go to chapter list, and in the chapter card you can see we have a status, chapter.status. So if I go to the chapter card and if I go to the status, then based on the status, all the UI and all those things are changed, like the locked or whatever. So we must need to provide the status, and the status also need to be locked when the data is actually not yet started. So in the chapter file, here, so we have called that utility function. We provided the data, we mapped through it, and we provided the title, description, status. Let's say if the chapter progress is going to be 100%, that's mean the chapter is complete. If the chapter is locked, then we have to provide the locked status. If not, then we can say it's a in progress chapter. So the same thing for the lesson number, which is going to be the positions, and the progress is going to be from the progress, the chapter each progress, and IDs. These are the important stuff, because this will help to navigate to the lesson page, because when we go to the lesson page, we will need course ID, module ID, and the chapter ID. And based on that, we are going to send that to the navigate to the lesson page. Let's also go to here and find out those IDs. Here you can see we didn't add them. Let's also go back to the chapters and see IDs. So we have an IDs property. Let's see that we have that here or not. So we don't have that here yet. I think let's go to the chapters here. So we don't have that yet, but in the future, when we implement the lesson page, we must need to use those ID here, and then we also have to pass those ID in our chapter card, so that whenever we click on a particular chapter, let's say this one, we can go to the lesson list or the current lesson, like this one, and you can see the ID we found in the URL is coming from the list item. So now if we just go and see, our UI is working, but whenever we click on a particular chapter, nothing is happening because we didn't create the current lesson and all those things. So that's it so far. We now have to create the next step, but these are the only changes that we need, and we are just passing the ID for now for the future use case. And so far we are kind of done with our changes for the UI. Let's now test our UI manually. So if I just now go to the courses page and refresh, then you can see we have explore button. We don't have the continue button yet because we didn't implement the lesson yet, because the button is needed when our lesson is implemented. Whenever I click on the continue, it should take us to that particular lesson, like the active lesson. So now if I just click on the explore button, then we can see the module list and also the locked and unlocked version. And if I just click those unlocked UI, nothing is happening. And if I click the locked UI, nothing is happening. If I click the unlocked version, then I can go to the chapter list, and then in the chapter list, if I click, nothing happening because I didn't add that lesson pointer so that we can navigate to the lesson page, but the chapter list page is working fine. So far we can also see the progress, 25% progress for the chapters. Now you might thinking why the module progress is 6% and the chapter progress is 25%. Ultimately the percentage should be same because the material is same. So yeah, I think I have some maybe issue with that calculation, I'm going to fix that. I think I already fixed that in the future commit, so you can also see that there. And if you just able to find out that bug, then you can just fix that directly from here. So we are kind of good with this commit. Now we can just navigate to our next commit. So I think that was the commit, so let's also recheck. Yeah, so yeah, that's the commit we just worked. If I just find out the commit, I'm not able to find out the commit, so let's copy again, try to find that again. I think the copy does not work, so let's copy again and check. That's very weird. So that's the commit, and if I search, yeah, we're kind of good. So we are in this stage. That's the commit. Make sure you sync with this section. So now you can see if we click on a chapter card, any of the card, nothing is happening. If we go to the implemented one, so whenever we click on a chapter, if the chapter is completed by the learner, then we see all the lesson list that's completed by the learner. And if the chapter is not completed, then it should navigate to the current lesson page. And you can see this is the current lesson. And also we have this sort of progress that's make sure that how many lesson we have in a particular chapter. For example, if I just go back, then this one, ML Fundamental Chapter 2, we have total 5 lessons. And whenever we completed a lesson, you can see the progress actually changed. And also when that's done fully, then we can just simply see the lesson list. So now we have to implement the whole functionality about lessons. For that case, we are going to follow this commit, started from this commit, because we are kind of done with our module list as well as the chapter list, and also we completed the active course list UI and also the data paint. So we are kind of like in the last stage of learning tracking and submit the learning from the learner side. So we have to implement that lesson page. So we are going to follow this commit, and let's start with this commit like current lesson API, front-end endpoints, query hook and type. That means we are going to build the API for that. So let's just show you again. Let's say if I just go to the chapter, any chapter, let's say no, it's like already completed, so we should see the chapter list. But if I go to the chapter which is in progress, now it brings us to the current lesson, and you can see from the URL we have the module ID, course ID and the chapter ID and then lesson. So whenever we use those ID, we can find out the current lesson. But how? As we already have the table in our database, which is called the learner progress, and in that learner progress, whenever any lesson completed, we just bring the next lesson as a current lesson to track the learner progress. That means whenever we try to just submit the lesson, then the next lesson ID and all those module, chapter and course ID will be inserted with the next lesson ID into the learner progress table. And whenever we need to find out the database for the current lesson, we will just provide the course ID, module ID and the chapter ID, and then we will fetch that API which will provide us the current lesson informations. So that's the goal for now. And also it's a bit trickier API, that's or like the service we are gonna build, and it's also kind of super bigger than any of the services that we have already built. So let's look into the commit and see all the changes. So we are gonna follow the same service file, which is learner activity file, where we already added several services. And for the controller and route, we are going to follow the same. So let's go to our learner activity service, and now we have to add a new one. So in the learner activity service, as we are going to work with the lesson as well as the learner progress, so we will need learner progress repository and also lesson repository. So this is our function, like get learner current lesson, where we will provide the user ID, course ID, module ID and chapter ID. Based on all those information, we are going to fetch the current lesson for that course, or maybe you can say chapter, or you can say module. So let's bring the whole code, and it's a bigger one that you can already, it's a huge query, because the lesson is not only lesson, as you saw earlier, that whenever we try to create a lesson, we also have to create lesson content link, and beside that we also have to create quizzes to tag with the lesson. So that means, so whenever we are gonna fetch the lesson content or fetch the lesson, then we also have to fetch those two things. Let's say lesson content if the lesson type is theory or coding, or let's say if the lesson type is quiz, then we also have to the quizzes and all those options, and those need to be showcased in the UI, and also user able to select them, validate them, as well as. So that's what we need. And let's bring the method and paste that. You can see there are tons of import statement we need. So, and also we need a helper or like private method which is gonna help us to check that is the current lesson is locked or not. Let's say someone find the ID from here, and they just try to, let's say someone just find out the ID of the lesson and which is not accessible for that particular learner, or the user even doesn't enroll the course. So if they just provide those ID in the URL, then they should not see those lessons content. So we also have to prevent that. So for that case, we can say that's say locked or unlocked, something like that. So let's say if the lesson is kind of unlocked, then we are not gonna show that to the learner. And that's also not one case. There is another case. Let's say learner is already enrolled a course and also got the current lesson. Now somehow learner just got the ID from the chapter 4. Let's say in the chapter 4 there is a lesson and the learner actually got the ID of that particular lesson. So if they try to hit that ID somehow, because when I click on the previous, we have an option to go to the previous lessons, and here you can see we can provide the lesson ID. So whenever we provide the lesson ID, we can also fetch that lesson information. So let's say learner know that ID, let's say the future lesson ID, and they provided that here. So if that's so, then we should not able to give that access of that particular lesson because it's a future lesson, and we can say that's a locked lesson. So that's why we also have to prevent those AS cases. So now also let's look into the comment that how many method we have left so far. So I think there is two method. One is going to be the method for the service, another is kind of helper method, but it's private, which is this one is lesson locked. That's I already discussed here. So let's try to get rid of from all those error. And also we use like markdown services, like you already saw when we fetch the drop down data, we can also get the markdown content to preview that content in the UI. So we also need to implement the same thing here, because you can see whenever we go to a lessons, we can also have to show that markdown content that we added for that particular lessons. So all those things like quizzes, markdown content, video, and then lesson information, so all need to be compact here with the API so that we can just show that here directly. So that's the goal. So now let's look into the method, the main method. So first of all, we have to check the main thing, like the course ID is actually in the enrolled list or not. Let's say for the learner or the user, is the course is actually enrolled or not. If not, then we must need to throw the error that the course is not enrolled. So that's the first check, and that's the important check. The second one is we have to check that I already told you that in the learner progress repository, we will have the current lesson data. So that means we have to find out the current lesson ID. If we don't have any ID, let's say for a particular user, because you can see we are providing the user ID and the course ID, and we are trying to find out the lesson ID. So if we don't have any data in the learner progress repository with the user ID and course ID, that means it's the first item, or like it's the course that does not started yet. Because if someone started a course, then they might be complete a particular lesson, and whenever someone complete a lesson, then we will store the next lesson as a current lesson. But in our table, we don't have any data. That means the course doesn't yet started yet. So for that case, we have to find out the current lesson, and based on that lesson, we will do some stuff. So let's say the lesson ID will be number, and if we don't have any lesson, then we're gonna do this. So that means we're gonna find out the first lesson, and how we're gonna fetch that? We will go to the lesson repository using the query builder. We name it lesson, and we're gonna go with the lesson ID to check from the lesson that match with the ID. And also we're gonna provide the chapter ID and the module ID, also the course ID, as well as the lesson status with all those value here in the where condition. And then we're trying to order by that particular lesson with the position, and we're gonna do that in ascending order, and we're gonna limit that with one data, and we're gonna get that one row. That's it. So we will try to fetch that first lesson information, and if we don't have any first lesson, that means there is like no lesson in the chapter. That's a different error. But if we have any lesson, then in the lesson ID we store that particular lesson ID, the first lesson ID. So this check is actually going to help us to find out the lesson ID, like which is going to be like the current lesson ID. Let's say if that's not the first, then we're going to do something else. If we have that first item, then we have to find out the first lesson from the position, because in the lesson list you already saw we have a positions, like that position actually maintain the order. That's mean when we will find out the first lesson, then we must need to do the ascending order of that particular position so that we can get the correct lesson. So that's why this check is also important to find out the first lesson if the course does not started yet. So let's say if I just try to go from let's say the course, this course is does not started yet. You can see there is 0 lesson completed, 81. Now if I just go to continue, then you can see we don't have any lesson, because that's a bug that needs to be fixed, because whenever we try to continue, click continue, or maybe the continue button will be hide, because it's kind of a new started course. You can just explore, and you have to start with the first one, which we can just simply render like this. So that's what I was trying to explain here. So we must need to fetch the first one if the course does not started, and the first one will be based on the lesson list position, because position is also an important factor. From the admin panel we can update the position. Now when we got the lesson ID, we just stored that in a local variable like this, and now we have to find or gather all the data. And now you might be thinking, like, what if we don't we have a lesson ID in our learner progress repository, like here current lesson ID? If so, then you can see, like in the else condition, we are just provided that lesson ID into the local lesson ID variable, like the current lesson ID from the database that we got from the learner progress repository based on the user ID and the course. That simple it is. That's mean in this lesson ID, either is first lesson or either is a lesson randomly, we will get that ID. That's mean the current lesson ID. Now we can use that lesson ID to fetch or like gather all the information that we need. So that's why we create a giant query builder with from the lesson repository, because we need all those informations. Then we inner join with the course, because lesson is related to the course module chapter. We inner join with 3 of them. Then we also left join with the lesson content link table, because you already know that the lesson could have lesson content link based on the type, but we have to left join so that we can get the data if we have that data in that lesson content table. And then we are trying to match with the lesson ID. You can see we are trying to match with all those value. Let's say from the course table, we are trying to match with the course ID with the lesson.course ID. Then module ID is going to be like lesson.module ID. I think you already understand. Then in the left join, we have to check with the lesson ID with the current lesson ID from the lesson table, and the table will be joined with the lesson underscore content link, and that table we will have lesson ID in the property. So if you just simply go to the entity, then you can see we already have that lesson ID in the table or entity. Then we left join with the quizzes, because we also need the quizzes information in a list, and we provided the lesson ID so that it join and find out all those information. We name it quizzes. Then also we need the quizzes option, like quiz options, because the quiz options is also stored in different table. That's mean we also have to find out those, and for that case we have to use the quiz ID, not the lesson ID, because in the quiz options we don't store the lesson ID, we just store the quiz ID. And as we already got the quiz ID in our quizzes list, so we can just simply left join again with the quiz options, providing the quiz option.quiz ID equal to quizzes.id, so that we will get all the quizzes options. Then we have the left join with the learner activity. Why is that? So that we can get the log of the learner with the lesson ID and also the user ID. And you can see we provided the user ID. Then it's time to select all the information that we need to select and compact in a list or in an object, something like that. So that's why we provided the select ID, and above all those things, these are kind of like gathering all those data, like left join, inner join, all those things. We are just trying to gather all the data from different tables. Now when that's done, we get some sort of data list, and then now we have to select some of the property that we are gonna need from the whole execution of the query. So what we are gonna do, we are just gonna pass all those lesson related things, like lesson.id is going to be like ID, name is going to be name, like these are all of that lesson detail. That related entity names, let's say we also need course information, so we have course name, module name, chapter name, like this property, it will be the property from the object, but it's coming from the course, module, chapter with this way. Then we also need progress data. Why progress data? Because you already saw we joined with the learner activity table, where we can see the log, and where we will have the XP earned and all those information. So we can just simply use that table, and if we need any data, we can also you can already see that we from the activity table we are using the XP earned, and we also need to provide that from the client side to the client side, so that in the client side we can also server side, or if we need that data we can use that somehow. And here you can see we also applied some sort of a check that from the activity table is the lesson is completed or not. Okay, then we have activity.created at as completed at. That's mean whenever that data inserted into that learner activity table, that's mean the data actually created or like completed, because whenever we completed data we actually insert in the log table. Then we have the content links. We added like content link id, title, url, and the url is important, which url we are going to use to fetch the markdown content information. Then the type and the positions. Now after that we have the quizzes as well as the quizzes options based on the option id like this. These are the property that we will set, and also all this value that we need to do. And after that we are trying to filter with the lesson id, because that's important, because we are fetching from the lesson table, and the lesson id will come from the current lesson that we checked earlier. And then we're going to find out get raw many, as many lesson you can find, but we will get only one lesson, because in the lesson table based on the lesson id there will not be multiple lessons. So let's say now we'll get all those information in the lesson data. So if we don't have any lesson data, then we will say okay, there is no lesson found. That's an error. But if we have the data, then we have to find out from the first item, because we use like get raw many. That's mean we will get the list, and on that list first item will be our exact data, and there will be no item there. And now as we have the lesson data with quizzes, options, and all those things, now we have to check that okay, can we send that lesson to the client side or not? Or let's say if that lesson data is for the future, let's say the learner actually does not completed all the above lesson, then the learner should not able to access that particular future lesson. So for that case we have to check that locked. And in this locked method, if I just go, this method will take the user id and the lesson id and the lesson information. So if I just go to the lesson unlocked method, then you can see in this method we have another query builder, which is now trying to join and try to check from the learner activity table to find out first that our lesson is actually completed or not, something like that. If that's completed, then it's not something unlocked, it's actually locked. So for that case here we started with like checking with that the course is unlocked or not. So we are trying to left join with the lesson table, and we name it previous lesson, and the previous lesson the chapter id with lesson chapter id and previous lesson position is less than lesson position. That's mean we are trying to find out the lessons that's position is less than our current lesson position. That's mean we are trying to check okay, we have a current we have a lesson id or a lesson. Now go to the lesson table and try to check that is this lesson id status is completed or not, because in the second left join we also go to the learner activity table to check that the data is completed or not. If not, then it should fetch from the lesson table to check the position. Here you can see the changes. So it's just trying to compare with the position, and also we check with the chapter id, because let's say we have to find out the previous chapter, or maybe we have to find out the previous lesson, but the chapter could be different. Let's say you have chapter A and chapter B, and you are in the chapter B, and in the chapter B there is 5 lessons. So now if you go to the chapter B and first lesson, now if you try to make sure that okay, the first item of the second chapter is locked or unlocked. So for that case we have to check the previous chapter's lesson id and the position that is, we have to compare with that. So that's what we have done here. And also for a quick check, we can just simply go to the learner activity table and check with the completion status with the user id like this. Then we're trying to then after that, when we got the data, we will just name those data, and we will gonna select those data, and then we filter with the lesson id and the user id, and we order by with the position in the descending order, so we can get the one data. And on that data we can just simply find out if in that data have the previous lesson id, or like if we don't have that id, that's mean we can say it's unlocked. But if we have that, we can say it's locked. And then we have unlock status complete id. That means if the status is completion id is there is no completion id, then that means it's unlocked. But if there is any id that's already completed, that means the lesson we can say it's not unlocked, it's locked. So that's what we have done here in this method. So you can just check that code. Let's say if you don't understand my explanation, so what I would refer you to just grab these two method like this one, as well as in the first one get learner current lesson, and also you can just bring the whole code and put that into Gemini as a file. Then you can just try to understand the context, like what's going on these two methods. And if you have any question, you can also ask there based on your understanding. So now let's go back to where we use that method. So with this method, if we just provide the user id and the lesson id and the lesson, mostly we don't need the lesson, because you already saw in the method we don't have any use case of the lesson data, so maybe we can just move that, and also we from here, as we are not using that. So with this method we will check that okay, the lesson is locked or not. So if the lesson is unlocked, then we are going to send the data. If lesson is locked, then we are not going to send the data. And also you can see that we have the property that's also going to be passed from the data set. So let's now look into the other logic after the is unlocked property. Now it's time to find out the next lesson and the previous lesson and the chapter progress. So let's say if we go to and find out, let's say from the here we go to the second chapter. Here you can see we can go back and we can also go forward. And when we submit a lesson, we must need to find out the next lesson informations, as well as when we go back, then we also need to find out the previous lessons information. So for that case, we kind of need a kind of a pagination type of things, where we will get based on the current lesson, we have to find out the next lesson ID, and also we have to find out the previous lesson ID. So what if our next lesson is from the next chapter? Then we also have to find that from the next chapter. Let's say it's not from the next chapter, it's from the next module, then we also have to go to the module. Let's say it's from the next course, then we also have to go to the course. But here we make that simple, because from the front end perspective, when the chapter list completed, let's say like this, we don't have any next option, so that we can go to the next chapter or next course or next modules first lesson. We don't have any UX for that. We can just simply return you to the chapter list. Now from the chapter list you can go to the new chapter and you can find all those lessons. So that actually make the flow a little bit simple. So for that case, like getting those previous lesson and next lesson and the chapter progress, because now we don't have that logic, like we can go to the next chapter or maybe to the next modules and find out the first chapter and then find out the first lesson, which is kind of a complex stuff. Instead we will work on a particular chapter, because the chapter is important here, and we don't have we're not going to allow the learner in the UX flow to navigate to the, let's say from one chapter to the next module chapter. So for that case, we are going to look into the lesson table based on the lesson ID. We already got that ID, and also the name position. We're going to select all these informations, and in the where condition we're going to put the chapter ID, and we're going to comparing with the position, and we have to provide the position as well as the chapter, and we will get that from the lesson that we selected here. That's the current lesson. So based on the correct lesson, we provided the position, and based on the position it's going to find out the next lesson, as well as it's going to find out the with the chapter ID, and then we order by with the descending, and then get raw one. We just only need one lesson, and this is for the previous lesson, as we are comparing like in the downgrade. That means we provided the chapter ID, and from the position we want to look into the older position, like the from the sorting you can say descending order. That's how we will get the previous lesson. And you can see we use like promise all. So this query and this query, all those query will be kind of like use in array of that promise all mechanism, so that we can get first item, second item, and third item. In the first item it will be previous lesson, in the second item it's going to be a lesson, next lesson, and the chapter progress. In the next lesson what we have to do is pretty similar. We have to check with the different condition. You can see the changes. Now our current lesson should be greater than the older lesson, and we have to provide the positions, so that we will get the, and also we have to order with the ascending order, so that we can get to the next lesson. And that's it. And now it's time to fetch the progress. Like how we do that, we already did that in our same module. Like in this module we already did that in the chapter list service. So kind of same, we have to find out the total lesson, completed lesson, and also total XP earned, which we will find from the activity and lesson, because these are already declared in the above query builder, so we can access that easily. And then here you can we have to left join that, like the learner activity table, so that we can select those information. Let's say here we already access the learner activity table, name that activity, so that we can use that here to select those information, like total lesson, completed lesson, and the total XP earned. And that's what we have done here based on the user ID, based on the user ID as well as the lesson ID. And then in the where condition we provided the chapter ID and the lesson status, so that we can get our valid data with the progress, and we have to find out the get row one. And with this way we will get all those information like previous lesson and chapter lesson. So our data is kind of preparing all the data we gather, then we gather the next lesson, the previous lesson data, and also the chapter progress. Let's say what about the chapter progress, because chapter progress is need for this one, like how many lessons we have completed, percentage that is. So that's why we need this particular portion. And then we have content links data, because as I told you, in the earlier, that the content link is kind of like a URL, so we cannot just work with the URL. We also need to fetch that content from that URL, and the content actually stored in our main server, like in the main repo, like in the course folder. We have other things like from the operating system level. So we already have that service. We can just simply call that service to fetch those informations, like the content information. So for that case, first we need the links data, group content links and quizzes. That's not only with the links but also the quizzes. So we use like the lesson data that we got from the earlier portion, like here. In that lesson data, we just filtered the content link ID, which have the ID, and then we mapped with all the informations. Like we are preparing for the content links data, like a content links array. Because in the lesson data, we have the combined with the lesson content and also the quizzes. So we have to separate them somehow. So for that case, we separated like this, and we also sort with position, because position actually matter in the you already saw in that section we added the position per column in the content link as well as in the quiz. Still we don't need to use that, but we added the logic here as well as in the client side that time too. And then when we have the content links, now we have to fetch the content links informations based on the service, like get markdown lesson content. That's what we did here. So we map through the content links data that we found from the lesson data. Then we map through it and we use that URL and check that the URL actually end with .md or not. Then we try to fetch that content with the method get markdown lesson, which we already implemented earlier. And then when we have the data, now we can provide the link with the data, and we can say, okay, this is our content links with the information. And then in the dot, then we find the result to fulfill the promise. So that's what we have done here. And in the content links, we will get that links as well as the data. Now we have to fetch the quizzes, including the options together. Based on the quiz, there will be like 4 or maybe 5 options. So we have to grab them. Like for the quiz, we need that options like this way. So we use the quiz like this. We use like a map to store that properly. Like for a particular quiz, we will have multiple options, because when we query, the data actually come in a raw format. The data is not sendable to the client side. So we have to prepare a kind of an object or an array so that we can provide like a consistent data structure to the client side, so that client side use that to showcase the UI. So we use like quizzes map, and we are looping through from the lesson data, because in the lesson data we have content links, in the lesson data we have quizzes, we have lessons and all those cluttered information. So we have to map through that. Then we have to find out the quiz ID. Let's say if we have quiz ID, then we use that quiz ID to check from our map that, okay, is there any quiz in our map with the ID? If not, then we have to set that quiz with the options, and the option will come from where the quiz options that we earlier asked. Here, that's logic. You can see that if we don't have any data in the quiz map, then we are just setting the option as an empty, and we're going to set that option later, because we are now preparing the quiz map to find out the quiz ID, and we have to also add the question, explanations, position, and all those things. So for that case, in the quiz map, first round, we are looping through and trying to find out the quiz information. And the second round, and it's also about like if we have the quiz, then we set that options. Let's say here, you can see row.option ID. Then we just simply push that options. If we don't have, then we just simply set that quiz here. And now we will get all the quizzes here, and we are checking from the quizzes map to make that kind of an array, so that we can provide the options very easily. And then also in the options we have the sorting mechanism, like with the position. So that's why we also just sort that options with like flooding the array and sorting all those options, including using the map and the sort. That's it. So in these quizzes, now we will get the quiz as well as the options for each quiz. And now we have almost all the data. Now we have to prepare the final data set, like the data structure, where we will get the lesson information. Like in the lesson object, we will get all the lesson data, like disposition, XP point, type, and course ID, course information, module information. Then is that lesson is locked or not, then also XP and completed at, content links, and all those things. And also we provided the quizzes as well as here. And we didn't add that locked restriction from the backend here. We implement that in the front end, but in the backend we can also add that. So let's say if the is unlocked is going to be false, then we are not going to return any data. Instead, we are just going to return some empty data, because the lesson is locked. We must have to restrict our data. And then we have another object which is called navigations, where we will find the previous lessons, the next lessons, and also the progress is important, because this progress will help us to show the progress here. This is about the chapter progress, because if you already go to the lesson, like the module or the chapter list, you can see we have a progress for each part, but we don't have any progress for the lesson list. So for that case, this is the progress for a particular chapter for all the lessons. And then we have the total lessons, completed lessons, progress percentage, total XP, and all those information. We just need to pass that to the front end or the client side, so that we can use that easily. So that's a huge big query, and it could be optimized. We can make that optimized, or we can find make that kind of a better one, or maybe there could be bug, or maybe a lot of things could be happen with this query, because it's a big in this query there are tons of functionality that's actually performed, and a lots of business logic added. So I would highly recommend you to just don't rely on my explanation. Bring this code to the Gemini or ChatGPT. Try to get better explanation from there. Try to understand the better from the whole particular function, to get understand the whole thing, so that you can also refactor this code, or maybe you can improve that in a better version. So that's it for the get learner current lesson, and is lesson unlocked is not necessary for the service, so we will just simply use get learner lesson service. Now let's go to our commit, and we can just done this one. Now we can just simply add a new controller for that particular service. So let's go to our controller page, and we already have some. Now we just have to add a new one, which is going to be like get learner current lesson. So this, and we already imported all those things. Now we just need those ID, like course ID, module ID, and the chapter ID from the params. And we also created a validation schema in the earlier section about this particular controller. So, and then we just have to pass all those data. When we have the data, we'll just send success. Now let's create the route. So let's go to the route section, and in the route section we have two API. Now we will need another API, and we are going to use the validations that we created earlier. So the validation is going to be like get, oh, I think I didn't use the validation, but we must need to use that. Before that, let's also use the service here. Let's just put the service like this, and we must need to use the validator. So let's just use that validator here, and it should be like s learner lesson param. So if I just remove from here and try to import, you can see lessons param, and if I just go, then you can see course ID, module ID, and chapter ID. So for trigger this API or hit this API, you must need to provide all those information. So that's it. I think I missed from this particular file. So this is kind of done. Now as we prepared the API, now we can just create the endpoint and the query hook, and also if we need the type, we can also add the type. You can see as in our progress we have added the navigation, so also we have to add the type support, so that on the front end we can also use the type support. Right now if you just simply go to the progress interface, then it's not bigger. So I think it's in the common section, I guess, iProgress, which is only 4 field. But okay, in the iCurrent lesson we have to go to the iCurrent lesson. So in the lesson we have the iCurrent lesson, or I think it's kind of like the lesson, like lesson is going to be like iLessons maybe. Let's recheck from here. Okay, we created a new particular interface for iCurrent lesson. I think this is for the current lesson dataset that we just created the API in the service. If I just go to the service, then in the return statement you can see we have prepared a object, like a and bigger object like lessons. First of all we have the lesson, then we have navigations and the progress. So that means from the client side we have to grab those data, and that's why we also need some sort of type. So that's why we have to create this new interface to get that support. So let's add that interface above below the all that, and we also have to import the progress so that we can get the progress, and iLesson will give all the informations. And in the previous lesson we will get like, sorry, in the navigation we will get the previous lesson. That's it. And I think that's so far it in the lesson type. Now we can just also collapse that. Now let's create the endpoints and also the query. So let's go to the endpoint sections, and for endpoint we need a new one, will be for the current lesson. So let's just put that here. That's our get current lesson API. Now we have to create the query, as that's what we are actually going to use. Before that, let's also add that particular key. For that, let's also add that particular key for the query. So we have to go to the learner query file, and let's go to top of that file. We already have some keys. Now we have to add a new key for the current lesson, and that's also required some sort of like course ID, module ID, and chapter ID, because we also have to cache the data. So we must need to provide those informations here, like the course ID, module, and the chapter ID. So that's going to be our key. Now let's create the new method, which is going to be like use get learner current lesson query. So let's bring that here, and we will get all those informations in the params, and we can call our API. And here we go, we have to use our newly created interface so that we can get the data type support of the data structure that we implemented earlier. And of course we have to use the stale time to 0, because whenever we created a course or like a lesson that we need to refetch again for the current lesson, so we must need to refetch. So we cannot just wait for 5 minutes to refetch the data. So that's it for the query side, and this is the query that we're going to use. And we use like use query hook. We use like the use query hook so that we can just use this query easily from anywhere, and passing those data, which will enable that API to trigger. So that's it for this particular commit. I believe you sync with this commit. Now let's move into our next commit. So now we are going to start with the current lesson UI, as our API is kind of done. And the commit we are going to follow is current lesson primary UI and functionality added with necessary components. So in this UI, if I just show you, then you can see there will be a page where we will have the title of that lesson and also the chapter name, then the markdown content, if that's a markdown. Let's say if that's a quiz, then we will see this kind of quiz UI where learner will able to choose the correct answer. Let's say learner failed to choose the correct answer. Let's say this one. They will see like the correct answer in the green format and red color with the incorrect answer. So you can also make that trigger with this particular submit button, like kind of validation. So let's say if user not able to provide the right answer, then you will not able to give to the permission to go to the next lesson. So that's also can be implemented, but I just want to make that pretty simple. From the learner flexibility, they can just choose that answer and try to see or validate that they are able to answer that or not. But it's going to be like your task. You can also implement that feature to prevent that next button until they got the right answer. And other than that, we have kind of a video option. So maybe that will be found somewhere, like maybe somewhere lesson, but that will be kind of like a title and chapter, and there will be like a video showing. That's it. But mostly we're gonna put the content like in markdown format, and you can see this is the markdown format that we added from the course, and we already discussed that in the admins section, that we can add the markdown URL. So mostly in this UI we are gonna implement that, and also the quiz related stuff, let's say this. And other than that, we're kind of good with the whole thing for making the learner kind of a simple things. And also we have a progress bar which will calculate and show the progress of a particular chapter, like how many lessons you have reached and completed. And also with the previous and next button, you can navigate to the completed course, also to the next course. And when that's done, let's say you have completed all the course, let's say submit that lesson, then you can see all the lesson list. Now one thing you can do, let's say if I just go to that particular lesson again, let's say the quiz here. So you can also put some point for a particular quiz. We already have the XP for a particular lesson, but you can also put some point, like, or maybe you can choose like the quiz got right answer or not. That's also can be trackable. You can also track that, which will be kind of like a real test, but I want to give you just some sort of a sample or like a test of the quiz section, so you can understand like how we can render the quiz and render those options. Now if you want the test of like the real exam things, then you can just add that functionality. I don't think it's going to be like a hard things. That's going to be like your home task. So that's why I put that scope, and also the project is open source. You can also contribute there. You can make that feature by yourself and raise the PR. So that's why I put that scope, so that anybody can also improve that things. Other than that, it's like just a simple UI and the UX for the learner flexibility. So let's say when the user completed, then they will see the list of the lessons, and they can go to the chapter list again. And you can see the progress showing here, like 65% chapters is kind of done. So we're gonna work with that UI from now. So for that case, we have to create the lesson page, like current lesson page. Right now, if I just go to our implemented one, let's say this one or any of the chapter, if we click, nothing happening because we don't have any page. So we have to create the page. Then we have to create all the component so that we can add that component. So what I'm gonna do is simply create all the component. That's going to be like easy. And also we have to connect the chapter card with the current lesson page. Let's say right now we can navigate to the lesson page, so we have to connect that. So for that case, we have to add that page here. So we're gonna do that later. Let's just add all the component that we are gonna implement. So I'm gonna create a learner/lesson folder inside of our component. So I think we already have the learner and we have course folder. Now we will need another folder which is going to be like lesson. And in that lesson folder, we will start create all the component, and all this component will be kind of like independent component, so that we can reuse them. And also there will be like props stuff, so that we can reuse that from the parent side. So we will start with the lesson footer, or maybe I think main lesson. That's the main component, but it will record all those sub component or like the micro component. So main lesson is the bigger component, and it will hold all those progress bar, quiz section, lesson video, lesson stepper, and lesson footer. Let's say if I just go a little bit down that component, then you can see we used the progress bar first, and the progress bar is kind of like floating progress bar. Let's show you from any ongoing lesson. Then you can see it's a floating progress bar. Also the button is floating, the bottom button, like the next and previous button, these are also floating. So we have to create the footer is like the button, actually you can say is like a traditional footer. So we can name it like a navigation button or something like that, but I would just want to make that simple, like lesson footer. And in that lesson footer, it will be those 2 buttons or maybe 3 buttons. And then we will have the lesson stepper. I think this is the stepper that we show here, like whenever we submit a lesson, we saw the stepper here. And this is the progress bar, which is also combined with or like joined with the stepper. So that's mean we have 2 components. So the progress bar will be kind of like the circular progress bar. You can see that we use like circle tag, and that's kind of meaning like it's a circular progress bar with the progress showing here in the middle. And then in the lesson stepper, it's all kind of like this UI, where we will have the icon and all those. So that's 2 things. One is this one, and then there is total 3 component we have so far introduced. And then we will have lesson video. Let's say if someone put the video URL, then it will be like that component will be like the lesson video component. Then there will be quiz selections. That means whenever the lesson type is quiz, then this component will be rendered. And also in this component there are that functionality, like based on the correct answer it will be change the UX. So all this functionality will be in this component. And then I think in the main lesson we tried to render the markdown content using the markdown viewer that we created earlier. So we didn't create a separate component for that. Maybe you can also create that. Let's say lesson markdown or something like that. Inside that you can also put the markdown viewer, but it was very small, so we don't have to create that here. Instead we just simply use that component. And now let's start creating one by one. So we're going to start with the lesson footer, which is the buttons, the previous and next button. So let's create that. And I believe you will able to get the explanation from Gemini about all this component, because this is like pretty easy. And also if you want to improve those UI, you can do that. So, and also you can raise PR with your improved UI, and make sure the UI actually sync with our theme. Don't just make a random UI, something like that. So in this footer we have all those props, which is like on complete is loading, on previous, and all those label. If we want to modify those button, we can do that. And also if we provide those functions, like what will happen when we click on those button, all those things will be controlled from the parent side. There will be no control in that component side. So that's why all these component as like all these props are used in like on click, then the level, and also colors and stuff. So that's going to be for the lesson footer. Now let's create our next one, which is going to be lesson stepper, which is already saw. And this is kind of a bit trickier in the components, like the UI. So I will be recommend you to get the explanation from Gemini, like what's going on the component, if you are actually willing to learn the stepper design from the CSS perspective, then I think I would recommend you to watch that. Other than that, it's not important. What we did, we will have steps. The steps will be from the data. The data like the total, that's mean the total how many stepper there will be, like through the total lessons basically. So let's say there are 5 lessons total, so based on that it will be 5 stepper. And then we just map through that total, like we created a random array, not random array, the array based on the total. So after that we map through that array and we try to find out index and also is completed and all those things. Based on that we just applied those on the classes for getting the perfect UI. Then let's create the next one, like lesson videos. And I don't think I have to explain more on the design side, because most of the code I personally generated by AI. So I don't think these are kind of need to be explained. If you don't know like Tailwind CSS and CSS stuff, then it's highly important that you first learn that and then you come here to continue those videos, because this code can be understandable by just providing it to any LLM. So I don't think it's necessary to explain me make the video more bigger. And this lesson video will take the URL or URLs, because we can add multiple videos list. So that's why I just make that flexibility. Let's say if there are multiple video in the future, then we can also provide that. So if we don't have any URL, then we're gonna return nothing, because without video video URL, we're not gonna show anything. And mostly the video URL will be from YouTube or maybe some party website. So I just name it like related videos on YouTube or maybe some different videos. So, but here you can do a lot of stuff. Let's say your video is kind of premium and kind of secret, or like paid video, and that time you have to secure the video in the client side so that nobody can download it or nobody can pirate that video. So there are tons of other third-party packages or third-party system or way to manage that things, to secure your video from anywhere, anyone, so that anybody can pirate that. So there are some, this is kind of like a different application. So you can also integrate that into your applications. But what I give you is just a high level things. Let's say you implement the architecture. Now you can put any sort of security here. Let's say you want the content to be decrypt or encrypt, you can add that. It's an additional feature. If you want the video to be secure, nobody can download that, you can also add that with our applications. Because our architecture is developed, we can create or put the URL from the admin panel. Now when you are rendering that video, you can make that secure, you can add all those additional layer from your side. So that's going to be like another task. But when I was creating, my main target was to show here like all those free videos. That's why, like mostly YouTube videos. So that's why I make that very simple. In the iframe, we're just showing the YouTube videos. And I already added a kind of like a demo one, but when we have the URL, we will show that video. That's the lesson video component. And let's create the progress bar .tsx. That's the circular progress bar. It's pretty simple, as well as we will have some props related to the progress bar. And I make this progress bar with Gemini with one shot. It's not hard. Just provide all those props that you want and ask to give you progress bar. And I also tried something like a progress bar which will have circular and both linear, and there are other tons of progress bar. So you can also make that. So one component and which will do all those progress bar stuff. That's going to be like a mega component. And here you can see we use like SVG and all those tag to make that. And that's actually generated with AI. So I didn't put much effort to build that thing. So that's it for the progress bar. And then we have quiz selections. So what you have to do is gather all those components first, like create all those components. Then you have to simply arrange them, or you have to merge them based on the data. And that's nowadays our task is, as a front end or as a back end, we have to break our application into separate parts. Let's say from the front end side, you have to break the UI into several parts so that you can manage those UI into reusable mode. And then you have to just connect those UI together to make the whole page or like the whole UX working. And now, is that about code? We can generate the code from LLM. So the main thing is we have to develop the architecture first, and then rest of the thing will be kind of easy. So that's why you can see I divided all those components separately. Then I put all those or generate all those codes separately, then I just merge them together. And now one thing you might be wondering, like how I sync with the theme, because our theme need to be synced, or like our design system would need to be synced. So for that case, you also need to be some design knowledge to understand like how themes work, how the color variant works, how a design system works. So when you have that knowledge, a little knowledge, then you will able to make that by providing more context to the LLM. Let's say what theme you already have and what kind of component you want based on your themes. So you will able to provide those information. So in the quiz selections, we have the questions as a props. Also we will have the options. So there will be one questions, not multiple. So and then there will be correct answer that need to be passed. And also when we submit that, what will happen on the functions, we can also make that from the parent side. And then if we want to select any answer, we can do that. So and if we want to select answers checked, we can also control that. So all those control we just provided from the parent side, so that we can just simply call that component and provide all those value, and it will work under the hood. And here in this component you can see we have some state. Those value will be changed based on the parent side condition, and whenever we click on the check answer, it's also change those state to reflect on the UI. Then we have handle select answer, that's also do the same. We talked with the parent, we use that state, we modify our local state, and then we reflect that in our UI. And we just added some buttons, and based on the options, let's say if the option is 10, then we will have 10 buttons, like those options you already saw, and those will be reflect the same way that one button actually do. And we put all those condition here. You can see all those code is on the tailwind CSS. And then based on the is answer checked, we also do something here. And then we have the check icon and the cross icon, and also here we can skip. There is a skip button, and also check the answers. There's tons of things here, you can see. And we have some hard-coded things like the message. Like let's say if I just go here and try to select one, like let's say wrong answer, then you can see incorrect. In JavaScript, array are actually object of type of returns object, something like that. So this is another area you can use. Let's say right now it's hard-coded, is static. So when we created those options, you can put another form which will be kind of like an explanation of that particular correct answer. That will be another property in the database for with the options for the correct answer. Right now we can just only put the answer, and also we have a boolean field which will check like is that correct or not. And beside that you can put another column which will be for the explanation of that answer, which you can also show here in the future. So that's also another small improvement you can do from your side. So I just put that scope here, so who actually interested, you can do that. So that's the component. Now we have all those sub components. Now we need to implement the main component. So let's create that and add the code. So we will put this main component in the same folder, main lesson.tsx, and let's bring the whole code and paste that. Okay, the code doesn't copy it properly. Let's copy again and paste that. And that's our main lesson. And the main lesson will be used in the route, and we will pass that the is footer. Let's say we want to show the footer or not, then we're going to pass the data, and the onComplete from is loading, on previous, on back, all those. And based on that, we're going to show some of the things. Let's say if we have progress, we are going to show the progress, the circular progress. And also if we have the progress, that means we will have the stepper. That means we need that stepper. So we will also show the stepper based on the progress. And in the stepper, we have to provide the total lesson. Then we have to provide the position, like what is the current lesson position, so that we can show the active lesson. Let's say this one is active. Then the circular progress, we just have to provide the size and also what percentage will be showed there. That's it. And then in the lesson footer, we will have all those buttons. So the first button we want to see is like next lesson, then submit lesson. And then if our lesson is completed, then we will see all lesson. But this button will not appear, because whenever our chapter is completed and we click on the chapter, it takes us to the chapter complete page, this page. So that's a different page, and you'll not able to see from here. And right now you can see like next. I think all lesson will come like when you have completed all the lesson and you left with one, and the one is actually you already completed, but you are trying to revisit that again. So that time you will see that all lesson button. So here is all the condition. So right now the video is become like a huge video. And I think I already explained it tons of stuff, and if I just track that more bigger, then it will be like huge. So that's why I'm trying to just give you some short from the code, like the overview type explanations. Mostly you can get at least the component level explanation from the LLM. I think that's going to be like better. You just have to copy and paste that to the LLM and try to understand what's going on. And other than that, I am trying to give you the architectural level explanation so that you can watch that, understand that, and then you can try to understand the whole thing from a specific area. Let's say you didn't understand like the video part or like the markdown part, then I would recommend you to understand that. But from my video, you will understand like what's happening. We are trying to showcase the content based on the data. Let's say if we have the lesson content links, then we are going to show the links with the video. And also we're going to check the type, because if the type is video, you can see that if the link type is video, then we are only going to show the video. But if the lesson content link is kind of content, then we're going to show the markdown viewer. That's what we have added it. And all those type is actually coming from the backend. You already saw in the admin panel, we have a drop down where we can choose the type, like coding, then theory, then quiz. And based on that type, we can also provide URL for content links for the theory and coding. And the URL also have the type, like is that video or markdown. So if that's markdown, then we're going to view that markdown and we'll get the data, because in the backend I already explained how we get the data. And when we have the content, we already implemented the markdown viewer component in the earlier section. I would recommend to watch that section. And when we put that content, it's going to render that data. And when it's about video, it's going to do the same with the lesson video. And when it's come to quiz, then we have to provide the question. So we have to find out the quiz from the lesson data. And you already saw in the type or the interface, we provided quizzes, lesson content links, and all those things in the interface. That's when we'll get the data from the backend, including the quizzes. When I build the API in the recent section, you already saw that how we fetch the quiz from the table, and we related, and how we create the object, like a proper object, so that we can send that to the front end side. So when you check the code, when you read the code, you will see the similarity with the backend return and in the front end implementation. So we will get that quizzes in the lesson.quizzes property, and we're just gonna render that quizzes, and we'll see the quiz question. And if the quizzes have the options, that's the options list. We just simply pass that option list with the text only, because these options only accept in a kind of array of a string. So we just pass that, and we also have to provide the correct answer like this. And we are gonna checking with like is correct. So if you want to add that particular explanation here, like this one, the answer explanation, you can also use a props, and you can pass that props from here to get the data and pass the data from here. And here you can see on answer submit. So we didn't implement that yet, so we're going to implement that. So when we click on the on submit, what will happen? And there will be another on submit, which will be in the lesson footer, like on complete. So that's going to be another one, because whenever we try to complete a lesson, then what will happen? We have to insert something on our log table that we discuss. Like whenever we finish a lesson, we insert the data into the log table, and also we insert a next lesson data in the learner progress, so that we can track our progress. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna implement that API as well as. And so far, these are all the components. Now it's time to create the page and add all those components together. So the page will be from here, like this one. So we are gonna create a page, lesson.tsx, inside of our chapter ID folder. So if I just go to the routes, and then in the learner layout, courses, course ID, module ID, chapters, you can see chapters. Now we have to also create a folder called chapter ID. Why is that? Because our lesson is under the chapter, and the chapter is also need the chapter ID. It's kind of like we have a chapter list, and then we will go to the chapter detail page, something like that. And for that case, we must need the ID. And you can see the hierarchy, like course ID, then module ID, and then chapter ID. And beside that, we have a chapters. Let's say in the module ID, beside that, we have modules. Let's say in the course ID, we have index.tsx, which is the course list. So that's the same pattern. So for the chapter, we will have the chapter list here, and from the chapter list we will go to the chapter details, which is kind of like a current lesson. And the current lesson is kind of like you can say horizontal, it's not vertical. With the horizontally we change or navigate to the next lesson or also the previous lesson, but we are staying in the same chapter until we complete the whole chapter, because when we complete that, we have a different page which is called chapter list. So for that case, we must need to add this chapter ID folder with the $, so that we can pass the ID, and inside that we will provide like chapter complete page, let's say current lesson page, or any page that we want to integrate there. So now let's create that lesson.tsx file inside that folder. And also we have to refresh because we are running both server concurrently, so the white sync is not working with the front end. So now if I just go and see, the 404 now should be gone. And now we have the page, but we have to link with the page. So let's go to our chapter card because it's related to chapter card. We have to update that, and we have some uncomment code or like comment code. We have to uncomment them, mostly the on click function. So let's go to the chapter card, and also let's decollapse a little bit. In the chapter card, we have the on click where we just check the logged. Let's say if the status is logged, that we are not allow the learner to navigate or go further. But if it's not, then we have to do something. So we have some code. Let's bring them all here. And you can see this is kind of a conditions that we will need that when we will implement the chapter list, the lesson list for chapter complete page. Let's say whenever we have a completed chapter, if we just click on that, we see that we are in the chapter complete page and with all those lessons that we completed. So this is that commented version. So we're gonna uncomment that when we implement the chapter complete page. And after that, we have all these values. Now also this property will come from the parent side. That's we added is learner and IDs. These are already added in the props. Just go here, you can see is learner and IDs. These are already added in the props, but we didn't add that here because of we didn't implement that earlier. Now also we need the navigations because now we will allow the learner to navigate to the current lesson. So let's also use that navigate from 10 stack router, and here we are. So if the user is learner and if the IDs has the course ID, module ID, and chapter ID, then we will only able to navigate the user to the lesson page. And you can see we just added another property like reset scroll because let's say in the module page, if you just scroll a little bit and then if you go there, then the scroll will again on that particular stage if we don't reset that. So we have that capability in the 10 stack router. We can also reset that scroll so that whenever we click, the scroll go to the top of that page. That's why we provided that property. And one most important thing is all these props because in the current lesson, it is really important to pass all those value like the IDs, course ID, module ID, and chapter ID. Based on this ID, we're going to fetch the current lesson. So that's why this is important. And another thing you can see, we use the same thing, let's say same IDs, but in the else condition, we just provided course 1, module 1, chapter 1. These are like some dummy stuff. So let's say all this value does not match. We will just show something like this, all this wrong data. It's kind of like a fallback. So that's it for the navigation button from the chapter side, like mostly the chapter card. And now let's try to check what's happening. So let's say if I now just go and click on this one, so nothing will happen. We are going to the lesson page, but we will go to the navigation, like the complete lesson page, the complete chapters page. But right now we just only have the current lesson page. So let's also combine all those components in the lesson route. So what I'm going to do is just simply copy the main code and put that onto the component. And let's import all the necessary stuff. And also we have that query which will fetch ultimately our data, like the current lesson data. And that's I briefly discussed about that when I build up API. So this API will provide all those course ID, module ID, and chapter ID is going to fetch the current lesson. Not only that, but also as per the UI, we'll need the next lesson information. Let's say if I just go again. So whenever we click on the next, then it should provide our next lesson ID or next lesson information so that we can navigate to that particular lesson. And also it will also provide the backward, let's say previous lesson data, so that we can also go back to previous lesson. Let's say whenever I am in the third lesson, now if I want to go to the previous lesson, I will just click that and you can see the ID change from the URL. And based on that ID, we fetch the data back. So that's how the functionality working. So for that case, we have to handle that from the backend side mostly, like providing that navigation data, next side and the next side, or from the previous side, all those things. And if we don't have any data, we are gonna just show the loading like this. And in the main lesson, that's our main component. And here we are just only rendering the main lesson because in the main lesson, we already rendered all those subcomponent, the micro. So mostly we're going to return, pass the data. In that data, we have the type iCurrent lesson that's we created earlier, where we will have the lesson, progress, navigation. And in that navigation, we'll get the next lesson and the previous lesson. Both have all this information. In the progress, we will have total lesson, completed lesson, and all those things can calculate and create a result for the percentage. Then we have the iLesson, which where we'll get all the lesson related information, including the quizzes. Here you can see iLesson quizzes, which is a kind of a different interface. If I go back again, then we have the lesson content link as well as. So let's also go here. This is the type. So if I just go back, then you can see content links. We have iLesson content link. That's the type. So when you check the code, you also have to check the relation with the type, with the interface, with the backend, so that you can sync the understanding of what's actually implemented. And then we are passing the is current property. Let's say is that current lesson, or there will be like the lesson is already completed and you are trying to revisit that lesson or not. So for that case, we have to provide this flag, and we will find that flag based on this. So if the data is locked or the lesson is locked, or if it's not completed, let's say if the data is not locked, and also if the data is not completed, that means it's the current lesson. Other than that, let's say the data is completed or the lesson is completed, that means you already completed the lesson and you are actually trying to revisit that. And when that's happened, we have a way. Let's say if I just go into the course page and click on the continue button, you can see we don't have any query here. See, we don't have any query. But if you click in the previous lesson, now you can see we have the query. So why is that? Because based on this lesson ID, we will able to visit those lessons which is actually completed. And if we don't provide any lesson ID, then it's going to fetch a current active lesson based on the particular chapter with a particular course based on all this ID. So this is kind of a trick here. So if we want to manage the previous lessons or maybe the future lesson, let's say if I just go to some chapter which is already completed, let's say this one, and I'm going to the middle one, this one. Now we have both cases. We have the previous lesson which are completed, we have the next lesson, those are also completed. Now if we add that same functionality like the submit functionality again here, then every time we click on the next button, it's gonna submit again, resubmit. But we don't want that. What we are gonna do, we are gonna check with the status like is completed, that column is already added in the database that we already discussed in the backend. So based on that column with the data, if that's completed like the lesson, then we will just simply go to the next lesson as a read-only mode, not submitting the lesson which already submitted in the log. And the same thing will happen for the previous lesson as well as. We will go for the read-only mode. And this will happen until we go or reach to the chapter list page, like which is like chapter comp. So that's it for the logic. So, and this is current is really crucial field. And if I just go to the main lesson, then you will see the more understanding of the is current field, this one. And right now I didn't use that is current field yet. We're going to use that in the future section, but I just passed that field. And in the onComplete function, we have onComplete handler because yet we didn't implement the complete functionality. Right now, we maybe will able to go to the lesson page, but we'll not able to see the complete functionality. Let's see if I just click on the submit button, nothing happening. We'll just able to see the current lesson. So I'm just putting that as empty function. We're going to implement that, and that time you will also see what's the role of each current lesson and also the query, like what is the mystery of the query here in this particular lesson page. And then we have the footer is going to be true because we want to show that particular buttons. We have the steppers data and all those things under this component. And then in the on back, we would love to navigate to the chapter list. So that's why we added this on back here, so that whenever we click, we will go to the chapter list page. Pretty simple. So that's the page lesson.tsx, and we provided a main lesson. This lesson has all those subcomponent. Those subcomponent will handle different tasks: progress bar, step bar, then footer, which is actually the navigation component. Then we have the data, mostly markdown, viewer, videos, quizzes, and all those things. And one thing you might be wondering, let's say if I go to the website, and inside the website, if you go to the courses view details here, we can see we have module list only. So what if we go to and click on that module, then we should see the chapter list, or maybe some free demo lessons. That's also possible. You can reuse this UI here as well as. Let's say if I just go to explore and go to any chapter like this, so you can also reuse the whole main lesson that we created here to able to get that functionality. Let's say your course, you want to provide some of the free content from the website so that they can also get the feel. So you can do that. So for that case, we have to add a flag from the admin panel for a particular lesson or maybe for the chapter, like which chapter we're going to allow for the learner to be free, or not only learner, but that's going to be like public. So anybody from without login, they can also read that particular lesson. So you can also manage that based on a particular flag. It's not going to be hard, but we have to reuse this component because we are not going to create the same component again for showing that in the website. Instead, we will reuse that from here. So that's the underlying future functionality we can implement. And these are also, you might be thinking like these are like complex functionality, or I didn't add that. No, that's not like that. I can add any kind of complex functionality here, but the thing is the video is actually going huge. I have another feature in my mind, which was like the AI functionality. Let's say I added a AI or like messaging button. Whenever someone clicked on that, let's say I am in a markdown page. Let's go here and see. This is a markdown lesson, and this lesson has a tons of markdown stuff. So what if the learner actually raised a question, or learner thinking a question, then how they will able to solve that? So we will add a message options, and like in the message icon, they will click that, and there will be a sidebar. On that sidebar, they can also communicate with the human mentor, and beside that, they can also communicate with the LLMs, like a chat LLM, like Gemini, Claude, anything. So I have that feature in my mind, but for the time constraint, I am not able to provide that feature here, but that will be in the roadmap. If you want to implement that, you can do that. So I will provide you the architecture, like how you're gonna create a table, how you're gonna implement the whole thing. So make sure you join in the Discord channel and ask me like you want to implement that, you are interested, then yeah, I will provide you the guidance and how we can just implement that further. So for that case, I put a lots of scope there. So anybody can join, anybody can contribute, anybody can improve that feature only for the learning purpose. It's not something like you can launch or you can just simply go live. It's like learning together, improving and gathering all the knowledge, combining with the community. So that's like fun, super fun. So when it's come to LMS, learning management system, there are tons of variety of feature we can add. And you already saw that I tried to give a touch of like gamifications, like streak, then some learning activity. We can add tons of things here, like a dashboard, leaderboard. We already have that leaderboard, but it's pretty simple. But we can make it more complex, like there will be some sort of label pages, like we saw in the Reddit, like you saw in the Duolingo. All those gamification, we can add them here. Then also we have some tons of AI feature that we can add in the current lesson, so that nobody have to move to anywhere to learn that particular concept, understand that better. Let's say in the video, we will suggest more video from the YouTube. There will be another section for suggesting all those video related to the particular lesson. And as I told, like the chatbot, where learner will be able to communicate with the direct human mentor, and also the AI agent. Then when they request to the mentor, there will be an mentor side from the admin panel. There the mentor will be see all those learner requests, they will able to answer that. And also if we want to provide some AI feature on the admin panel, we can do that, so that mentor will also took help from the AI to provide better answer to the learner. And also if agent or like the mentor wants, then they can also answer bulk to the learner. So there will be tons of feature that we can implement, but the thing is like the foundation, because in this project I build the foundations. Now anybody wants, they can actually took the project to the next level with adding all those additional feature. So I think that's it for the UI, and this is really crucial UI and UX part in our full project, because in the admin side it was basically all those card operation stuff, but here the main UX actually come like the learner track their learning, and also the completed lessons. They have some quizzes, questions, those need to be validated, those need to be checked, and also based on those validation we can calculate some timing stuff. Let's say how much time they spent, we can put some timer. There are tons of feature we can add, and which will make the application more attractive and also useful. So that was my initial plan, but when I build the foundation, it's already took almost 6 to 8 months to build that. So top of that, if I add more feature, then I will not able to finish the project and also the video making stuff. So for that case, I paused to add more feature, instead build the foundation, so that you can also watch from the video, learn from it. And if you join the Discord, we can talk, and also we can add multiple feature from there. So that's it for this commit. And if I just go to our code, then now we can explore the module list, then chapter list. And if I just click, we will see the current lesson. Either is on progress, either the whole chapter is completed. So now our task will be different. If I just go to the next commit, then our next commit will be submit lesson or complete a lesson, because we can see the current lesson. Now we can submit that lesson as well as to complete that particular lesson. So in this submit lesson or complete a lesson commit, we have tons of backend work. Mostly we are gonna add several services. The first service is going to be like the complete lesson, then some other services that need to be included with this, because whenever we submit a lesson, it will affect on the log table that we discussed earlier, learning activity log table. Then it's gonna affect on the learner progress, because we have to find out the next lesson to insert that data into the learner progress table. Beside that, it's gonna also affect with the statistics, like if we just go to the homepage, then you can see in the learner activity, then we have day, streak, total XP, all those value, and also it's gonna affect with all those list progress. So overall, this submit lesson or complete a lesson is a huge things that need to be implemented in our backend side. So in this particular commit, we will target to achieve that. So let's go to our learning activity service that we already created earlier, and we're going to create a new service which is going to be like complete lesson or something like that. So we can put that before our private method. So as we have some private helper method, but all of these method are for controller. Now we will need a new one which is going to be complete lesson. Let's say here like this. So let's just grab the complete lesson method, and you can see it's a huge method. And also we will need another helper method for that, because you already saw when I developed current lesson and some other method, we created some private method in the learner activity service, like this one is lesson unlocked, get markdown lesson content. All this private helpers method is going to help into our main services. So for complete lesson, we will need a private method which is going to be like find next lesson. So I'm going to discuss about all of them. Let's just bring the code and put that bottom of that service like this. And also let's fix all those input error. So we will need the course enrollment entity, then we will need the lesson result. So I'm thinking where that lesson result actually came from. So it seems like it came from here. Still we are getting some error. Let's see. Okay, expected 2 argument but got 3. So is lesson unlocked? We used like the lesson data earlier, but it's not gonna necessary anymore, so we can just simply remove that argument. And then we have a new service. You can see learner statistics service dot update status, and then we will have another one, learner progress service dot update position. So as I told you recently, like whenever we submit the lesson, its effect on the statistics mean here in the streak, total XP. And when I discuss about all the table, let's say here in the first section, when I created all those entity, then you already saw we will have some table or entity. So from there we will have a learner statistics table. So let's see I created that entity or not. See if I just go to entity, then learning progress, you can see that learner statistic entity, and where we will have current streak, longest streak, total XP, and the user IDs. That means every learner logged in, they will get all this information, and those information will come from the statistics table, learner statistics, and that's what I discuss here. And this will be connected with the user ID. That's it. And whenever anyone complete a lesson, because the statistics is depend on the tracking, when someone finish a lesson, then we must need to insert data into the statistics table, and also need to calculate for the total XP. We can just increase the XP, but for counting the streak or the longest streak, we have to calculate that based on the learning activity table log. That's mean whenever we submit, we have to insert data into that. And not only that, we also have to insert data into the learner progress table, this one, because this table is actually accountable for storing that current or the next active lesson. That's been if you just completed a particular lesson, let's say this one, then the next one is going to be like the current lesson. And let's say you complete and go from this website and come back again, that's mean we have to track that lesson. So for that case, we have to find out the next lesson, and then we have to use those ID and insert data into the learner progress table. That's mean we will need to work with 2 table in this particular service. So that's why you can see we have the update statistics, another one is update position, and also we have to find out the next lesson. So that's why we will have a helper private method that's going to help us to find out the next lesson. So you can see that find next lesson, and this will took the course id, module id, chapter id, and the current lesson position. So how we can achieve that? Let's say right now I am here, and if I just submit that, then I will get the chapter id, course id, module id from the params, and also the position of that particular lesson. Let's say right now I am in the second position of the lesson. So if I just provide the second position and all those id, then from the database I can find out the next position with all the course, chapter, and module id for a particular next lesson. Let's say the lesson is actually finished for this particular chapter. Let's say I am actually at the end of the chapter, then it's gonna go to the next module and it's gonna find out the next chapter, next lesson, like the first lesson. So that's what we're gonna implement in the next find next lesson. So what I'm gonna do, I will just try to first create these two service, because this two service is important. Without that we will not able to complete our lesson. So let's just create those service, try to understand what's going on all this method. Let's say we will have update statistics method. So what we are gonna do on those method, and also we have update position method in the learner progress service. So let's create those method, our services, and try to understand what's going on there, and then we'll come back again into our learner activity complete lesson service, and then we're going to understand the find next lesson method, because all those sub method or sub services is actually important to understand the full service. So let's create the learner progress.ts, and inside that we are going to copy or bring all the code. So we will have to add a new service. Why is that? Because our table is now different. Earlier we work with the learning activity table, learner activity table, that's a different table, but now we are working with the learner progress. So maybe we can add a separate method here, but still we need a dedicated service, because we have a dedicated table. So why not we just create that like this? Learner progress going to be like the base service with the entity, and we will call the learner repository here, and we will have a method called update position. So what is that update position? Or maybe we can say insert next lesson, or maybe insert current lesson, something like that. So you can name that anything, but update position is not seems very generic. We can make that very good, but still let's say here in the update position we will get the user id, course id, module id, chapter id, and the lesson id. So if I just go you to the take you to the entity and go to learner progress, then you can see we have a user id, course id, module id, chapter id, lesson id, and some formal field like created and updated. So what's happening here, whenever any user learn and complete a lesson, we will get those id, like mostly course id, module id, and chapter id, and also the lesson id. Or maybe we can pass the position, so that we can also calculate the position to find out the next position, but lesson id will help us to find out that data easily. So when we have all those data including the user id, now we can simply go to the learner progress table, try to find out that is there any data or not. Let's say if we have some data, then we have to update the data, right? Because the learner progress table is kind of like a table where a learner will have one row. Let's say we have 20 learner in our project that sign up, and in the learner progress it will be 20 row if 20 people actually started any course. If let's say 10 people started course, then there will be 10 row. If 1 people started course, then there will be 1 row. Because why? Because whenever someone start a course, they must have to complete a lesson, and when they complete a lesson, then we insert data into this table. That means if we check that okay, is there any data exist in this table or not, then we can say the course is actually started or not. So for that case we check that is there any existing user actually started course or not. So we check that with the user id and the course id. That's enough, we don't have to provide all those id. And if the data is existed, then what we're going to do, we're going to update the existing data. We will keep the user id and course id as like that as, or maybe we can replace with the new course id, and we're going to pass module id, chapter id, and the lesson id. So you can see if we have those data, we're just updating that data. Because if we have a learner which have a course, then that course I think the learner will have multiple course. That's mean the row is not limited to one or single, but I was just explaining like for a learner for a course there will be only one row, not multiple row, because the lesson is multiple, chapter is multiple. The course and learner, we will have one row. And let's say the learner enroll 5 course, then there will be 5 row only for that particular learner. And that's mean if there are 20 learner, then there will be total 100 row if all actually enroll 5 course. That's it. So don't misunderstand that part. And after that, if we don't have any data, that's when we have to insert data into that table. So that's what we did. We took user ID, course ID, chapter ID, module, all those ID, and we inserted the data into the learner progress table. So that's one task with this particular service. Now we can just use that service anywhere to update our current lesson or the last lesson position, like the tracking. So we're kind of done. Let's just import that update position here. So now you're thinking like what's happening above. So I'm going to discuss all of them. Let's just wait a bit. Let's just complete all those sub feature that we need. It's kind of a dependency for our main service, so we have to understand them first. So now that's update position. And then we will have learner statistics, which I already told you, like it's for the statistics data that we have in the dashboard page. So let's bring that, and it's kind of interesting. You will learn a lot here, which is like how you can manage the streak functionality here. So let's create the learner statistics.ts, and let's bring the whole code like this and put that here. And it will be totally separated with the table that we discussed, like learner statistics table. If we just go there, then you can see we have user ID, current streak, then longest streak, then total XP, created and updated, and all those property. Now we just have to insert data there, or maybe we have to update our existing data. So first of all, here you can see we use like update statistics method. So let's also import that from here. And let's save this and go. So in the updated statistics, what we're gonna do, we're gonna check the same. If we have the data in the statistics, then that means we have to update the data inside of that statistics. So let's say for the streak, then total XP and all those value. You might be thinking like, where is the longest streak showing? Because I'm not sure showed that here, so maybe you can add that. I have the table to manage that. So in the updated statistics, we will have the user ID, XP earned. Then the XP earned means whenever we complete a lesson, we will get the XP for that particular lesson, and we're going to pass that to that method, so that we're going to increase the existing total XP earned. Then we have a transaction entity manager, then current lesson ID. Now you're thinking, what is this transactional entity manager? So if I just go you and take you to the particular complete lesson service, then you can see we use transaction here, learner repository.manager.transaction. So why we use that? Because as I told you earlier, that whenever we have some sort of a functionality which actually depend on inserting or updating or reading data from multiple tables, that means if we have some scenario where we have to work with multiple tables and each of the work is dependent on each action, let's say one table interaction is dependent on another table, then we must need to use transaction. Because let's say during updating a table, then the internet got corrupt or the server got crashed or any uncertain issue happened, then it will not able to update the another table, but that table also important to update alongside. So that's why it's a problem. So for resolving that problem, we have to use transaction, which will actually help to insert those data or complete the whole thing in a temporary stage. And then when all those action, like in the database level action completed, then it's actually perform those action directly in the database. So that's a safe area, or like safe way. So that's why we have to use the transaction. And as our learner progress and our learner statistics, all these services related to our transaction, that's mean we also have to provide that transaction entity manager from type ORM that's we created here. Otherwise we are not going to add our database related stuff with that particular transaction. Let's say we have this one we created, like transaction entity manager, so we must need to pass that to our learning statistics method or service, so that whenever we also work with the statistics table, so that this will also add with the main transactional scope or main transactional stage, where all those action perform together, and then when all completed, then the whole thing actually perform in the main database. If one of them fail, let's say the learner statistics somewhere here, anything just failed from the database, then all those other things will be erased and those will be also failed. So that's the reason we use that transactional entity manager from the parent side, and we have the current lesson ID. Why is that? Because that's important to find out the lesson information and all those things. So here what we are doing, we are trying to find out the date, mostly the new date today, and we are trying to make that a format like full year, month, and then date, and we are doing it with UTC format, because when you work with the strict feature or functionality, there are time zone issue that could happen. So for that case, you must need to convert all those date and time with the UTC format, so that you can make that a standard date time format. So we formatted them, and we also need to track the yesterday date in the UCT format. So that's why I just find out like make out like yesterday date and also today date in the UTC format. Then I'm trying to check from the statistics table where with the user ID, let's say, is there any data available on the statistics table or not for that user ID. So that's what we will have in this data stats. And then we are trying to calculate new streak based on activity history. So we have to go to the activity table, and that's why we already have calculate streak. And you can see we also pass transactional entity manager, because in the calculate streak we are also going to work with the database level. Let's say in the calculate streak we have the user ID, today data, yesterday data, and the transactional manager, because I want to put this particular per action of the database also into the parent transaction scope, so that anybody got failed, then the whole thing will be failed. If all got passed, then all will be inserted together in the database. So that's why I also bring that here. Then we have current stats, then we have current lesson ID, all those information. And now we just sliced the date to make it format like this, YYY, then month and date. Then we have to find out like check if user already has activity today, including the current lesson being completed. Then we don't need to update the streak anymore, because if someone just completed a lesson today, then the streak should be kind of like increase 1. But if someone again complete another lesson, then we should not able to update that streak another time. So that's why we have to check that. That's the code. And then we have some query params with user ID and today date only, because we are trying to track with the activity table. So the activity table, I already told you, like in the learner activity table, it is like a huge table. If we just go there and try to check from the table, it's going to be like super unoptimized stuff. So you can see that here, activity dates query, we are trying to find out the distinct date from that particular table. And you already know that the table could be like a super big table with a large lots of data, but we must need to find out that distinct date with that date we provided, mostly the yesterday date or the today date. Like, okay, if we have someone actually completed any lesson, like the user ID, based on the user ID, if the user ID actually completed any lesson today or not. If they completed a lesson, then we are not gonna work with the streak, because in the calculated streak, it's gonna pass the streak. Like we are gonna either pass 1, or we are gonna either pass the streak to +1. So we have to find out that, let's say, when it will be 1 and when it will be +1. So whenever we will come to today, or like complete our first lesson, then if we have a streak in the previous lesson, or like some if we completed lesson in the previous day, then we can say, okay, then we have to check our streak column, that what is the data. Then we have to count +1, because yesterday the streak was also there, and today I also completed a lesson. That means my streak will be increased. So that's why we will increase that streak. So that's here you can see in the end of that particular method, we return consecutive days +1. That means we just increase that streak. But what if someone just completed today and they don't have any data in the yesterday? That means they broke the streak. We have to reset that streak to 0, or we have to make that kind of 1, because for yesterday you don't have any data. Now you just completed today lesson. That means you get the streak 1. That's what we also did here. So we check that streak like the date with the distinct date, and we did that in the descending order, so that we can find out the latest data. And if we don't have any activity dates for the previous record, then what we are going to do, we're going to return 1. That's mean we will have only 1 streak. But if we have some days, then we're going to calculate those dates, and we're going to also calculate that from the yesterday things. We just format that date here, then we check the date, then we loop through all those data that we have found from the list, and then we're going to count like how many date, like how many consecutive date you have completed lesson. And if any of the date got broken, then the streak will not work. So that's why we have to find that consecutive date, and that's what what I use, like the for loop and this data to find out or check with the date, compare with the date to find out any streak got break or not. If that break, then we are also going to break that gap, and if not, then we are just simply increasing using that consecutive days to +1. So overall this method is a bit complex, so first of all you will not maybe understand what's going on, maybe it's gonna go over your head. What I would say, just took this whole code, like the whole service, and ask Gemini very specific question that you want to earn, because maybe you will not able to understand what's going on this query. Maybe you will be get confused on this for loop, why we need for loop, or how we can optimize that. So there could be multiple questions. So if I just sit here and try to explain all the line one by one, then the video maybe cover like 200 hours, I'm not sure. So that's why I'm just giving you the overall understanding. Like this calculated streak will find out the streak, like the desired streak, that for the user either is going to be 1 because the older streak got broken, it's reset. That means it's going to be only 1 if they complete a lesson today, and if it has some the user has some have some let's say streak, and then we have to calculate the consecutive days, like how many days he was consistent, how many days the streak should be count, and the longest streak also. But this is going to calculate the current streak that we are going to insert the data. So in the calculated streak, let's go back. So we will get the new streak, like the value, and that value is going to be only stored in the database. Or then also we were going to check with the longest string, so we will get the longest string in the stats, because we already find out the stats data in our user table. So that's mean if we have the stats data, that's mean we can say we have to check with the longest string, as well as we have to increase the total XP. You can see total XP plus equal to XP earned, that we earn like 5 XP, and earlier it was like 100 XP, so it's become like 105 XP. Then the current streak will be the new streak that we calculate from the method, and then we will have the comparison. Like if we have the longest streak, then we're going to check with the new streak, let's say because if our consecutive streak become like more than longest string, then we have to replace with our longest streak to the new streak. So that's what we have done here. And let's say we have a no stats data for the user or the learner, that then the whole thing will be like a new data. We have to insert that. The current streak will be the new streak, the longest streak will also be the new streak that we found, and the total XP is going to be only the XP earned. That's it. And the learner ID. And that's why we use like transactional entity manager dot create, and here we have to pass the table name, and so that we can just create the data. And after that we have to use like transactional entity manager dot save, which will help to save the data. The same thing we did here. We use like this dot repository dot save here, but we didn't pass that particular entity manager, but you can also pass that. I want to show you that okay, you can do two-way approach. You can also pass the relation entity manager. If you don't pass, then it will be work like separately. This task will be erased, so this update position is also need to be included with the entity manager, but I just show you so that you can understand that we can do both. It's not totally mandatory to do that, but still if we lose the data, it's going to be like a problem. So that's why we must need to put all those transactions together with the transactional entity manager. If we work with any table, let's say in the learner progress we perform some update things, so we must need to add that included in the learner activity table. So that's our learner progress and our learner statistics service, and these are very crucial service. And there could be bug also, I'm not sure, because I don't got much time to test all those things, because there are tons of low codes. So it will be your task to manually test those features, as well as because checking the streak we have to wait 2 days, and then we have to also check the longest streak, so we need to do consecutive days things in the manual. So that's why you also need to check all this service, that all is working fine or not. If not, then also raise some issue in the GitHub, so that we can fix that together. Then we have learner progress. These are pretty simple. We just insert the data, but the complexity is in the learner statistics. And in the future, if we have many things, let's say some leaderboard things, or also some gamification feature, then we also have to work on this particular table often. Other than that, we are kind of done with all these two things. Now you understand like why we need learner progress table and why we need learner statistics table implementation. Now one thing left, which is find out the lesson, like the next lesson. So if I just provide a current lesson or a lesson ID, then I can find out the next lesson. Or if I provide a course ID, module ID, and chapter ID, and if I provide a lesson position or maybe the lesson ID, based on that we can find out out the position, then we will able to find out the next lesson. So that's what we are going to do in this particular method. So find next lesson method, we will took the course id, module id, chapter id, and the lesson position, and based on that we are going to find next and next. Let's say try to find the next lesson in the same chapter first. That's mean in a current chapter there could be multiple lesson, and that could, your current lesson could be, let's say, first index or first item, maybe it could be the second last item. So for that case we have to first find from our current local chapter. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go with the lesson repository. We just created a query builder, and we will look into the lesson table, and from the lesson table we're going to select these informations, and also we have some filter condition. Let's say in the where we are going to provide the course id, and the course status should be active like the publish. Then also the course the chapter should be matched with the current chapter id. The position need to be checked, like okay, what is the next position. That's what we actually check here by providing this syntax. And then we have to order by with the lesson position, because lesson has the position and that need to be ordered by, otherwise we're not gonna get the actual value. So after you order by with the ascending order, we will get the first item because we provided the limit, and we will get the get raw one. That's mean one data we need, which is the next immediate lesson in a particular chapter. Let's say the lesson right now, the current lesson position is the last lesson particular chapter. That's when we can say our chapter is completed. So we have to find out our next chapter first lesson. So how we're going to do that? Like this way. So if there is no next lesson in the chapter, first find find first lesson in the next chapter of that particular module, same module. So that's what we are going to do. So we are going to again going to the lesson repository. Then we created a lesson. Then we're gonna join with inner join with the chapter. Then with that chapter we are gonna join with lesson chapter id with the chapter id to find out the chapter information and all the lesson information to find out the next immediate chapter, because our older chapter is completed. Now we have to find out the next chapter. So for that case you can see we have some where condition. Also we have to check with the course id with the status like published or not. Then we have to find out the module, because chapter is inside of the module. That's when we have to also make sure the module id is same. The same thing we did here in the lesson, we check the chapter id same or not, and also we compare with the module the chapter position, the lesson position here. You can see lesson position is going to be current position. So the same thing we have to do with the chapter, because we are now in the one step up in the chapter area. So for that case we have to find out the chapter position, what is the immediate next position for the chapter, which is right now the current id, and then we have to use that position to ascending order. Then we have to find the exact one id or one item. So that's what we have done here. So we will get that next lesson from here. And also we then after finding that chapter, then we go to the lesson table to find out the lesson position, to find out that particular first lesson. That's what we have done here. And let's say now if we found lesson from here, then we're gonna find that lesson. We're gonna return that lesson id, module id, and chapter id, which is actually the next lesson id. So first we will go within chapter. If we found that lesson, we will provide those id. Then we go to the next chapter first item. If we found the data, we actually provided those data. Now it's a kind of trickier. Let's say the chapter is the last chapter, the lesson is the last lesson. Then what will happen? Then it will go back to the chapter. Then if it will check, then it will check to the chapter list. Then it will say okay, the chapter is also finished. Now we have to go back to the module list so that we can find the next immediate module. If we don't find any module in the next, then we can say our course is completed. But if we found anything in the next module, then we have to go to the next module, and then we have to go to the next module's first chapter, and first chapter has the first lesson, something like that. So that's what we're gonna do here. We created the query builder with the lessons. We are inner joining with the chapter and the module, because now we are working with the module scope. Then we have to select all these informations including the module position, which is really important. Then we have some where condition. Still we have to check with the course status published or not. Then in the and where condition, we have to check the module position. Let's say what will be the second position, or what will be the next position for the module. Then we're gonna go with the or then we're gonna order with the ascending order with the module position. Then the same thing will happen with the chapter. Then the same thing will happen with the position of the lesson, so that we can find out the first lesson from the next module, then the first chapter of that next module, and the first lesson from that particular chapter, and we will get that one data. If we don't have any lesson for that, let's say the module is also finished, then we will just return like null. But if we have the data, then we're gonna use those data next lesson id, module id, and chapter id. So that's a huge function or method that we used like add a tons of queries. And maybe you will not able to understand what's happening, like this will be a little bit confusing at first, but as I already have some experience on working with the type ORM, so I know what's happening, like which condition, what's going on. But it will be a little bit trickier for you, like what's happening. And maybe I will also be not able to give you like full explanation from my side, the best explanation. But what I would say, just watch a dedicated type ORM video, or maybe you can just learn by providing all this code to the Gemini and trying to learn from there, like what's happening in this specific select method, what's happening in this where method, and what's the difference between where and where, what's the difference between order by. And you might be confusing here, like why we order by with the chapter position and then we order by with the learner lesson position. Like first we use order by, then we again use add order by with the lesson dot position, something like that. So you might be get confused over all those here. So what I would just recommend you to take the code and try to get your question answer from LLM. And still, if you don't understand those parts, then you can raise comments in the video so that I can make dedicated video about all those methods from type ORM, because type ORM is really cool things. You can do a lot of stuff with the database, mostly in SQL. So I really love that. And nowadays you can generate tons of code related to type ORM. So I think this is going to be like boom. So this is the find next lesson method. Now we have to see all the method that we used in our complete lesson service. That's our main service. So let's start from here. The first one, as I told you, that we have to start with the transaction for make the data consistent, insert or update and whatever. So then we are gonna using the transactional entity manager for all those query builder, all those database call. So that's what we did. So we go to like transactional entity manager, we created a query builder, and we create that from the lesson table. Lesson table is one of the important table where we have those lesson data, XP point on all those things, and those data is important. Let's say XP points, then course ID, module ID, chapter ID, position, mostly the position. Lesson position is important because we have to find out the next position, and also we have to use that position to for the find out the next position and put that data into the learner progress table. And also we need the XP points to store that data into the learner statistics table. So there is tons of use case for the lesson data. So that's why we directly go to the lesson table. We found out all those data. Then we inner join with the course table. We join with the module table. We join with the chapter table to get some other data, mostly some of the IDs and all those sub data. Then we compare with the lesson ID, because the lesson table needs lesson ID to find out the exact raw lesson data. So that's why in the lesson result we got the exact lesson data. If we don't got the data, then that means there is no lesson. Then we can just throw error from here. Other than that, we also have to check the enrollment of the existing course. That okay, is that course you are trying to find out the lesson is enrolled or not, or is that active or not expired or not. So I didn't check the expiration here, but the status will be changed if the course got expired. So that's mean if we check from the status is that active or not, that we can say our course is active. So we go to the course enrollment table. Then we also go to the learner activity table to find out the activity of that particular learner. Let's say how many total lesson he or she actually completed, so that we can also use that in the learner status method. So for that case we need existing completion, like the data, and also the enrollment data. Let's say the course is enrolled or not. So these are the two things we use from resolve to resolve together, so that we didn't get any interruptions. And when we will not have those data, we're going to directly throw those error, because if the user is not enrolled that course, then it's invalid or unauthorized. Then also if the learner does not have any lesson completed yet, that's mean that's the first lesson. That's mean is gonna like we're gonna check that okay, the lesson is already completed or not. That's what we checked here. Maybe I mistake. So in the find one, we use like learner activity table, because in the learner activity table we track every single complete. So for that case, we just provide the user ID and the lesson ID. With that thing we can check that okay, is there any existing completion or not. Let's say if we already completed the lesson, then we don't need to allow the action from here, because if we allow, then it's gonna update the learner statistics table, it's gonna update the learner progress table, which will corrupt our table. So that's why we have to prevent those guard. So that's why we have to add this guard, so that we cannot go further. Then we also have to check the lesson is unlocked or not. Let's say someone just took those ID, provide that with the API, then let's say the ID is in the future lesson, then it's not gonna be accepted. So that's why we also have to check the lesson is unlocked or not. So we use like is lesson unlocked with our existing method that I already discussed earlier section. And then if it's not, like let's say it's a locked, then we are also gonna throw error because you cannot complete a locked course, which is a kind of a future course. Then other than that, we are kind of good. If all those guard pass, then we would say, okay, this is valid. Now we can actually further insert data. Let's say now we find out the today date so that we can pass that with the statistics, and also the completion record. We have to add some insert the data into the learner activity table. As I told you that whenever we completed a lesson, we have to provide the lesson ID, chapter ID, module ID, and all those things into the activity table. So that's what we did here. We inserted the data in the activity table, and then when that's done, we have to update our data in the status. So what we did, I already explained like what's happening. We provided the user ID, then also the XP point that we found here, then the transactional entity manager, and the lesson ID that we inserted in the activity table, so that it's gonna go and it's gonna update the status table with the transactional entity manager. And then we have to find the next lesson. We already discussed about that. In this find our next lesson, we will get the next lesson data. Let's say next lesson we'll have the module ID, chapter ID, and the lesson ID. And then we have to use those data to update our learner progress, because as I told you, in the learner progress, it's actually track the current or the next lesson, which will be the active lesson. So that's why we have to provide those ID to the update position of the learner progress service, which will actually use those data to insert those data into that table. So that's what's happening. If you go to the complete lesson, it's not a huge complication. Instead, we have some guard to check before we insert some data into the database. And then when those guard actually pass, then we insert data into the learner activity table for log. And then we have an update statistics table for actually update the statistics, mostly XP points, streak, and all those things. And then we have to find the next lesson so that we can update the learner progress position, so that anybody just go or complete a lesson, and then if they logged out, come back again, then they can also go to their current lesson. For tracking that, we have to update this thing. And after that, we can just simply pass the completion like this table data. Let's say because we are working with the learner activity table, so we can just pass that data to the front end or the client side. And that's not going to be useful because whenever the API success, will only show the success message. That's it. So whenever we submit a lesson, it's just gonna be like in a toast. That's it. And it's gonna talk to the next lesson. And the next lesson is important. That's why you can see in the completions, we also provided maybe the next lesson. But I think in the lesson result, let's just check. So we just simply provided the completion, but I think we also somehow have to pass the next lesson information because I think we don't have to, because if we already saw in the earlier section, whenever we fetch the current lesson, we already find out the next lesson data. Not only that, but also the previous lesson data. That's mean if we just submit the lesson, and then if we just retrieve or call the same current lesson API, then we'll actually eventually go to the next lesson dynamically, because as you saw in the current lesson section in the API, we fetch the previous lesson, also the next lesson. So let's say we submitted the lesson and we call back the API again. What will happen? In our lesson progress, there will be new lesson, and that ID will appear in behind the scenes, and that data will come here directly, and our progress will be updated, and our position will be updated as well. So we don't have to do a lot of work when we submit that. So the next lesson and previous lesson logic is already added with our find current lesson. Let's say I think get learner current lesson method here. In this method, we already providing at the end all those informations related to the current lesson in the next lesson. Let's say if I just go then you can see in the navigation we provided the previous lesson and the next lesson. So whenever we submit here in the on submit on success, we can just put that next lesson ID. We can call the API and it's gonna fetch that lesson information again. So we don't have to do anything when we complete that lesson. The completion of that lesson is already taken a lot of query. So if we just also fetch the next lesson and the previous lesson there, then the query will be like huge, like the submit things will be like took longer. So that's why we must need to make that optimize. We have to make the chunk by chunk, and if we just slightly improve the UX or maybe trick on the UX, then maybe we can just make our backend server more efficient. So that's overall with our complete lesson. Now if we just create the controller and point that to the route, then we will be kind of good with that particular service. So for that case, let's also see from the commit what we have done. So our services are kind of done. Now we just have to create the controller and all those routes. So let's quickly add them. So I have to create the controller learner activity TS. So let's go to the controller learner planning progress. We already already have the learner activity, so we just have to simply add a new controller, which is going to be like complete lesson. Let's say this one, and it's gonna using the complete lesson, and we will only need the lesson ID and the user ID. The lesson ID will come from the params, and the user ID as usual we got from the header, and then we just completed just call that completed lesson service. Then we will have the changes on the route. So let's go to the route learner activity, and let's add a new route like this. So let's go to the route and add a new route, and also we have to add the validation. So the route will be added before our like after the courses. So at the courses we can just add a new route, which is going to be complete dash lesson ID, and in that ID this is going to be the lesson ID, and here you can see we are just adding the SID params, which is gonna validate our ID that's correct or not. So after that we are gonna use that complete lesson controller like this, and so far our route is also prepared, complete lesson dash ID, and the parent route is kind of like I think API slash learner activities then slash activity, then we will have complete dash lesson dash ID. That's it. So now our API route is also completed. So let's now implement those in the front end. So first of all, we have to add a new endpoint in our front end. So let's quickly add that. We already have a bunch of API endpoint, so there will be a new one which is going to be post, because this is kind of like a submit or submission of a particular lesson, so we must need to make that a post request, and that's the final API. We will use the lesson ID as a params, and we'll get that in the argument. Now let's create the query so far, because connecting with that particular API we need query. So we will go to the query, and we already have some bunch of queries for the activity. So maybe we can put that query in the learner I think in the learner file. From the query I provided all those learner activity related queries, so let's also put that here as well as. So export these like use lesson complete mutation, and of course this needs to be mutation because we are trying to update like post API, so that's why we use that. Then we also need the query client because we are going to invalidate some of the queries, so we must need to use that query client here. And then we must need to import the API. Let's also import the API. And then when that success, then you can see how many things we have just invalidated. First of all, we're going to invalidate the current lesson. That's mean whenever we submit the course, that's I already told you, like whenever I submit, then when that, if I just refresh what happened, the current lesson course API just appear and call, and we got the current lesson information. So the same API we have to invalidate so that it refetch again, it refetch the new data based on the course ID, module ID, and the chapter ID. Then we are going to invalidate active courses. As I completed some of the like one lesson, then we also need to reflect that in our active course, because the count of the lesson, completed lesson count, should be increased. And also the let's say if I just go to the explore section, in the module list we also have the progress. That progress need to be updated, the XP earn need to be updated. That's mean our module list API should be called, then our chapter list should be called with the progress, those API. So that's mean we have several API need to be invalidated. Let's say we first invalidate the active courses, then active chapters. Here you can see we have two things like active courses. I don't know why we just use active courses. I think I have done that twice. That should not be twice. There will be only once. Let's also try that is duplicate or not. Yes, that's duplicate. So we just have to remove one. We first call the invalidate the active courses, then we invalidate the modules, then we invalidate the chapters, as we will get all those information here, course ID, module ID, chapter ID, so that we can easily invalidate all those older data and fetch those data back, so that we can get the current progress, or like the updated increased progress as we completed a particular lesson. So that's what happened in the use lesson complete mutation. Now we can just simply use that in a button when we click on that button. So for that case, let's go to the commit, and here we have to create a chapter complete page. So I'm going to create that later. Let's also add the lesson.tsx file. Let's go to that file and update that file on that particular footer component, because we have the footer here. And also we have the function on complete handler. So we already created that, but that's empty. So we have to update those functions. So for that case, we have to use our new mutation, which will help to just complete the lesson. So let's just import that. And after that, we need all those IDs. So what I will do, I will put that here under the query. And we are going to pass the course ID, module ID, and the chapter ID. And if we need anything, we are going to use those value from here. And in the on complete handler, we will have a lot of logic. So I'm going to explain what's happening. And also we have the on previous handler. Let's copy. So let's replace both of the function. So like this. Now let's try to see what's happening here. So in the onComplete handler, we are going to check that, okay, we have the lesson ID or not. If not, we're going to return. And also we are checking the double click. Let's say if already one submission is pending, then we are not going to allow to submit again. So it's going to help to prevent double click. And then we have the check for if we don't have any current lesson and if we don't have any next lesson like this, or I would say if we have any next lesson ID, and if we don't have any current lesson like is current lesson, which will mean like our lesson is completed, something like that. Let's say we have 5 lesson in the chapter. I want to show you, like if I just go to the chapter list and let's go to a completed lesson and let's try to visit this one is already completed. Now if I try to click on the next button, then does I need to, like, do I need to complete that lesson again or not? I don't have to complete that again because I already completed. So in that case we have to handle that functionality. So that's why I'm checking that, okay, is that current lesson or not. So we are checking based on the is completed and also the locked. In the locked we are also checking, like, let's say is it the future lesson or not. So all those things we checked, and we will get like is current lesson. So if that's not is current lesson, and also if in the navigation if we found the ID for the next lesson, that's mean we already visited that course, we already completed that course. Now we can just simply want to visit that course. So for that case we will use that particular query here. If you saw, we use the same URL like course ID, module ID, and chapter ID. We provided that params, but we added one additional thing, which is search, which will work like the query. So in the search we added the lesson ID. So in that lesson ID, so from the lesson current lesson page with this lesson ID, we're going to track that, and we're going to fetch only exactly that lesson ID information. So when we provided that particular search query, if we don't provide that query, let's say if I don't provide that query, then it should take us to the exact current lesson chapter. You can see chapter 4 lesson 2. If I just go back, the ongoing chapter, which is this one, and the current lesson is this one. And if we provided any lesson ID, then you can see I am able to get that exact lesson data. So that's what the check and condition. And then if the lesson data is not completed, that's mean we now have to complete that lesson. So for that case we use like the toast promise, and we provided that complete mutation here, and the is pending is used here for double check, like double click. And in the complete lesson mutation we provided the lesson ID, because that's also only need the lesson ID. And all those other information like course ID, module ID, and chapter ID is actually sent directly there. And here you can see in the completed lesson mutation, on that function we have to call that method, and with passing the lesson ID. Let's say if I just go there, that's in the mutation. In the mutation it will take all this ID, but when we call that mutation function, we have another async function, and that function we need the ID. So that's what we pass here. So the same thing we did earlier. So that's will help to complete the lesson, like call that API that we recently developed. That's it. And if we got completed, we say lesson completed. And then when the lesson completed and also the logic this one does not match, let's say we hit this one, or let's say we hit this one. Let's say the lesson is already visited. Now what we are going to do, we are going to just simply go to the current lesson page, but we will add the search query so that it fetch that particular lesson exact lesson data. And then if that's failed, then we will go to check like, okay, is that lesson is completed or not. If not, that's mean we are going to complete that lesson, and we call that API and it will complete that lesson, and it's gonna give the success and the toast. Now what we're gonna do, we have to navigate after success. We cannot just stay that page. We have to somehow navigate to the next page, or our next data should be appear. So whenever we call that mutation, we already invalidated lots of query. So with these particular things, we will already got all those information. Let's say this is a chapter. In this chapter we have 2 lessons, although I completed the first lesson, and I already invalidated the query for the current lesson. So what will happen, that next lesson data will be easily called by refetch the data. So with this line we don't have to navigate to anywhere. In that page it will fetch the new data, and it is gonna show those data. But this check is different. This check will have happen because when we have the last lesson of that particular chapter, let's say you are in the last lesson. Now when you click on the complete lesson, then you should not see the current lesson, because now the chapter is completed. You have to see the chapter list page. Let's say if I just go to the chapter list, this page. So we need to navigate the user to this page so that user can see all the lessons they have completed. And then if they want to go to the next chapter, they can go to the chapters, and from there they can actually go to the next chapter and also see all those completed chapters. So that's the flow that I was trying to implement. So for that case, in this particular section, we have to add those chapter completed page. So for that case, we have to add a new page which is going to be like chapter completed, which is here, by the way, in the same folder where we put the current lesson. So we have to put a new page, chapter completed, chapter complete, not completed. And we also have to restart our server as we are running concurrently. So let's just rerun our server, and all is all kind of good. So this is our page. Now we should not see that error, and the error is actually gone. So this is going to be our page, like learner courses, course id, module id, chapter id, and chapter complete. And whenever we navigate to the chapter complete page, we will directly fetch all the completed lesson list. That's we just did here. So right now, if I just go to our localhost 5173, this one, you can see we have the chapter complete page. But if we go to explore and let's say first module, and if we go to here, then you can see we are only going to the current lesson, but we should navigate to the chapter complete page from the each card that's actually completed. And also when we click on the ongoing lesson or like chapter, we should able to now submit. And then when we do the next submission, we should complete, and we should go to the chapter complete page. You can see when I submit earlier, it's just show success. That means the API is working fine. And other than that, we checked here, like let's say if the total progress, the total lesson minus 1 equal to the completed lesson, that's when we are checking that, okay, we are in the last lesson or not. Before we submit the button. So if we are in the last lesson, and also if we don't have any next lesson data in the navigations, like in the lesson current lesson, we provide the next lesson information. So when it's end of that particular chapter, we don't provide any lesson informations on that particular data, because what the lesson previous lesson and the next lesson data is only retrieved from a particular chapter scope. So we don't actually provide the ID for the next chapter first lesson. So that's why when you will be in the last chapter, last lesson in the particular chapter, you will not get the next lesson information in this particular UI. So this is the functionalities from the backend side, because I don't want to make that more complex, because you already saw in the find next lesson method that what I have to do. I first of all check from the chapter, then if the chapter is completed, then I have to go to the module level, then if the module level is completed, then I have to check the course is completed. So all those functionality or like all those conditions need to be applied on the same in the submit method. So not in the submit method, in the current lesson API where I fetch the next lesson information. So that's why I want to make that simple. The UX becomes simple. Now if I just submit in the last stage, what it will do, it will took us to the chapter completed page. So that's the page, and from that page I can also go to the next chapter and the first item. That's how it's gonna work. And if that condition does not match, we are not providing anything. We're just simply providing, because this else condition will not actually gonna trigger, because it's the same page that we already are, because we are providing the same ID and those stuff, and this is the same page. So that's what we have done here. I believe you understand the on complete handler method and all those logic. And we have on previous handler, as I told you earlier, that whenever we try to visit a particular page, we have to provide the query here. So whenever we provide the query, based on that we also fetch the data, and we are going to also implement that in this particular lesson. Let's say here we have a like this, like we don't have any lesson ID, like course ID, module, chapter ID. How we're going to get the lesson ID? Using the search route.use search, we will get the lesson ID, and with the search we will find the lesson ID like this. And when we are fetching our get current lesson ID, how we are fetching that? We are fetching that by this use get learner current lesson query, where we provided all those data. Let's say if we don't have any lesson ID, that's mean we will not able to fetch that. You can see if we have lesson ID, we're going to make that true. Not, then we are going to make that false. So this is a different API. If you saw in here, let's say in the learner lesson query, so this will provide the kind of current lesson, but the data is kind of like a different trigger. Here you can see. So I think there are some work need here to make that complete. I think let's also try to check. So if I just go to the previous section, I think that's working. Okay, it's not working perfectly. That means we have to implement the on previous handler first, then we can see what's going on. So in the on previous handler, we have the data navigation previous lesson, and when what we're doing, we are just providing the search query. Inside that query, we are providing the previous lesson ID that we found from the data, current lesson data. So And if I now refresh and try to go to the current lesson, let's say if I go here, then we have in the last stage of the chapter, if I click on the previous lesson, we are changing the query. You can see lesson, we are changing the query, but we are not able to fetch any data based on that query. If I just go back again, try to go the chapter 4, then you can see we are still in the chapter 4 lesson 3. If I just the previous, we are still in the same data. So we need to fetch the API again to find out the new data. For that case, we have to add some work on this particular changes, not only just simply calling that API and like providing the search params. We have to do some work as well as. So I think that work will be in the future commit somehow. Let's find out the next commit. So complete lessons page UI and API bind. I think that's going to be the API. Let's also see the commit. So we should have to work with the lesson page, and I don't see anything here. And there are also refactoring, learning. Yeah, I think learner tracking accessible lesson done. So this commit, I actually completed that particular part. So what I will do, just gonna look into our older changes, and so far you can see this is the bug that need to be fixed, because whenever we click on the previous lesson, it should take us to that particular previous lesson based on the ID. Right now it's not fetching, it's only giving us the current lesson. So that's what we need to implement in the future section. And so far these are the changes. So far we have implemented that functionality here. So right now I cannot complete that because the submit lesson is working. So whenever this is in the last stage, if I now click on the submit lesson, now the lesson completed successfully, and it took us to the chapter lesson, or like sorry, chapter completed page. Now let's go again, then you can see the progress. And if I go again, let's just see, this is now in the next chapter or next lesson. The older is actually gone. Pass or complete, but whenever I click on that one, as well as I get the current lesson is the ML fundamentals chapter 5 lesson. So why I'm getting the chapter 5 lesson? Because whenever I click on the card, it should take us to the chapter list that we saw in the already implemented version. Let's say here we saw the chapter list. So that's what we are going to implement in the next commit. And so far we have done our next click, like the submit button lesson. So let's just click that again, and you can see lessons completed, and you can see the progress bar actually changed. So that's our goal was with this particular commit. So make sure you sync with this submit lesson or complete a lesson commit. So now let's move into our next commit. So our next commit is going to be completed lesson page UI and API bind. So let's close the older one and let's go to our new one. So in this commit, we are gonna complete the completed lesson page UI and the API bind. That's mean whenever we click on that particular complete list page, we should see all the list of the chapter lessons, and then the navigation should work, because right now whenever we click on a particular chapter, it's just taking us to the current lesson, which is not correct. So let's implement that. So for that case, we also have to work with the API, because right now we don't have any API support for retrieving all the completed lessons information, right? So for that case, we have to implement that API, and we already have the learner activity service. So let's just create a new service, and you can see this learner activity becomes like huge. So yeah, it will become a huge service because it has some logical services. That's really important. So let's copy this one. This is going to be get completed lesson for chapters. And if you just show you the queries, simple query, single optimized query, where we started with the learner activity table. Because in the learner activity repository of the table, we have almost everything that we need: user ID, course ID, module ID, chapter ID, lesson ID, all those information. So what we have to do is find that ID, or like find that information and join with all those related table. Let's say we join with the lesson table for the lesson information, for the course table, course information, module table, chapter table. With all those inner join, we join with the ID from the lesson and the ID from the activity table. And then we have to select some of the information that we want to showcase. Let's say if I just go again in the UI, then you can see whenever I click, we have the lesson name, then lesson description, lesson progress. Almost the all lesson should be 100% because those are completed, and total XP earned like 54. This will be counted from all those lesson XP. So if we just find out the lesson XP, then it's enough. In the front end, we are going to calculate that. And other than that, we don't need much information. So what we will do, just simply go to the learner activity table, and we're going to inner join all those lesson ID, course ID, module ID to fetch all the information that we need, mostly like lesson data, like the name, chapters and chapter name, module name, and the XP we earned, completed, and all those informations. Here you can see we don't have any date like when you completed that, so we can also fetch that date because we already have that date, but we didn't show those information here. So you can also show that in a particular lessons data. And then we actually count something like total completed lesson. This is a property which we count from the table based on the chapter ID and total lesson. That's mean total count for the particular chapter lessons. That's what we did here. And after that, we condition with the user ID from activity table user ID with the user ID that we provided as an argument from the get completed lesson for chapter. So when we call this particular API, we will provide the user ID, and also we will provide the chapter ID. User ID will taken from the header, but the chapter ID we will provide it differently. And the chapter ID will be come from the URL that's here, like in the third params, which will be the chapter ID. So with the chapter ID, we will fetch those information from the learner activity table. Then we added another condition, which is for the chapter. Then we check with the position, because position is important. We added like ascending order, and then we cache with 1 minute cache, because if you just refresh every time in this page, then the data should load from the cache. That's it. And then we have to map the data, and we have to make a kind of a list, a proper list that we can pass to the front end, and we can just render the data. So that's why we use like the result to map that data, and then we compacts the data with a new format like completed lesson. And then we provided the completed lesson, and also the total lesson need to be count or calculated. So that's what we did. We check the length, and we find out the total lesson count from that particular result. And when we have that, we will get the total lessons and total completed, which is ultimately the result total completed value. That's it. So which we got from this line, this query. So when we got those data, now we can just send that to the client side. That's what we did. So now let's create the controller and also the route to make that happen. So I'm just gonna go to the commit, and we are done with the service. Now let's create the controller, and we will create that under the complete lesson. This one is the new one, get completed lesson for, and we will get the chapter ID from the params that I already discussed, and the same service that we called earlier. Then we have the route. So let's go to the route and add a new route, and also we have to use that route. And you can see that how easy it becomes, like creating those APIs and integrate that in the front end with standard stack query. I think you would love that. So this is going to be the route. It is going to be under the lesson API. So this one, complete course, we will now have completed lesson with the ID, and we have to add that particular controller here. And this params is going to be chapter ID, and the above one is going to be the lesson. I just mention that, so that which ID is that, because both of them I just indicate like ID, because it's a generic, and also we have a generic validation. So everywhere if we need any ID, single ID, we can just use that SID params. So that's our route. So I think we are kind of done with our route. Now it's time to add those APIs in the front end. So let's also collapse that. Now in the front end, let's add a new learner API, and you can see this is pretty much similar like we did earlier. All the API bind stuff is similar. We add the endpoint like this, learner activity, completed lesson, and the chapter ID. And then based on that endpoint, we have to create a new query. So let's find out the query from here, learner.ts. Let's go to the query, and let's also create a new query here. So let's also see, is that query going to be like mutation or use query? So we use like use query, because we are going to fetch in the page. Let's say whenever we come to the page, we will directly fetch that. So we can just simply use the use query hook. And also we have to provide the key. So let's also see what keys we have here. So we have a new key, which is going to be like completed lesson. So let's also go to there, completed lessons, and that's going to be the key. Maybe I have to put a comma. I think I'm getting error from the end. So let's also resolve that error, like importing that API. Also we have I complete lesson type. I think I don't have that yet, so I have to create that. So let's create another type from here. You can already saw in particular type we added that I lesson completed list interface, which is you already saw from the backend that I will have the data set like this. So I'm going to show you here, like I completed lesson. There will be completed lesson object where we will get the completed lesson data. like it's an array of object. We will get the list of that lessons, and then total lessons and total completed lessons for particular chapter. So that's that interface that we need to use here as a response. And that's kind of it. We're getting some error here. Let's try to find out that error from the query, because the query I copied got corrupted. So let's I think I just missed a curly bracket. That's it. Now if I just go here, then you can see the complete lesson is, that's the key, and that key we used here, and we provided the chapter ID so that we can catch the data, and whenever we need, we're going to invalidate that data as well. But I don't think we have to invalidate that, because if you complete a chapter, those data is already completed, and there is nothing you have to work with those with a chapter list, lesson list. So that's the query. Now if we just simply use that query, then we will get our desired UI. So for that case, if you go to this particular page, then you can see we have some card item. Then also we have the header, we have some information like the UI. So we have to implement that UI. For that case, we will have two components. One is complete lesson and completion banner. So complete lesson is the item of that particular lesson. You can see the map, and the completion banner is kind of the banner that we saw here. So let's create quickly all these two components, and we're going to create that in the learner/lesson page. So let's find out that component folder. So components, then learner, and then lesson. We have several components. Now we will gonna add two more. So complete lesson. So let's create that, and also completion banner. So let's also create that as well as, and we have to remove the space before the name. It will be completion banner. So now let's bring those code for those particular components. So I'm gonna first copy the completion banner code. So let's copy this, and it's simple banner. You can just easily implement that. Just go to the UI. We have title, a big icon, description, and total XP. So all these values should come from the parent side so that we can reuse that component. So that's what we did. Title, description, start on, go to course level, chapter level, on click next chapter. Let's say this button need to be handled from the parent side, so we have to make that component all those props. So all those props added, we have the level. We can also control this level like this one. So that's a good thing. You can generate the UI, or you can also regenerate the UI from Gemini, because Gemini got updated, like Gemini 3. When I started working on this project, it was like Gemini 2 1.5 Flash, that model, but now it's Gemini 3. And in the future, maybe you are watching the video in the next year, or maybe after next year, you will see a more updated version that could be generated like a tons of good UI. So that's it. Overall, in this particular banner, we have those trophy icon like here, then the title, description, and those common stuff in the button. We have the control from the parent side. So I think I put that component in the wrong file, so it should be in the completion banner file. So now let's bring our next component code, complete lesson code. So in this complete lesson, we are gonna map through our lesson data with a particular card. So the card UI is already implemented somewhere, like when we saw in our module list. You can see the kind of similar card. Let's just go to there. You can see the card here. This card is also pretty similar. So what we can do is just simply mimic the UI and design the card. You can also make that card better. You can see we have the icons, index, that lesson name, lesson description, and also the circular progress. Right now it seems broken, so maybe in the future when I refactor, I will maybe fix that. But for now, let's just make that as it is. And you can see it's kind of hard coded, it's static, because in the completed list we don't have to see the progress, like it's a 80% progress. It's already completed, so we can say it's a 100% progress. So for that case, the data is showing 100% as a static data, and this is the circular progress. We already have that percentage progress, so maybe we can reuse that here, but that was too big, so that's why I just use a raw static progress. And all of this is information, and here you can see lesson.map. So the lesson will come from the parent side. So whenever we complete like use this complete lesson component, we have to pass the lesson, and the lesson data type will be like this one. I completed lesson, like this particular data type, but we are only going to use completed lesson list, not the total and the total completed value. You can see from here, let's say I just added the type like this one. I completed lesson, then completed lesson. That means I want that particular object information as a type here. So completed lesson type, that's it. So in the lesson, we just map that, and in the on click, that's important. Now, whenever we click on that particular item, then we also have to go back to the lesson like this, And we also have to add the search query. Otherwise, if we don't add that, then it's going to fetch the current lesson information as expected. So we must need to add the search query here like this, the lesson ID. Whenever we provide that lesson ID with that particular page, we will fetch that particular lesson's information until the lesson is not locked. Let's say the lesson is locked, then we will not able to see that information. And other than that, we must have to provide the course ID, module ID, chapter ID, and we will get those data because whenever we come to the chapter complete page, we already provided those ID in the top of that URL. So we will fetch those data and we will put back here easily. And here you can see we are using those data from the item, because when we work on the backend side, we provided those ID like the course ID, module ID, chapter ID. So that's what we are providing from the item that we rendered here. So that's the complete lesson component and the complete banner component. Now we just simply have to use these two components inside of our chapter complete page. So let's also see. And I was in the in the query, I think query was done, and also the type was added, done. So let's collapse that. So the component is kind of now done. So in the chapter complete, we have to call that query, we have to fetch the data, and we have to render those information. So let's quickly add that. So what I have to do is in the changes, we can just grab the whole code. So let's grab the whole code from the return statement and put that here. And we are getting some error. Let's just resolve all those import error. We have to use the navigations. Then this is the query that's gonna fetch the completed lesson list. So that's we created. So copy that, and we also of course must have to provide the chapter ID. The chapter ID will come from the URL like here, like route.use params. And then if we don't have any data, we're going to show the loading like when the is loading is turned on. And also if we can just fetch the error from here, let's say is error or something like that. If we have any is error, that we can also show the loading or maybe not found stuff. So that's it. And now it's time to show the banner and also the data. So first of all, there will be the banner, and then there will be the list, and it will be wrapped with a design. So that's the design in the div. We added the design, it's a big, and then in that design we will have first the banner. So let's bring that banner, import that, provide the title. The title will come from the completed lesson from the chapter name, and the chapter name will be same for all the lesson. So if I just go to the first item, or maybe in the last item, or the middle of the item, or any random lesson item, we'll get the chapter name. The chapter name is same, so that's the chapter name that we are going to show. And the same thing will happen for the module name, course name, because in a chapter the module is same, the course is same, but the lesson is different. So we'll get all those names from maybe accessing the first item. That's the fine. Then in the description, we provided the course name and the module name like this. This is the course name and this is the module name. And then we provided the XP that earned from this particular chapter. Like we earned 61 XP. That's it. And other than that, we don't have much things here. We have on click next chapter button like this one. So whenever we click, it should take us to the chapter list page based on the module ID and the course ID. That's what we have to pass, like course ID, module ID, and slash chapters. And in the params, we have to pass the module ID and the course ID. And when we pass that, it's gonna take us to the chapter list page. That's it. Now let's bring the complete lessons component, and we fetch the completed lesson data, the query. Now we got the data, and we have to just pass the data like completed lesson. In the interface, you already saw that we have that particular data. Let's just go the here. Completed lesson, and I completed lesson will have the completed lessons property that's we sending from the backend side. So if I just show you from the backend side, like in the learner activity route, maybe this one, then you can see here get completed lesson. Let's go here, let's go to the service, and in that service at the end you will see the data set like completed lesson, total lesson, and total completed. So this is the same interface that we use in the front end level. So that's why we have to pass the completed lesson array, so that the complete lesson component will took this data and complete the whole thing. So I think that's it for the UI. Let's now try to check from our implemented one, this one. You can see the same thing here. Let's refresh, and now if I just go click, nothing happening because we are still going to the current chapter. So we also have to upgrade our card, the card that we work for the chapter item. So here in the card, let's go to the card. It's going to be like this card, chapter card, the common card that we show here, all this card. So in this card, in the on click, we have to now navigate to the chapter complete page if the item, like if the chapter is 100%. So for that case, we already have that on click, so we have to just uncomment the commented code. So if if I just go here, you can see we already write that earlier, so we've just uncomment that code, and we have to check if that's learner or not. If that's not learner, that we're not going to allow that. Then we also have to check the course ID is available or not, the module ID is available or not, or the chapter ID is there or not. If not, then we're not going to allow to send that, because if we just show you here, let's say in the chapter complete page, we must need those three values to fetch all those lesson ID. So for that case, we must need to provide those ID, and also the progress should be 100%. Other than that, we are not going to return that. And when those all data we have, now we are just simply returning to the chapter complete page with passing all those IDs. And let's now try to check from this particular page, and you can see the difference on the favicon. The favicon, the icon is kind of dark, but this favicon, the icon is kind of light. So I put that so that you can separate which is where right now we are working. So right now we are working on the 5173 port, and this one 5174 is already completed. So now if I click, now we should see all the list here that's showing correctly, and the chapter is also working. Let's go here, and if I now just try to complete the chapter like this chapter, let's also submit this one. Our second lesson completed. Now let's submit this one. The third lesson completed. Let's choose any answer, and the answer got wrong. Let's submit that, and now we just when all the lesson completed, it bring us to the chapter list, like all the completed lesson list page, which is called chapter complete page. And now if I just go again, then you can see the module like ML fundamental is 100% completed. And now if I just go back, then it should unlock our second module, which is already unlocked, you can see. But these two are still locked. You can see the lock icon gone, but this one is completed. You can see all those 100%. Now if I click anyone, then it's take us to that particular chapter complete page with all the list of the lesson that completed. And if I go back again and go to the TensorFlow Basic, this one is the module list. Here you can see all the chapters, and this is ongoing, and all this chapter is kind of locked. And from any of the lesson, if I try to access, then it will not show us any data. Instead it's gonna show like empty. All those UI will be empty. We can also handle that logic. That's a kind of bug, I would say. You can fix that. Let's say this one is like 87. I want to put that, let's say 95. And if I just try that, then okay. Oh, if I don't provide any lesson ID, then it's still every time it's gonna fetch the current lesson. That means the current course lesson based on the course ID. So even if you try to put different chapter ID, then you will still go back to the current chapter. But let's say if you provide a wrong lesson ID or a future lesson ID like this, then you can see, okay, we did not implement it yet, that particular accessible lesson by ID query. So we're gonna implement that in the query, like the commit of learner tracking accessible lesson done in this particular commit. We're gonna implement that, but right now we are in the completed lesson page UI and API bind. So to the next commit, like this, when this commit is finished, like we already done with this commit, then now we're gonna implement that accessible lesson. So I think we are kind of done with all the changes here. So let's also see, we added that changes in the chapter card in the onClick method, and all those other things are already done. So I can say we are kind of good with this particular commit. Also sync with that. Now let's move to the next commit, which is going to be the learner tracking accessible lesson done. Now in this learner tracking accessible lesson done, let's open this, and in this commit you can see several changes as well as, and mostly we are gonna implement that feature. Like let's say if we provide the lesson ID, let's say from here, this one in the chapter, if I just go to the submit, then if I go to previous lesson, you can see the data actually change. If I go to the next lesson, the data change as well as in this lesson 2, this is lesson 1. But that's not happening with our lesson here. Whenever we click on the previous lesson, we just see the lesson ID got changed here, but nothing happening. So that's what we are gonna fix in this particular commit. So for that case, we will need some sort of another API, because the API we implement earlier, which was only for the current lesson API, is not gonna give you any particular lesson data. Let's say if the older API will took the course ID, chapter ID, and the I think course ID, module ID, and the chapter ID, and those three data will bring to the exact current lesson based on the learner progress table. Let's say in the learner progress table, I already discussed what it actually stored. It actually stored the next course information. So all those information will actually bring the next course, which is the current lesson info. But for tracking a particular lesson or like getting a lesson information, we might need to use that ID, like a get by ID for the lesson information. So that's what we're going to implement. So let's go to our activity service page again, like the service file again, and we need a new simple API service that's gonna help us to fetch the accessible lesson. That's mean a particular get lesson which will use the lesson ID and check some validation or guard, and then it's gonna give a tons of data, mostly the same data set that we provided in the current lesson, but it's not gonna stay with only the current lesson, but it's gonna give with the any lesson if we provide until the lesson is unlocked. We cannot provide the locked lesson information. So for that case, the same kind of code you will see in this particular method. If you just compare, then you can see that it's pretty much same. The difference is we just simply going to the lesson table to find out the exact lesson information. That's what we are gonna go. But before that, we're gonna check from the activity table. That's we already did in the earlier section, like when we added like get learner current lesson. This one, and this one is pretty similar. The current lesson will be changed to any lesson ID that we provided from the earlier things. So if I now just go to here, like this one, get learner accessible lesson, you can see user ID and the lesson ID. Okay, but in the current lesson, we provided user ID, course ID, chapter ID, module ID, all those things. But here, we just have to provide the lesson ID. Based on that lesson ID, we're going to fetch all those information. So first of all, we get the details data from the lesson table. Then we join with the course module chapter table for get almost every data. And also we go to the learner activity table to find out the, to match the user ID that, okay, the learner has, the data is actually completed or not for that case. Let's say, because if you're trying to access a particular lesson, either the lesson will be locked or it will be unlocked, or unlocked means it's completed, or it's going to be like current. So for that case, we have to check from the lock table that, okay, is this lesson I'm looking for is completed or not. If that's completed, then we also need that data as well as. So that's why we join all this join here. Then we selected all those informations. These are mostly like the lesson information, including the chapter modules and course information, because the hierarchy actually matter. That's the important part. And after that, we applied the wire condition. We provided lesson ID, then lesson ID, which just filtered, and we got the one data. And if we don't have any lesson data, we're gonna throw the error. Then we check that, okay, the lesson we are trying to access with that course is actually active or not. If not, then we are going to throw the error because you are not enrolled on that course. You are trying to fetch wrong lesson from the wrong course. That's what we did here. This is kind of similar. If you just saw the earlier section, and if you bring the code, you can compare and you can see the similar pattern or the exactly similar code until the code is kind of different here. Look at the new lesson fetch, because we are fetching the lesson from the direct lesson. And then here we have to find out the progress, current progress. So what's the current progress? Is this lesson is available on our learner progress table or not? So that's what we're going to checking. So get user current progress to determine accessibility. So it's about like the lesson we have is already accessible or not. That's what we're going to check. And also check if lesson is accessible. We will have a private helper function that's also going to check that, okay, the lesson is accessible or not. So this is kind of like the same way we did like unlock, but these are the two methods that's actually give us out of the box feature. Like let's say we're gonna check, because the accessibility is depend on several factors, so that's why we need these two helper methods. So let's also bring them, or maybe you can also refactor by using like is lesson unlocked method. That's gonna help to access that. So there are like tons of method that have tons of functionality. So we're checking if the lesson is accessible. So let's also check from this method. So in this method, we have the lesson data, current position, then course ID is similar to like the is unlocked. You can see we have user ID, lesson ID. So if you see the code, this is also same. So now you're thinking like, why I have two methods? So show you like how you can also implement functionality in different way. We can also refactor and make a generic method that's we can reuse both of that method, because this method asking is quite similar. The current lesson, we fetch the lesson and we check that, okay, the lesson is locked or not. The same thing we have to do that here as well as. So check lesson accessibility fixed. So if no progress exists, only first lesson of first chapter of the first module is accessible. So this is like a UX that's we implemented. Let's say if there is no progress, let's say that you just simply started the course, then there should be like the first course, that first module, then first chapter, and first lesson will be the lesson, and that will be like the accessible lesson. Other than that, none of the lesson ID will be accepted. And then you can see that condition here. That's the condition that I talked about, where matching with the lesson. Then we have the current progress position. We also check the position, because in the lesson list we have the position. It could be ordered with different, but we also always have to sort with the position to find out the exact lesson that need to be shared. This is all about like checking the hierarchy, and also checking the lesson is accessible or not. Let's say someone put any future lessons id, then we should not provide that informations within any chapter list. So that's why we have to add that lock. And this is another method which is called this is lesson accessible by position, because position actually matter. Let's say you are in the second lesson and you are trying to access the fourth lesson, which is not kind of valid, which is also the future lesson. So that's what we checked here, some conditional check. So you can also do the same check with the is unlocked method. You can see is lesson unlocked. So here we did that with the database query, but right now we are logically checking that. So you can compare both of that function. You can also optimize that, make that refactor by your own. But that's what we have so far. I just want to show you like how we can implement different approaches. So that's it for the line that we were. So let's also go back here in this accessible. Okay, so if our course is not accessible, then we must have to return something. So return locked lesson response. So that's the same thing that we added in the current lesson. So we just have to simply say the lesson is locked, the complete is false, and some of the informations like this. But we are not providing the content, quizzes, and the markdown stuff, because that if we provide that, then it's not going to be like the guard. And also we are not going to provide next lesson information, and also the progress all will be like empty. That's what we did here. And let's say if the data is accessible, now when the data is accessible, then we have to find out all those information that we already fetch or try to implement the query in the current lesson service. What we did, we'll join with the quizzes option, lesson content links, and all those things. We select all those informations, and then when we found those data, then we try to fetch those previous lesson, next lessons, and the chapter progress. These are the same code. So what you can do in refactor version, you can create some common method. Let's say one method is going to be for find out all those previous and next chapter and the chapter progress. Another method will help to find out the full lesson data, and those helper method you can just reuse both of our services, like get learner accessible lesson service and also get current lesson service. So I'm not going to explain that again, because this is kind of similar things. And when we will get all those data, like the navigation data, and then we have those quizzes data, markdown data, then we're kind of good with the lesson informations. Then what we did, we add some this is about like the next lessons, like chapter progress, all those things. And when we have those data, and I put everything in the promise, so that when all those will be completed like this, we will get information like previous lesson, next lesson, and chapter lesson. So we can collapse that here. And in the step 7, I also added like comment step, like what is step, what's happening. So if you just observe the code, and also if you provide that code to Gemini, you will get a better understanding. I want to just show you just the overview stuff so far. And then this is like fetching the markdown content, because we have the list of that markdown URL. Now we have to find out those content like this. We use like promise all settle. We call that get markdown lesson content, providing the URL is going to fetch the content, and we have to return that content, and we resolve the promise like this. And also the quiz map, the same code that we repeated here. So this is not good practice. You can refactor that. That's your home task. And after that, return the full lesson response exactly like we return in the current lesson section. We return the lesson data, the lesson object, then we return the navigation, and which will have previous lesson and next lesson. Then in the progress, we provided all those progress information. That's it. So it's a huge big service, and there are tons of logic here. I believe you are not going to understand by just watching my video. You must have to take that code. You must have to study on that code. And nowadays with LLM, Gemini, ChatGPT, this is a huge opportunity to study code, research on the code. So I am not alone going to help you to understand the code, because my explanation could be a little bit high level or maybe a little bit low level. So it's not going to fit to you, or maybe 50% of the audience will understand and 50% will not. So for that case, it will be your responsibility to understand by the code by your own, because now we have the tool. Let's say if we are in the early let's say 2010 or maybe 2015 era, or maybe 2020, I would say, because after 2020 we just got the LLM stuff. So on the time, maybe I would go with like line by line, one by one specific area to be explained to you, so that you can get those deep understanding. But now we have the tool, so we don't have to waste much time on to just give you those explanation. Instead, you will get the explanation by your own. You will learn by your own. Then what I will give you, I will give you the architecture level explanation or the overview level explanation, so that you can took the whole thing into your head, and then you can go deeper and deeper. That's my goal, that's my target for the whole project, and you already saw how I explain all those things. So that's our get learner accessible lesson. Now we have to create the controller, the route, and we also have to implement that in the front end. So let's quickly create that. Let's collapse the service, create our controller. So we're gonna go to the file, and here we have to add the new controller to be the controller. Let's add that kind of similar controller as we did for the current lesson, where we have the user ID, lesson ID, and we call that service. Now let's create the route. I think you already understand the pattern very well, because I repeated that every time. So I believe you understand that. So in the route, we have to add a new route, and the route will be added under the course. So under the courses API, the first one. So under the courses API, we're going to add this one, and that's need to be added. This one will be the controller. You can see a lot of controller, and this is similar. We have to provide the ID. That's going to be like the lesson ID, like this. And then let's also see from the page again. So we added a validator here. I think I already add that. So let's check from this particular current lesson API. This one, yeah, we already added that particular validation. So we're kind of too good with the current lesson, but this is going to be the accessible lesson. So now that's need to be bind in our front end. So let's create the endpoint in the front end. So you can see, if you just become like a full stack, then you will able to see how easily we are switching from the backend to front end. So I would highly recommend you to follow my pattern. Then you will able to easily switch back into the front end, the understanding. So that's going to be like the new API. And let's create the query hook. And you might be boring enough, like why I'm just copying and just pasting. Maybe you will get bored, but if I just try to explain you all those repeated things, then I will also get bored. So that's why I'm just copying and showing you the process. I believe you understand my point. So in the endpoints, now we have to go to the queries. So let's go to hooks, queries, and in the course, we have the learner, and inside the learner, we will have a new one. Let's say it's in the course folder, not in the learner. Yeah, sorry, my bad. It's in the learner folder. So let's copy the code and paste that. And we need to call the accessible lesson API. Oh, that's going to be the keys, and that's going to be the API. So let's also add the key. There will be a new key. It will be with a new value. We also have to add the accessible lesson ID so that we can catch that better. So the name will be learner, then accessible lesson, and the lesson ID. That's going to be in the parameter, and that's what we have to pass. And overall, this is going to be the query. And also we have to add stale time 0, so that we can refetch every time we come to see the UI. And whenever we will have the lesson ID, we're gonna refetch that API. We use use query hook here. So that's our query. We are kind of done with all those things. Now we just simply have to use that query and bind the data, because right now whenever we click on the previous button, nothing happening. So we just have to call that API. We have to bind that API. So for that case, let's go to the commit, and also let's go to here in the lesson.tsx file, and here we already have called one API, which is get learner current lesson query. You can see, but now we have to call another one, another use query, but it will be triggered based on the search, this lesson ID. So whenever we provide that lesson ID, is only going to trigger. If we don't get any value on the search, then we are not going to trigger that. So for that case, let's also add this query under that previous query. And let's also import the query providing the lesson ID from the search, and we'll get the data in the accessible lesson data. And what we have to do, we already have a variable for data like this, where we have the current lesson. As the interface is same, from the backend you already saw that, we return the same exact data. So what we have to do is just check if we have the lesson ID from the search query params, then we are going to provide the accessible lesson data. If we don't have, then we are just going to provide the current lesson data, and the current lesson data is the active lesson data for a particular chapter or a particular course. That's it. And that's whatever we have to do so far. We don't need to do anything else. And if I now just go and try to refresh with the lesson ID, then you can see I am in the previous lesson, and you can see the stepper also got updated. If I now click on the next lesson, I am in the next lesson with the lesson ID. You can see the stepper updated, the progress also changed. If I now submit, then what will happen? It's going to submit the last lesson. I think the second lesson. Let's submit that. You can see the lesson completed. But if I go back again, I come back again to the second lesson, the title, value, and all those things are changing. And if I come again in the next lesson, now it's not submitting. Instead, it's just showing the data is kind of a read mode, read only mode. How that's happening? Based on the lesson ID. So if I just remove that from the URL, then it's gonna bring us to the last item. You can see the step are actually showing that last item. If I just go back again, then you can see the lesson query just providing that ID, and it's gonna fetch the access lesson, and we are just showing the data. So that's what's happening, exactly like our implemented one. And that was the target. And if I just show you from the documentation, let's go to the documentation, then we are kind of here after the complete lesson, we have complete lesson UI, which is already done. Then we have accessible lesson API and lesson complete component update. So in that particular section, you can see also some of the diagram, like what's happening on the backend side, which I already give you some hint, because this is similar with the current lesson API. So I think you will understand. And we have some front-end refactor stuff, all those things. So maybe if I go to the next commit, then I will see some refactoring as well, as because this is the refactor. Let's also see what are the things we refactor. So that's our next commit, like this one. Okay, this is very small changes. So let's see this commit. We are kind of done with all the changes so far, and make sure you sync with that. And we're gonna now look into this commit. So in the refactoring version, like the front end learning tracking refactor and done. So make sure you look into this commit. It's the next commit after we have done with the accessible lesson done. And this is learner tracking refactor and done. That means we are gonna complete our learner tracking feature, like this tracking whole feature. So let's see what we have refactor. So here we have refactored. We remove the image. So let's go to this file. This is from the lesson content from. I believe we don't have that value in the drop down, because earlier I added image, but I don't want to add that image because in the markdown we can add that image. So I don't think we need that. So in the active course we have some changes. So let's go to the active course, and here you can see we have commented something, but now we have uncomment. So we have uncomment the continue button. So if I just go in the implemented one, you can see we have a continue button. But if I go here and go to the active course, we don't have any continue button. That means we will not able to go to the current lesson page. We have to go to like explore, then go to the module, then go to the current lesson page. So what if we have a continue button which will directly take us to the current lesson page? So that's what we're gonna add. So let's just uncomment the changes. So we already have that continue button. We just have to add that URL. Like the URL will be like the path, course ID, module ID, chapter ID. And you have to make sure the path is correct, like course ID, module ID, chapter ID, and then lesson. And you have to provide all those params here, like course ID, module ID, chapter ID, value. And the button will be like as usual button. And when you provide all of them, it's gonna take you to the current page. So if I just show you like this, let's go. The button is actually available. Let's click on this button, and you can see we are in the current lesson. The step are showing the last step. That's it. Now let's go to the course chapter page. So in the course chapter, let's also find out that particular page. In the course chapter, we have added the chapter type like this. So if I just show you, let's just check from our side as well as. So in the explore, we can see it's showing module progress. If I go to the chapter list, still we are seeing the module progress. This should be chapter progress. For that case, we have to provide, like in the course chapter, we have to provide this. And before that, we will show the module name, because here it will be module name, but overall it will be like chapter, because we are in the module. And then the next refactor is going to be, I think in the lesson video, I think I just make that changes in this particular component. So let's also took that, as I didn't show you the video yet. So because the data is actually dummy data, so you can also check by your own. I think it should work. So let's go to that file like this, and the whole iframe, it was doing some problem. So I just maybe fixed that issue and added that here. So what I'm gonna do is just put that like this, and the props will be also changed to URL, not like the list, because earlier it was list of the data, but it will be now a single URL, which will only show one video. That's it. And then as I change from lesson video, now I also have to change from the main lesson, because we use that component in the main lesson. So if I just go to the main lesson, then you can see we have some changes, code changes. So let's also copy those changes, because these are related to the quiz and also the content. So these are some helper function. Let's bring those code. Let's go to the main lesson, and here you can see the URL is showing the error. So what we have to do is simply fix that URL stuff first. So earlier we were providing data lesson content links.map, like showing all those things, but now we will just simply use a function like get fast content link, that method is going to be provide us that content link. So that's the method that we created earlier. So let's bring that here. So I can make that a helper function. As we have some scope here, we can provide those function here. Let's say guest first content link. So in the, why is that? Because in the content link we have only one item we will have. So that's why we have to fetch that first item and we have to get that. So if I just call that function, then we will get both link. So, and also is video content. We have a new method which is gonna help to check the video content with the URL. It's gonna retrieve that. So that's the function is about. And then we will have two more method. So in these two method, we have checked the markdown content. Okay, is that a markdown or not? If so, then we have to also find out the link from the markdown so that we can fetch the content, and also we check the quizzes, all these things. We just simply refactor those render options so that in the render area we don't mess that up. Like here you can see all those conditional stuff that seems like messy, so we just refactor that part. And here you can see in the lesson video, let's just go here, and we don't have much condition. Just simply say is video content, that's the condition, so that we can just simply render that. So if I just put that, you can see the condition actually become very less. And also we have to add this instead of the div like this. So now it's okay. Now you can see the condition that here, like two level condition is now gone. We have the video content method, which method we have checked all those things. Then the same thing should be happen for the markdown viewer. So these are the changes. What I would do is just simply go to the view file and copy the whole code, because this seems like very hard to copy one by one, and paste the changes. And now let's explain you what's going on. So here you can see this one is for helper function, that's gonna give us the render logic. Then we have checked like is video content is not, or is a markdown that has markdown content. So all this check, that's gonna help to render those component very easily. Like this is for the video content, this is for the has markdown content. Then has quizzes, if we have quizzes, we are just gonna pass those quizzes data, and we are mapping through those data. And also if I just go back again, in the main lessons we don't have much changes here other than that all those things. So now one thing left, which is this one. In the layout module.tsx file, let's go to here, because the calculation of the module is kind of wrong. If I just show you, let's just go to the module page, you can see it's 28%. Now if we go our module page, it's also showing 28%, but there was some wrong value I found earlier. So it's in the chapter is showing 10%. Let's also go to that, it's showing 10%. So I think when I added the XP count, maybe let's also find out. Yeah, I think that's the problem, or maybe I think that's kind of okay. So I exactly doesn't remember like what's the issue, but I found a bug that time. So using, let's say, a 49 number line like this one. So when I just divided the data.length, I found like the XP count becoming like wrong value. Let's say we can find that here as well. So if I just go here, then you can see we have 249 XP. If I go to explore, we are getting 249 XP. And now if I just go to the first one where we have 226, then we have to add this one 23 plus 26, which seems like we're kind of good. But earlier I think, oh okay, sorry, my bad, because this is already implemented one. This project is already done like 5174. That's why we are seeing the correct value. But if I go here, then you can see, yeah, that's the mistake. That's the mistake or the bug. You can see here we have total XP of 249, but we can see that total XP is 62. But if you go in the first module, then you can see 226 XP earned. And if you go to the second one, you can see 23 XP earned. That's mean our total XP should be something like 249, but we only see 62 XP in the module list page. So that's the problem. So we divided with that length. That's why the problem was happening. It created the bug, and when we remove that, now we should see the exact value from the list. Because in the roundup, like when we sum up that things, we must need to just sum that value, because total XP does not need to divide it with the length or something like that. The length will only divide it when we calculate the percentage. So that's why that was the bug, and we fixed that bug and we changed that changes. And if I just come here in the refactoring mode, you can see all these changes we have so far. And also make sure you sync with this commit, and with this commit we are kind of done with all those trackings. If I now just show you the whole flow, then you can see we can continue, and it's gonna took us to the current lesson page. And after that we can visit to the previous page, like when that's done, like the first lesson, we will not able to see the previous page button, then next lesson, and when we are kind of going to submit a lesson, then we have to click on the submit lesson. It's going to submit the lesson. You can see the lesson completed, and when that's completed, we see the chapter complete page where we see all the lessons that's already completed. We can also navigate to that particular lesson from there, and if we go back, then you can see we have the chapter list where we can see the progress, the total XP on, and also the on progress, and also locked chapter, like this, all these things. And then if we go back, then we have the module list where we can also see the progress. You can see progress, this is like 25% maybe percent, and all those locked module. And again, if we go to the website, we can also see from there, let's say for courses, we have a course like DevOps, maybe that's, yeah, so this one. Now you can see whenever we click on that, now we directly go back to that particular chapter. So that's the beauty that's we added, and the continue learning is also gonna take us to that particular module. Let's go back again, and I think machine learning with TensorFlow, that's the item. You can see that's the second one, and if I go, then you can see that's the first item that's actually unlocked. So that's it, all about the learner course tracking, and that's really important. So whenever we update it or complete any course, that's actually affecting our statistics. This is completed page, this one here, this one is our implemented one, and you can see the streak and total XP is not updating because we didn't bind that data, but we are updating that in the table level. Now we also have to bind that in the front end, and all those learning activity, those need to be data exactly like this UI. You can see the tracking here, you can see those things. So we are going to also implement that in the future section, and we are also very close to complete the whole project. We only have a few commit left to complete the whole thing, and we are kind of right now here, learner tracking refactor and done. So make sure you sync with all the commit I mentioned, because the commit is important to understand the changes section by section, and with this way you can also track your code and also the lessons. So now let's start working on the learner stat header info. This is our next commit. So in this commit we have to work with statistics. So if you see from the UI top of the dashboard, we have the statistic informations. Right now we are showing that kind of 0, there is no data like the real data, as our course tracking is kind of done, and all the related table regarding cross tracking actually got affected when we change or continue any course. That's when we can start counting those statistics, and we can generate those value. So for that case, let's changes on our backend. The backend we will get the user service. So let's go to the user service, and here in the profile information, if we provide all those statistics, then it will be easier to find those data directly. And this data is really repetitive. That's mean whenever we change anything from the course tracking, it will be updated. That's mean we must need to recall those latest data. So for that case, profile API is the perfect API. We can send those value into the response. So that's what we have done. So we use the table learner statistics, as I already discussed. In the learner statistics table, we provide or insert some of the data when we complete a course. So for that case, we have to fetch data from the learner statistics table, and we already have that particular service, learner statistics service, but we don't have that get learner statistics service created. So let's create that service in the learner statistics service file. So previously we have updated statistics method. Now we need get learner statistics. What this will do, this will go to the learner repository, statistics repository, and then it's gonna find the data based on the user ID. That's it, and it's gonna cache for 30 seconds if there are higher traffic. And then now we have to use that statistics service to get the statistic information, and from that data we will get the current streak, longest streak, and total XP, and those will be binded here in the current streak, learner statistics, then longest streak, total XP, and all those things. So these are the value that need to be passed to the client side. So then in our profile API we will get those value, and I believe I already added them into the interface for the profile API response, where we have all those property, and these are the property that's also bind from the front end. So I don't think I have to bind them. So if I just now refresh, then you can see we have some data. So from the front end, if I go to, let's say, header, maybe learner info header, this one, then you can see we have iUser. If I go to iUser, then you will see that we have the total XP, current streak, then we should have a longest string, but in the UI we don't have any longest streak showing, so that's why I just removed that from here. But when you want to use that, you can also use that too. And in the learner header info, we get the user from the store, and when we got that, we just simply bind that user name, then the total XP and the current. So this is the way we actually added that particular feature, and this is pretty much simple because the main work we did here when we complete a lesson. So now if I just submit the lesson, then it should call all the list API, and it should also refetch that profile API. Now if I just go to the code space, then if I just refresh, then you can see 277. Now it's changed after I refresh. That's mean we have to also invalidate the query from the profile page whenever we submit the course. So I think that's not included here. Maybe in the next commit I added that. So let's also find out that endpoint. So let's go to the endpoint, let's say auth endpoint, and we have in the user profile, get user profile. Let's try to see where we use like the user profile. We use that here, and we have a key which is user data. That's mean we have to invalidate this user data key. So let's bring that, and also let's go to the learner section like here, and we have to find out the complete lesson on submit query, like this one, use lesson complete mutation. And here you already saw we invalidate several queries, so we have to invalidate another one, which is going to be the profile. So in the profile, we can either get that key from the user query, so we have to just export this key so that we can reuse that, or you can just simply put that hard coded in there. So the best approach is export these profile keys and use that there. So this will be like this, so that whenever we submit any course after invalidating all those query, it should also call the profile API again, so that we got the latest information. So now if I just save, then from here, that's our website. So here you can see 277 total XP, and if I just now press continue and submit again, then it should refetch. And now if we go to the course page, then you can see it's just updated real time. So that's what are the things that I want to implement, and you have to just invalidate all those queries that need to be updated after the API got started. So that's the changes for the learner statistics. Now let's navigate to our next commit, which is going to be like learner stats, learning activity graph. So this is one of the interesting UI in our learner dashboard. It's similar to GitHub interactivity chart like this one. So where you can see the whole year data, like which day you have learned how much. Let's say on this date I learned 9 lessons, totally earned 98 XP, and this time 12 XP, then 2 lesson completed. So this is kind of like an statistics for a particular learner. Whenever we log in and come to any course and we submit any course, we updated the data into the log table, learning activity table, and from that table we need to visualize those informations of the log, like which day how much the learner actually learned. So this is really very interesting feature, and now we have to work on that. And when I develop this, the UI actually I generated from AI, and then the main logic about the data is pretty simple, because we will just look into directly in our learning activity table for fetching the data, but visualizing them in the front end and also making the UI in the front end logically is trickier. So I'm going to try my best to explain what's going on there. And here you can see we have the 365 days total divided with the week, and you can see this 2 date is kind of hidden, and here 4 days is also hidden, because these are the day from the previous year and the next year, because in 2025 the year started with this day, I think this day. So that's what we have added here. So now if I just go to the commit, then you can see all these changes is related to our learner activity. So what we have to do so far is first of all create the API for the data that we will get, like the learning activity data directly from the learning activity table, and then we have to bind that API, and we have to create a component which will visually show the UI, and then we have to bind that API. So that's what we're gonna do. So for the packages and let's say for the types, we have to add a type. So this is the type for the API response, or you can say it's a type for the activity graph. So we have to go to our type, user type, and we have to add a new one, which is going to be like I activity graph, because it's mostly learner related thing. We can put that in the user, and we will get the date. This is kind of like the response that we will get from the backend side. We will get the date, we'll get the activity level. Activity level means how many, kind of it's like a GitHub level. Let's say if I just show you, you can see the color actually got darker and also lighter. So the more lighter it will become, that's mean the more XP you earned or the more lesson you completed on that day. So for that case, tracking this kind of feature, we have to add a level, let's say 0 to 4, and based on that level we can just simply count those XP and then match with the level that we have added with the baseline, and then we're gonna make that. So this activity level will come not from the backend, it's gonna implement in the front end based on the XP earned. So mostly we will get the date, then XP earned, and maybe we'll also get the lessons, like total lessons, maybe, not sure. So let's see what we're gonna implement here. We have to start with the service. So here is the service, and if you just look into the service code, then you can see it's pretty smaller. So let's go to the service that we already have, and under the get learner accessible lesson we can add a new service, bring the service, and this is pretty simple. We don't have to do a lot of things. We just have to find out the targeted year. That's mean we are gonna fetch for a particular year, not a lot of data. So we will get the data like year. If we can pass the year with the method, we can also get that year information, and if we don't pass, then we will get the current year. And in the activity data, we have to look into the table, the learner activity table, and that's why you can see learner activity repository dot create query builder. We name it activity. Then we are going to select the date as a date. We are also going to select the XP earned, which is going to be sum of the activity. Then we are going to select the lesson ID, that's going to be distinct. Then we have to add the user ID as a filter, as well as the year. And then as the date is important, and based on the date we have to count the total XP. So that's when we have to group by with the date. So that's what we did here. We group or categorize all the date, and based on that we count total XP or sum total XP, and then we order by with the date with the ascending order, and we return all the data. And then we did a slight modifications in the data set, which is the XP earned. We just make that as a forcefully integer. We can just simply also make that from the front end, but as a interface that we added on that interface, those value was like number, so we must need to make those value as a number. So we just added a slight modification. Maybe there will be a way to just simply convert that directly from the database query. So if you found that, you can also add that to this part, because adding an additional for loop is kind of costly here. So maybe we can add that including the database query, which will be optimal. And then we're just returning the formatted activity data, and that's all about the service. So from the backend side, there is not much work for the learner activity. So now we have to create the controller. So let's go to the controller that we already have to add a new method that's going to be help us to strip the information. So it's going to be like get learner activity graph. We'll get the user ID, and also we will get the year from the query. You can see request.query. Otherwise we will use the current query year, and I don't think we have to add any validation in the API. So you can see in the learner activity route, we have to add just a new route. So new route like this. Let's see which position we added. I think we added under the courses. We added activity graph. Now you might thinking why the position is matter. As you already saw, I mentioned that several times, because if we have some sort of route like this, then if I provide any URL after that route, then all the API will not work, because those will be part of particular URL. So we must need to provide that colon ID at the end of those routes, so that the request can also got access from all those URL like activity graph, then accessible lesson and all those things, and then we got that colon ID URL. So it's must need to be serialized, otherwise we will lose some of the route. So that's it for the backend side work. Now we have to create or like add the endpoint in the front end. Let's add that in the learner. We have to add the endpoint, so let's bring that bottom of that file. Then we have a component. Before that, let's also create the query. I already saw that profile query. I just export that key and invalidate that we already did in the earlier commit. Now we need a new key for like the learner activity, but I'm getting that leaderboard. So let's see, use get learner billing summary query. We also invalidate some of the data, but we need a new activity graph. So let's grab the activity graph, and I'm gonna do that again, like why we are calling the changes in the billing summary. We're gonna see that, but let's find out the learner query file and add our new, we're gonna add our new method, and we will have a new key. And you can see the key I use, the leaderboard key. So why is kind of name like leaderboard? Because the same API or the same thing we maybe are gonna use in the leaderboard. So we can just simply name it as a leaderboard things, because we have a page. I mean, we will have page about leaderboard where we will see all the learner related stuff. Let's say the strict and also the XP count, and these are also coming from the learner activity table. That's mean it's related, so we can add a leaderboard. Then in the next key we can add like leaderboard list or something like that. So for that case we added this key, and also we provided the year as a query key. That's mean based on the year it's also gonna catch that data. And then we call the learner activity API, and now we need some sort of modification from the front end, because if you saw in the activity graph we have date, activity level, then we have XP earned and lessons, right? So that's mean we have got the XP earned and total lesson. Now the activity level need to be modified or like generate from the front end based on the date and time. And not only that, but also the time zone need to be fixed or like categorized. So you can see a helper function convert dates with time zone array. So I have to create a new utils function that's going to help us to convert the date with a format that we want. So let's look into the code, and this purely functional things. So let's go to the utilities and helper. So in the utilities helper we have to create a new file called convert date with time zone, and let's our code like this. So now you can see what's happening with the code. Is not seems very easy to understand. Yeah, we just find out the minutes and hours, then we have find out the sign, formatted date, we prepare the date with the full year like this, then we have the month, then we have the date, and also we added t and all those stuff. So this is kind of like you can understand by the name, like convert it with the time zone. So we have to make the date or convert the date with the time zone, which will include the offset sign, offset hours, offset minutes, and all those things. Why is related to the time zone? Because as kind of it's related to the time, we must need to standardize that particular time. Otherwise, let's say in different time zone, the data will be kind of like showing some wrong information, or like you might be face these things if you work with the time. So let's say you are in America and I'm in Bangladesh. So if I don't use like UTC time format to standard our time in the code base, then we will see different timing in our application both area. So that's mean we must need to standardize that particular timing. So that's what we did, and we also map through that particular array, and then we call that functions to get those data and modify that data again. So that's what we did. Now we will get the date with a modified date which has the time zone. So before we just return, we just converted that data, like mostly the date, not any other. And also if we want, we can also add that label here, label logic, but we added that label logic in the UI related logic. So our utility helper is also done, our type is also done. Then now the query we have created, that's also done. Let's see the changes from the query, that what we have changed here. So in the get learner billing summary query, we have added or invalidate something. So let's also invalidate those things. I think it's not there. I think it's on the use lesson complete page. So if I just show you here, you can see we added the profile which I already added in the earlier section. Now the leaderboard API also need to be updated, because yeah, it's related to the activity, so that's why. So if I just show you from the learner panel, then you can see learning activity. So this is also related to the total XP day streak, and whenever we completed a course, then it should also reflect there. That's mean whenever we complete it, we also have to refetch that particular learning activity graph API. So for that case, we have to invalidate the data. So that's what we just did here. So let's bring that particular invalidation queries. And in the use lesson complete mutation, we already invalidated lots of query. Now let's add a new one, which is going to be learner.keys.leaderboard, but the date here will be the current year. Or if we want to get the year from maybe from the use completed mutation argument, we can also get that and put that year here, but usually it's going to be like default current year. So that's mean whenever we complete a lesson, then it's also gonna refetch that learner activity data so that we can see direct reflect on the UI. So that's all the stuff that's related to API. Let's also collapse the query, and now we have left with the component and the page. So in the page, we are gonna use like the courses index.tsx. That's mean the dashboard page for the learner, and we have to use like activity graph component, and in that component we just provided the data, and the data format you already saw. It's like a small format in object, which where we will have the date, the expand, and all the level stuff. But now the main challenge is in the activity graph UI. So if you look into the code, then you will be wondering like the code is super big, almost 400 lines of code there, and have some complex logical stuff to prepare the UI or make the UI. So let's try to understand what's going on this component. Mostly I generate the component with AI, providing all the instruction there, like what kind of activity graph I am need to build. So the prompt is similar like the as usual prompt. I just provide some information and gradually I improve that code. So you have to start with the basic information. Let's say you can just ask, provide me a code for learning activity as GitHub activity, like the UI where we have square boxes and it fill with some colors become darker or become lighter with some level. So you can provide the prompt like this, and then it will give you a kind of initial version of the code. Then you try to prompt again to improve that with all the feature that you need in there. So let's create our component, and in the learner/course folder, the components, we are gonna put that component there. So it's on the admin side. So in the learner side, in the course folder, we are gonna create a activity graph component, and inside that we're gonna provide the whole code. So what I will do, I will just grab the whole code and I'm gonna section by section what's going on. And mostly the code is AI generated, so you will get better explanation from AI, but still that's my responsibility to explain as much as possible. So I'm gonna give you that overview explanation. So first of all, we started the code with the type, or let me just explain from the higher level perspective, like what's happening on this so in this component we have some input. So the input is kind of like the raw data that you already saw, that we are going to pass the data with date, XP, total XP, and lessons for that particular date. And based on the data, we need to kind of prepare this UI, like where we have 365 days, and beside we have a list of data where we have some date. Based on that date, we have some XP that we earn. So what do we have to do in high level thinking? So we have to compare those date with the UI related date. Let's say in the January 1st, we have to find out from the January 1st information from our list data that's coming from the API. That's mean we need kind of a merge or kind of a data alignment, or mostly date alignment in our UI. So the primary goal is it first create a list of all the 365 days in an array from January 1st to December 31st, 31. And then we have to process our main data. Let's say the date, expand, and the total lesson. So we're going to manipulate the data, and we're going to feed that data into the 365 days logic so that we can just render that. And we can see it's kind of data processing, and in the data processing we can see it's the core logic, and it takes the sparse API data that we just fetch, and it's gonna merge it with the completed 365 day list. And now you can see we have some gaps like empty square box, and which is kind of hidden. So this also need to be handled because these are the dates that will come from maybe from the previous and the next year. And also some days we will not continue our learning, or let's say we don't have any learning information for that. So we can say that it's kind of like gaps for a particular day, and also we have to handle that. So we can say filling gaps. Any day that's missing from the API data is filled with an activity level of 0. That's we declare. That's mean with that 0 activity, we can say on that day we don't have any activity. And then we have to group and organize the linear list, like 365 days list, into a 2D array, because you can see we didn't just simply render all those square box like 365 square box in a list. We group that with the week. You can see like this is the first week, this is the second week, that's in the January month, this is the second week. All the date based on the, you can also see the like the day, like Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and between that all those days. So we have to group that with the week. So that's mean we need kind of a 2D data structure where we'll use the first item of the 2D array will be like weeks. That's also going to be like an array. And the second item, we can took another array which is going to be like row. So the first item will be like week, the first week, then second week, third week, and based on those week we will have date, like how many date will belong to that particular. So that's we can say it's a grouping. So that's we also need to implement. And then the next part is going to be like render the grouping data. So the components renders a header and a color legend and a scrollable grid. The grid is scrollable, but you cannot see because the screen is bigger. And then each small square in the grid represent one day, and its color determined by the calculated activity level. So we're gonna place that activity level to 4. So right now you can see more like 1, 3, 4, 5, because we will also have the blank, which is kind of like this color. Other than that, we will have 4 activity level. The blank is going to be like 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, which will be kind of 5. And then also we need some interactivity. So whenever we click on a particular square box, we can also see the information for a particular day. So you can add that in the hover, but I want to make that simple. So whenever you click on a particular date or a square box, you will see that date and the XP, total XP the learner earned, and the total lesson the learner completed. So this is our requirement in the high level. That's what we are going to build. Now let's try to see what's going on the code. So first of all, we added the type here. So date, activity level, XP earned, and lessons. So we don't need to add that because we already have added that in our interface. So what I have just to do is just simply import that, and we are. So in the activity day, we added that particular I activity graph. So maybe we don't have to use like type. Instead we can just simply use I activity graph. So let's try to use that day. So I think I use that type cell area, so I can just make sure I activity graph. That's also going to be fine. And now you can see we have a helper function like this one. So we can put that helper function somewhere in our utilities, but as it's directly related to the components and we have to modify that several times, so we just put that here. So what this helper function will do, so this function is responsible for creating a list of every single date in the year. That's what we discussed, like 365 days, and it is start with the January 1st and end with 31 day of that particular year. And we're going to calculate that from the current date. The current date is also important to check. So that's what we have done here in this particular function. And then as our second step that I discussed in the higher explanations, that we have to process our activity data. So this is kind of like another utility function that's going to help to process the data, and it's kind of like a complex preparation which will actually make the alignment of the data. So in this function, it's take the raw activity data, that's exactly our interface, then it took the year, and then in the output we have to return an array of the array, like the 2D array, that will represent the week array. Inside a particular array there will be first item like week, and that there will be second array like this data set. You can see in the second array we will have also sort of date row. That's we already discussed. So first of all, we just simply filtered all those data and map the raw data. So in the filter data, we ensure that we only process the data that actually belongs to the specific year. So we filter with the year. And then here in the all dates, we generate the complete list of dates for the year like 365 days. That's we call that particular functions that we created here. And now we get the all the dates, we get the filter data for that particular year. So we are gonna now track from the filter data, not from the raw data, like raw activity data, because in the raw activity data it could be for multiple year, but still this will not be happen because from the front end we provided the current year, but still we have to check that condition. Then we have a activity map. So this actually converts the filter data into a map or a dictionary or a hash map, whatever you can say, where the key is the date string, like the as usual date we use, like date.split. You can see when we split from the T, like from the UTC format, we will only get like the year, then month, and the date, something like that format. So that will be the key for that particular map. You can see the key assignment, and we loop through all the date and we edit that particular date as a key. And why is that? Because this is gonna help us to allow us to very fast lookup later. So whenever we render the data, we also have to need that particular information for a particular date. So if we just always use like loop, then it will be kind of unoptimized for retrieving information. So that's why we just using like a map, so that we can track or group all those data, and based on that data we provided information there, so that we can directly access that easily. Then we have activity level calculation, which is most interesting part. We have the activity, we can make that from the backend side as well. As let's say we can add those activity control from the backend side. We will have a UI, we can set those activity level there, and based on that level we can also calculate that here as well. But right now it's from the front end side. So it's defined the logic to translate raw xpn into a color coded activity level 0 to 4. So for the 0 it's represent no activity, then 1 represents low activity, which is the xp when the xp is less than 20. When it's less than 40 is medium activity. When it's less than 60 is very high activity. And by default it's just returning the 4. So that's the activity function. Then we have some other logic, which is like filling missing dates, because we are not fully consistent with the learning curve, so we always miss some days or few days. So for that case we also have to add that logic. So in that particular logic it create an array full year date, or like full year data, which is containing the exactly one record for every day of the year. If a day had no activity, then it gets a zeroed out record. That's mean we have to make that activity level to 0 when we don't have any XP earned. So here you can see calculate activity level. That's we calculated. We map through all dates like we generated here, and then we trying to check the data is exist on our activity map or not. If so, then we just look into the activity level, we calculate that, and we set that activity level into that map. And if we don't have any existing data in the map, that's mean there is no, or let's say if we don't have any if we don't have any existing data in the activity map, like the date, that's mean on the 365 days on a particular date which is not in the activity map, will be kind of like no XP that earned. That's mean we will have activity level of 0. So that's what we have done here. And then we need to grouping, and we need to make that kind of calendar weeks. So this is all happening in the process action data. So as I told you, like this will return like a 2D array. So we are kind of a way of building that. Now we are kind of like in the final stage where we have to build a grouping, or like the 2D array which we're going to return finally. So the graph week is that particular array of columns week. Each column is 7 days rows, and first item will be the week and the second item will be all those days. So then we have the current column. In the current column, this is an array which is representing the current week being built, like 7 days. And then we need to this is like the first day of period, all days 0 get date. We are gonna start with the date, and then we have to align our placeholder. Like if the January 1st is a Wednesday, then the first 3 spot like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday in the first week must be filled with null, so Wednesday align correctly. So that's what we did here. You can see the January 1st start with like maybe Tuesday. So for that case we just added null on that particular data, so that we can get this kind of UI. Like this will show those square but not visually Good. And then we loop through full year data. So it iterates through the 365 days. When it hit a Saturday, days of week like 6, then it puts the complete 7-day week array to the graph weeks and reset the current column. As I told you that in the graph weeks array, we will have that columns like the current columns, which will be in the date and then the data. So that's what we did. We just check and loop through, and when it comes to 6 number of day, then for a particular week we just put that in the graph week array. And then we have the last week logic that need to be handled. So this is like this one, which handle the final days of the year, which might not fill a whole week. So the same thing happen here. So we just first check the first days, and then we check the final days from the year for a particular first week and the last week of a particular year. And when that's done, we just return that particular graph weeks in the process data, and that's why we will get the data that we need to use in our render. So now we have another helper functions. So all these functions we can provide or put that into the helper or utilities file, but I just want to make that here because when I generate that code, it comes with all those together, and I didn't remove that or refactor that later. So you can just refactor that as well. So in this helper function is called get activity color class. So this takes the activity level 0 to 4 and returns the corresponding CSS color classes using Tailwind CSS. And in this case, varies like shades of green color or emerald color that's we used here. So based on the level, the shades actually change. You can see that's when it's 0, it's PG gray 100, then it's changed to emerald color, and for the default we just provided that the 0 activity color. That's it. Now we have another type which is like activity graph props. That's mean the component props actually. So we can pass the data and also the year, and this is the main component that's I started activity graph, and by default we'll get the default year, and we have some state. So the states are for tracking which day square the user last clicked. Let's say when we clicked on a particular square, we have to track those data, so we will need a state for handling that. So that's what we have: selected day, selected date. And now we already have that process data functions. So what we have to do, we just have to call that functions to process the data and get the data. So we use like use memo hook, and this hook is a performance optimization, and it's ensure like the slow process activity data function only runs if the input data or the year props changes, because this is kind of like a huge calculation you already saw in this function. So if we just run that every time, then the components will be like super unoptimized. So we only have to run that when we need, and when we need that, so whenever we change the year or activity data, we need that time. And then we have the month level. So that's another calculation, but here this is mostly gonna return our 2D array, and this month level is also used like the use memo, and it's gonna calculate the month level like January, February, March, like this one, because that's also need to be rendered in our UI, right? For that case, we have to use that. So, and this is mostly like hard-coded value, and it determines the correct column position to display them above the grid, and this is also optimized to only run when the graph data structure actually changed. And you can see we use like tons of changes here. We first loop through the graph week, then we try to check from the level stuff, then we also sort the level, then we filter the data, and we did a lot of changes here. So you can get the explanation like copying the whole functions and ask to Gemini. So I'm not just gonna give you that again because it's kind of repeating stuff. So now it's time to render the data. So this graph like this month level will return the month level data, and we already have those 2D grid week data. So and it's going to be like the final section, as we have to render the data, process data. So we have that header that's you can see in the UI, like the title and those stuff. Then we will have that particular tooltip, which is going to be like this part. And after that, if I just collapse, then here we have that UI. So these are the date or like weekly day name that's kind of like fixed, like this Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So these are the data that's actually fixed data. So that's why we just added that hard coded directly. And then this is the scrollable where we just render that month level. Here you can see we render all those month level, and in the month level we will get that data from the particular use memo that we used earlier, and on that data we will get the month, and it will be only month, like static month. And then what we have done so far, we have added this UI, and we also have added that month label. We loop through that data, and now we just have to render all those main data like this square box. So that's why we have to look into from the weeks graph, like graphs week, the 2D array, and we'll get the week. And then we also have to map the week, because in that week we have those data, and that's what we did here. We map the data like mostly the grid structure. CSS we use like the grid properties. You can see the grid flow call and grid rows 7 to create a layout where content flows horizontally in columns like weeks with fixed rows, like 7 fixed rows. Then we have the squares, renders a small div for every day. The background color class name is coming from the activity level color. You see get activity color class. And we also have kind of tooltip or the actions that we, whenever we on click, we just provided the selected day, and based on selected day we render the data like this. Whenever we have selected data, we just show that particular data here. That's it. So this is all the changes or all the enhancement that we have done in the activity graph, and that's all about in the component. And maybe you will get some confusion on the month level calculation here, so you just have to look into that step by step what's going on. And also you might get confused on the process activity data. This is a huge function, it has a lot of steps, so make sure you look into those steps carefully and try to understand what's going on. Please use AI to understanding all those sub or micro functional stuff. So this is the component so far. Now what we have to do is simply use that component in our UI. So right now, if I just show, we don't have anything in our learner dashboard, the courses, active courses page. Now we have to go to that page. We just simply have to call that activity graph and provide the data. So let's go to here, and we need that query to be called. So let's copy the changes. We have the loading, and also we have the earlier query. Now we will have this new one, and we have to call the query. Use get learner activity graph query. We provided the default here, and we'll get the data. Now we call that particular component and provide the data, and we have to provide that like middle of that particular page under the header. So just place that whenever it fit. So now if I just refresh, then you can see the data actually showing exactly same like the implemented one. And you might thinking like is that month is not actually getting the correct position, because all the days go so far from here, like the December month has a tons of days. So this is kind of maybe a bug. Need to find out, as the code is actually generated from AI. So there could be bug. So we have to find out that bug. We have to fix that. So it's really open. You can find out the bug, or maybe in the future I'm gonna find out that bug and fix that and push that in the repository. So this is so far all the changes. Mostly this month actually does not matter, because whenever we just click on a particular day, we will get those information. So that's why maybe the month is not gonna look into more often, but it's a functionality we have to fix that things. So this is so far on our learning activity graph in our learner stats. So I just wanted to give a kind of flavor of the statistics data. So that's why I took the inspiration from the GitHub. This is not fully completed, like a completed feature exactly like GitHub activity, but it still is kind of like in a starter or like a initial placement. Now we can improve that with tons of feature. Mostly we can correct those month, also those weekly columns, and also some of the interaction on that particular graph. So that was my goal, and I think I'm kind of good with that. So make sure using particular commit. So now let's look into our next commit, which is going to be admin dashboard front and backend admin learner list. So as we already completed the activity graph, and we are kind of so good with our learner dashboard, where we have the billing, we have the profile, we have the courses list, we can track all the courses from the learner side. We can track all the courses from the learner side. We can explore modules, chapters, and also list and all those things. So far, these are all the functionality that will be from the learner side. But now we have to work from the admin side for some features. Let's say if I refresh, then we should go to the admin, because I changed the role to admin. And we have left with this UI. Let's say in the dashboard we have some chart, like overview, statistics, and then also in the learner section we should see all the learner list in the admin panel. So this is already implemented one, but now if I just refresh in our current one, which is running 5173, then you can see a dashboard is not working. The learners list is also not showing here. That's mean in our admin panel we should see all the learner list. Then we should see the dashboard with all those informations there. So right now let's also see from the learner API that maybe we are not to get any data. So we are getting some API error because I just changed the role from the admin panel, so I have to sign in again. So let's just sign in and see from the learner list, and you can see we have only one learner. And if I just go to the dashboard, then we should see some dashboard informations like the all those things. So we have to implement this where we can get total students, total sales, total order, and also in the statistics we should see monthly sales, then course enrollment, which course actually got enrolled most, then also course completion rate, and all those statistical things for the admin panel. Because our learner side is now done, where learner able to track their courses, now we can just simply use all of those tables to grab those information. So that's what we're gonna do in this particular commit, but like the admin dashboard. So you can see the commit label is changed. Last one was learner, but right now it will be start from the admin dashboard. And we don't have much commit left. I think 3 commit left so far. So now mostly we're gonna work with the admin dashboard, and you should see the commit with admin space dashboard, and then and there are only like 3 commit. So the first one is going to be like the learner list. That's this one. So when you go to the learner page, then you should see all the learner informations. Let's say this one is the learner which members in 2025 October. Then we the learner has total XP of this, current history 50 days, and total enrolled course is 1, something like that. So that's the informations for that learner. So then we also have the dashboard. That's why we have those dashboard informations like this. So now let's start with the admin learner list, and this is pretty simple. We have to prepare the API, the learner API, and which will be look into the user table, and it's gonna join with some of the other table to find out all those information. And you can see the data is kind of not looking well. So we have enroll course 1, but total spend showing like 0, because I just inserted the data directly in the database. So that's why you can see the data issue. So what you have to do is just sign in with another GitHub. I don't have another one. That's why I have to switching between the admin and the learner continuously. So that's why you can see the data mismatch. So make sure you also do that by your own. So here, in this commit, we have to work on the backend side first. So in the backend side, we will need that particular API that's gonna fetch, or that's gonna give us those information of the learner list. So for that case, as usual, we work with the service. Before that, let's also see the type changes. So here, T learner states. So we have a type, which is going to be this one, and also T formatted learner informations. Then also we have T aggregated learner stats. So because if you look into the UI, then we have some sort of informations, and this information is not kind of like linear. Let's say this is not directly in a one table stored. These are the information that will come from the learning activity that related with your like learner table, like the user table, and we aggregate so many data. So that's mean we have to manipulate our main list with several tables informations, and also we have to manipulate the data in the code. So for that case, we will need several types. So let's also add all these types. So, and we're gonna also see that where we use all those types. So let's bring those types. So the first one we have is T learner stats. So represent a single record from the raw input dataset. The raw input dataset from the table. Then we have represent the final formatted user object. So this is the formatted informations that's gonna be used in the render when we render the data. That's the data that you can see in the UI here. And then we have the aggregated learner stats, so an intermediate structure used during the aggregation process. So we have the aggregation step. That's mean we will use some raw data from the database, then we aggregate that in the front end, then we prepare our main data set like this. So that's why we need several type support. So that's why I have to add all of those type. And then let's look into the server changes. So in the user service, we have to create a new service, and we already have several. So let's create new service which is going to be get all active learner. That's mean we have to find out all the active learner, not admin, not the learner which is deactivated and all those things. We have to find out all the active learner. So that's mean we have to work with the user repository. That's we created the query builder, then we left join with the course enrollment to find out active courses based on the user ID. Then we left join with the course to get the course information, the course that is actually enrolled. Then we have learner activity. We have to go to the learner activity to find out the activity like the total XP. Then you can see, let's go to the learner, total XP, then total current district from the statistics table. And if I want to show you the total completed lesson, that's also can be showed here. So all those informations that need to be fetched from the activity table. So that's why we left join that, and also we left join with the lesson table for the lesson information based on the published status. Then we join with the learner statistics for the statistics informations, and then in the finally we are trying to retrieve all those information. Here you can see user.id. This is the actual data set that we added in the interface here. Like here you can see user ID, GitHub ID, all those properties not kept it camel case. Instead, these are all small letters, which actually coming from the database mentioned like this user.id, GitHub ID, and all those things. And then we combine with the status where the user status should be active, the user role should be learner, and we group by with the user ID to then instead the total XP, current district, enrollment courses, name, and all those group by with all those options. And then we order by with the user ID with the ascending order, and also we order by with the course enrollment, and then we catch that for the 60 seconds. Then we retrieve all those information directly and just run that with the service. So that's all about. That's mean we just start look into the user table, find out all this user. That's where is the role is learner and also active, and then we join with all the related table, the course enrollment, then statistics table, and also lesson tables. When we got all those info, then we need some of the filtered data or the data that we need to represent in the UI, that we just selected those value from that data set. That's it. And then let's create the controller, because this is something that's not like the similar with the learning activity. Mostly our work will start, I think. So in the controller we have to add a new controller like this, and in the controller you can see we just simply calling that particular get all active learner, and the user ID will come from the I think and we don't need the user ID because this will be an API that will be accessible from the admin panel. So that's mean we will get all the learner list. So that's our routes or like the controller. Now we have to work with the routes. So let's go to the routes file, and in this route file for the user we have to add a new API, and mostly we have to create a new method which is going to be like the admin routes. Right now we have only routes that's combined with like general routes, but we need some sort of an router, admin router, where we can just specify that router will be only for the admin, and that's what we have to initialize here, this dot router, because we initialized the route. Now we have to initialize that, and also we have to call this dot admin route so that we can get that this dot admin routes method where we have that all active learner. Now we can just provide use that route to provide like the authentication, and then we will be good. And also we have to use that admin user router into the index file, because we have only user router. Now let's also initialize our admin user router as we did earlier, and we have to use that in our index file, and also it should belong to under the admin endpoints. You can see admin endpoints. Now we have to add a new one which is going to be admin user endpoint. That's for controlling or getting all the API that related to user for the admin panel, and we use like authenticate admin. That's mean this route will only be accessible for the admin. So that's all the changes from the API side for the learner list API. Now we have to work from the front end side. So let's open the front end, and you can see we follow the as usual pattern. We have to add the API, then the query, and then we have to add those changes. And I think we already have some query, but yes, for the use like get all the learner list we need new query. So let's create the endpoint in the user endpoint file, and that's going to be like this. And then let's also create the query. So in the user query file, we have to add a new query with a new key. So let's first add the key. So we will have the key like learner, like this one, and we need a new query hook. This is going to be the query hook, and let's paste that here like use get learner query, and we have to call our API, and then you can see formatted learner stats. So that's the magical functions that will actually manipulate or modify our data, which will be kind of formatted like this, and then we will took this data as this format, and then we're gonna make this particular form that's going to be in return of that particular helper function. So let's create that helper function to add that logic, like how we can simply modify the data. So for that case, we have to create a new helper function called learnerstats.ts. So let's go to helper and create that learnerstat.ts, and we provided that in the utility slash helper function. Now you can see this function is a little bit bigger, so we have several steps here. So I provided the code. Now let's also import from here to get rid of from the error. And now let's try to understand. So you can see this function will process a flat list of user course enrollment and groups them by user, and calculating aggregated stats and formatting them display. And there will be raw data, and it's written an array of formatted user profile. So we'll get the raw data, which is kind of user list, but there will be same user data, like same user, and there will be multiple data for the same user. So we have to group a user. That's why you can see we have a user map where we will put kind of like categorize with user. There will be, let's say, one user in a key, the second user, third user. But in the main data, raw data, there could be like multiple user based on multiple data because we joined tons of data. So we have to categorize them using like hash map, and that's going to be like the aggregated dataset. Like what will be the dataset look like this. So now you can see in the map, now we have to look into the data, the raw data, and then we will find the record, and then we check that is there the user ID already exists in the map or not. If not, then we're going to do something. We have that, then we're going to do something. If we don't have that data, then what we will do, we'll prepare a user. You can see this is the data set that we prepare, and we just set that user information into that particular map. That's it. Now what we have to do, we have to then again find out the same user and try to find out the completed lesson, then try to find out the total lesson, the progress, and all those information. For that case, because as the raw data is kind of like multiple data for a particular user, that's when we can find out those lessons. So that's why record.completed lesson, record.total lesson, we'll get those informations. And for the progress, we have to find out the progress from the completed divided by total into 100, so that we can get the progress. The progress we are showing like here. This is the progress of that particular enrolled course. And also the price will come from the price of that particular course, like you get total spend. So we're just counting with the all the courses price together. That will be like total spend. And then we just simply push those course data, like courses.push name and progress, because a particular user could have multiple courses, and those will also come from that raw data. So we have to categorize because we already have the map. So we also have to push those course information into the map. And then also total spend, that will come from the course price, that's I already discussed. So that's what we have done here to provide those information in the user map. Now we have to look into the map, and we have to format that a list so that we can render that list. So that's why we have a formatted user list. We are just using the array map from the values. We will get all those value, and then we map through that value. Then we have to find out the member date, like when the member actually joined. So we find out that date, then we make that our format. Then we have to find out the current progress list from the courses. Then we have to find out the total spend that we just modified like to make a good format. And then ultimately we formatted the whole data in the representable way. That's we did here, and then we return that formatted user list. That's it. So whenever we call that query, we got the data, we got the raw data, we send that to that particular helper function, and we modify the data, and we respond back to that query. So now if we just simply use that query, we will get the desired output. So that's about the helper function and the query. Now let's work on the UI side, on the component side. So first of all, we would need a component list, which is called the learner list, which is, by the way, this one. So there will be list, this will be the card. So let's design the list, and also we need a new page. So if I just go here, right now we don't have any page. Let's say this one. If I just click learners, nothing happening. So we have to create the page. Then we have to add this component with the data. So let's create the component. This is also simple UI AI generated component. I just provided those informations, like what are the information I want to show, and then I just prompt again to get more further details. So it will be in the component/admin components folder. So let's go to components folder. In the components folder we have admin, and we have to add a new components learner list, and then let's bring all the code, And let's also see what's going on here, like learner list. We just use that formatted data like the list, and we just map through that. And this is the whole UI where we have some image, the avatar for that particular user avatar, then the name, then some basic design. Is not a lot of complex things. Then we have the badge to show that user is active or inactive, and it's not going to show the admin because the admin role is kind of secretive role, so it's not going to show in the learner. And then I think these are like a pretty much simple component with all those informational stuff. If we have those data, we are going to show that. If we don't have that data, then you already saw like we shows that there is no user found. That's a fallback. Then we just simply have to use that component. So let's create a new page, which is going to be the learner page inside the admin panel because it's related to the admin portal. So let's go to our routes, and in the routes we have admin, and inside that layout we can just simply create a new page called learner.tsx like this, and we also have to stop and restart our server. So if you just run the front end separately, then you don't have to restart, as I'm running both together, so it's not able to sync together. So in the learners component, let's just simply copy all the code. It's like pretty simple. As we develop the query, we just call the query to find out the data, and also the loading if we have any loading state or any error. And then we have to call the admin layout because that's important, otherwise we will not able to see that from the data. And we have the learner list component where we just provided all the data that we come from here, and we modified the data twice. Here we modified that here, and also from the backend we got those data. And in the learner list we just simply rendered the data. So that's it so far, the changes from the front end. Now let's try to refresh and try to go to the learner page, and you can see the learner page is showing the admin layout showing, and also the learner information. If I have multiple learner informations which is actually starting those courses, then I can see all those lists here. So what I would recommend, you just create another GitHub account, or maybe if you have multiple, then try to log in with them and create a single one first, which change the role to admin from the database, because we don't have any other options implemented yet, like feature or functionality or any script that will run and make the user admin. So you have to do that manually from the database, which is so far safe from now. And when you make a user to admin, then from that admin panel you will see all those learner missions and all the tracking courses and all those. So that's what I will recommend. So these are the changes for our learner list API and the UI. So make sure you sync with this particular commit. So now our next commit is going to be this one, admin dashboard dash overview tab. So we are kind of done with the learner page. That's it so far in our UI. And if I go to the dashboard, then you can see in the dashboard we have overview section and we have a statistics section. So in the overview section we have some cards where we can see total learner, total sales, total order, and last course expired. That's mean learner who purchased the course which will be expired, like the last course from any learner. And then the recent orders is pretty much similar with the billing summary for the learner, where we can see all the recent order in the list for any learner. So that's what we're going to build in this particular commit. So if you just go to overview tab, then we have another one which is going to be like the statistics tab. So first we will work on this one, then we'll go and work on that one. So in that particular commit, you can see we have some changes. Mostly we have to create the endpoints. So why we have to just create an API? Because we are gonna reuse a similar service which is called learner course enrollment router, or like router course enrollment service. On that service we will get almost all the data that we need, because if you look into the card, then we need total students, that's mean total learner, and also we need total sales, that how many learner actually purchase how many courses with the total calculation, and we need total order and also the expired date from the last course. So for that case, if we just fetch all the data from course enrollment, let's say if I just show you here, we have already learner course enrollment router. So let's go to that particular router, and then let's go to that service. So in that router, you can see we are pointing the get user enrollment enroll course. So this is the controller. In that controller, based on the admin or learner, we will able to fetch all the enrollment course. So if I just take you here, then you can see it trying to use the user ID. If we don't have any user ID, then it's gonna go to the course enrollment table. That's if I just show you from here, then you can see course enrollment. So it's actually linked with the course enrollment table where all the learner informations, billing information are there. So if we just fetch all those informations directly, mostly all this property like course, then course ID, expire at, created at, and then invoice link, total price, status, and all those things, then we can simply use that data to show in the recent order like here, as well as if we calculate from those data, we can also prepare this card information. So if I just show you like how that's happening, so if I just refresh, then you can see we call API, which is like learner enrollment courses, and on that API you can see the list of those data, and mostly we have all those data, let's say total price of a particular enrollment, then the course information, you can see the course informations, then expire at, and also we have some user data, let's say in the user we have some information. So mostly we have all the data to show you here. So we have to group by with the total students in the front end side, then we also have to count the total sales. We can just simply sum the whole data with the price. Then we can also provide the length of that total list, and also we have to find out the last course based on the expire at date to get the value. So mostly if we just prepare an API, and that's gonna give us all the data in the card format as well as in the list format. So that's why I don't need any service, because we already have that service which is already using in the learner side to fetch the enrollment course that's actually enrolled by any learner. But now if we don't provide any user ID, then it's going to fetch for the admin, but that's need to be pointed out with an API, otherwise admin will not be able to access that. So for that case we have to add the API. So let's go to the changes in the route section. You can see we have added a new API, and that's in the index route. So let's go to index route, and we have to go to the admin endpoint, because it's going to be admin endpoints, and we can simply say it's going to be like learner course enrollment. And where we are getting that, we already use that here in the learner endpoints, API/learner/enrollment, but we will have now API/admin/learner enrollment. But as in the controller, then you can see that the user ID is conditioned with the role. If the role is admin, then we send the undefined. If the role is not admin, then we are sending the user ID. That's mean when from the header we will get the role as a admin, then we're going to send the undefined to this particular service, and this service will return all the data from the table. So here one thing I want to mention, right now we are just returning all the data. This will not be the case every time, because when your application will be bigger, let's say right now I only have 2 orders because I don't have much user. Let's say you have total 500 user, and 500 user you also have, let's say 20 courses. Then you can calculate, let's say 500 user actually purchased 20 courses simultaneously, then your table of like course enrollment table will become like huge. And if you just fetch all the data in the dashboard, then your dashboard API will be slow and you will get slow response. So this is only for small size applications where you only have a smaller audience. But when it's become like huge people's, like when it's come to Udemy type course platform, then you have to think differently. You have to provide several things. Let's say for the statistics, you have to use query to count those information, like raw database query. You cannot just simply grab all those information from database and pass that in the front end, which will calculate and provide those data. You have to calculate that from the backend side, like in the database side, and then you have to send that in the front end. Front end will show those data. That's when it comes to like scale your applications, that time you have to add those way. And for the recent order, you have to add the paginations. Let's say you can just simply add pagination here. Right now it's just simply returning all the value. When the application will become huge, then you have to add pagination so that recent order can be paginated one page by one page. So that's the 2 future suggestion, and I would also highly recommend you to try to add a new service or endpoint or a service. I think the service will be fine. You can also tag that service inside this service so that whenever we call that API, like the list API, you will also call that query, which will count that particular report. Let's say total student, total sales, total order, and all those data. So that will be really efficient. But right now it's simple and smaller, so that's why I just put like this. So it will be your task. You can just create another service, point that here. You can return the data with modifying some value. You can also provide the list with paginated way and including those statistic data in the same API, so that you don't have to call multiple API in the dashboard. So now let's see the changes. We are kind of good with the route. Now we have to add that route in the learner page. So let's go to the learner page, get learner activity graph API, and in this API get the query API folder, endpoint folder, we have to add a new API. So you can see I didn't add a new API. Instead, I just simply use some of our older API like this one, get learner billing summary API, because this is the same service that we used in the backend. So maybe we can use this same function, but a different endpoint separately. So based on the argument, so what we did here, I added a new argument called isAdmin. So whenever I will pass isAdmin, it's gonna call the admin side API. If I don't pass that value, then it's gonna call the learner side API. That's much simple. So now the same thing will happen with the query, because we already used that in somewhere in the in query. Let's say here. So that's mean in this particular query, it will also accept the admin property, and you can see it's optional. So if nobody passed that, it will fetch the learner information. So this will be the learner billing summary. We have the isAdmin, and based on isAdmin, we are just simply gonna call the API. So we just have to pass the value and like the isAdmin, and based on the isAdmin, it's doing its work. So our query is also ready. Now we just simply have to call that in the dashboard page, and also we need those components and tables. So we already built the table. You already saw in the learner section, I think in the learner billing section, that we have a common table. So we will just reuse that, and we have to design this card, and this is pretty simple design. So let's go to the changes. So we are going to create the summary cards. That's a new component, and we are going to reuse the older table that we already created. So the summary card will be in the admin/dashboard/summary cards. It's going to be in the components folder. So let's go to the components folder, and then we have admin. Then we should have dashboard, but we don't have that. So let's create a dashboard folder for putting all the component inside of that dashboard folder. So admin dashboard summary cards.tsx. So let's bring all the code, and this code is of course generated by AI, because this is pretty simple card, and AI is really good at designing this kind of smaller card. So if you want to improve the UI, you can also do so, but in this card we will just simply get all those value as a props. Whenever we will get those value, we will render the data. So mostly I just directly render the data. I did not add any condition. Let's say if I don't have any total sales, then I'm not gonna render the total sales card. If I don't have total order, then I'm not gonna do that. So all will be like simply static render if we have the data. If we don't have the data, it will be like 0 as a value. So these are all those cards. Now we just simply have to use that card from our dashboard page. So right now, if I just go our implementation, we don't have any dashboard page so far. Even if I just click on the dashboard, nothing happening. So for that case, we need a new page called dashboard. So for that case, we have to create that page. So it's going to be under the layout folder. So let's go to the underscore admin, then underscore layout. Now we will have a new folder called dashboard. So create dashboard. So in the dashboard, we will have a overview.tsx file, and later we will have the statistics.tsx file. Now let's try to see what we are doing, and you can see we also have a table here, because the table will represent the recent order data. So let's bring the whole code, try to understand what's going on. And also you can see we need an utility function, so we're going to discuss about that. Let's also create that utility function from here. So in the helper we need admin stats. So why is that? Because as I told you, that we'll get the direct data in our API, like all the recent orders, but we need to modify those data to find out the sum, or like find out those report information, statistic information. So for that case, we are using in our front end some helper function or method to actually get that data. So we can do that with database query, but as our small application is small, the user base will be small, so we didn't did that here. So it will be your task to add that from the database level. So on that, so this will be the function, and this function is going to help us to find out all those total information. Let's show you. Then you can see we will get the billing summary data, and the interface is like this: course ID, expire at, invoice, total information, some progress, and all those things. also user information. Now when we have those data, we have to find out total sales, we have to find out total order, we also have to find out the learner, like total learner, then max expired, like when the last learner will be expired, like the last course. Then these are the variable or value that we need to set, and we are just simply looping through our billing summary and find out any price. We're gonna increase that by with total sales. Then also the total order will be count like this, because all the length will be kind of like total order. Or we can even check like billing summary dot length here, then it will be like total order. Then student set, that's the important one. So we have to find out the ID and set the ID into a map or a set, so that we can categorize all those student ID, so that we cannot count the duplicate one. Because when we add that ID into the set, then it will be like only one time for a particular student. That's mean we will able to find out total student count. So that's what I did. I checked like, okay, is the user ID in the item or not? If that's in the item, then we are just setting that in the set, like in the new set. And also we checked the expire at, we find out the get time, and then we checked with the max expired. Let's say this is the value right now is 0, so we're checking the max expired time is greater than the expired ad or not, like the current expired ad or not. If so, then we are just making that as a max expired. Then if next one just came up, then it's gonna check with the older one that, okay, which one is actually max expired. Then if the next one is max, then we are gonna replace the max expired variable to the new one. So that's the simple stuff that I just added. And then when we got all those information, we're gonna just return those value in an object, so that we can just simply use those value in the cart. And in the max expired days, you can see we got the dates, but we have to make that a local string format, mostly month and then year. If we just show you from the UI, like December 2028. So if I want to show with this format, then I just have to do it like this. Use like two local string, then US format, month and year. Or you can use a third-party library, but right now I didn't use any, because I didn't need any of that time-related stuff. So for that case, you can just simply use some raw JavaScript method for handling date time. So this function name is get dashboard overview summary. So we just simply have to use that when we will get or fetch the API. After that, before rendering, we can please just use that. So let's use that function, and in this overview page, we have to call the API first, get learner billing summary, and the isAdmin should be true. Like if you can pass any property, like you will not able to pass any property. You have to pass like true or false as a boolean. So when you pass true, it's gonna think it's a admin request, then it's gonna fetch all the data that's for the admin. That's mean here in this data we will get all those learner informations that like learner purchased those courses. Then in the summary, I have to use like that function to provide those list data. And when I do that, it's gonna return the object, and I use that like use memo, so that it does not calculate every time. Instead, it calculates whenever the calculation is necessary. And then when I got the summary, now I can just simply use that summary easily. So let's just comment like collapse the headers or like the table informations. And here you can see we use like the summary cards. In that summary cards, we have to provide all those value. And we got those value in the summary, the total sales, total order, total students, and max expired date. Now we should easily get or show our summary cards. So if I just comment the table, let's just see, then you should see all the cards showing the value. And this is pretty much same with our older UI or older project. So now let's comment out the table, because in the table we have to prepare the data. And in the table you can see we have the transaction headers. That's the table format that we already discussed in our component section, because the table is kind of a material UI table where we have to provide like table, and in the table we have to provide the headers and the data. And the headers is kind of like we kind of an array of object where we will have all those header keys with the key that need to be mentioned with the data. Let's say here for the first column we need the course informations, then the key will be course, it will check from the data. And also we can render custom UI. That's why you can see that we have a render method that's actually rendering a custom UI. and in the render method we will get that particular item data. You can see that, and in return we are just simply returning the course information like the image and the course name and the course description a bit. So that's the first item. Then we have user. So in the render you can see I didn't render a lot of things, just simply in a string, but the data will come from the item, because in the render argument we got the item. Like when it's iterating the loop, it will get one by one data. The same thing is for the price, then the enroll date, expired ad, and the status. Based on the user status, we can provide that particular things like error or done. And we just added the label. Then we will have the invoice link, as from the list we also want to show the invoice link so that user can directly go to the invoice page. So I think that's it for the headers. And now when we have prepared the header, then we simply have to call the header, like pass the header to the table component, and then the data, and the data interface or the type should be the same that we saw earlier here. So in our table header declaration we provided the same type here, iCourse enrollment, so that we can get that type in support from our raw data like the item, and also the header will be actually got the types up. And we also check some condition. Let's say if we don't have any billing summary data, then we just simply render no data found. If we have, then we just render. And in the module header, that's kind of like this particular header, we already have that component, we use that everywhere. All those pages somewhere here we can just provide that module header, and also if we just provide any name, then it's gonna like the title, then it's gonna render that particular header. And we have to must use each search false so that the search will be gone. And also you can add the search if you want to search from the recent order, you can just add that search. Also you can took some state here and manage the search functionality with this particular header. So far these are all the information that I need, and if I just refresh, then you can see you have total we have total one student, total sales of $749.98. Then we have total order 2, and also the last course will be expired in the December 2028. So that's it. And in the list you can see the user email, also the price, the enroll date, the status active or not, and also the invoice link. If you click, you will get that particular invoice link. So right now all those informations in the database is kind of dummy data, so you will not some real informations. And even if you just click on the invoice, it's not showing any correct invoice. And so far we only have to show this information. And let's say if you found that from the course enrollment table that we have some other data, or maybe in the overview section we can add some more cards that's related to be like statistics or some analytical data, then yeah, feel free to raise an issue and also create an PR to fix that or add that particular things. But I would highly recommend you to add the query level statistics, because right now it's only just all the list data, and when let's say when it's just become 100 or 200 data, then it will be like a bit slow. So it will be highly recommend use a dedicated query to find out all those statistic information, and then simply use a single API for the whole dashboard, and then bind those object information with the list informations that should include with the pagination, and then total all those prepare objects should be passed to the client side. So then client side will be able to use that, and then it will be work as so. That's it for this particular section. So now we are going to follow this commit. This is our next immediate commit about admin dashboard done, which is, if you saw like the statistics page, we have some charts and we need the data for those chart, and then also in the front end we have to implement those chart together. For that case we have to follow this commit, front end back end admin dashboard done. So in this particular commit we are going to create a service, and on that service we will get all the informations. Let's say monthly sales informations, course enrollments informations, like what are the course actually students enrolled, and there will be like total count, and also course completion rate, so like what is the progress of each course. So now if I just start the changes from the commit, then you can see we have to create the service, but the service will be in the course enrollment.ts file, because this statistics or the chart is mostly related to, or like will come from the course enrollment, because in the course enrollment table it's a table where we have the core things about learner, and the whole particular statistics is about also from the learner side. Let's say if someone purchased a course, then it's stored in the enrollment table. let's say how many people actually enrolled the course. That's we can also count that from the enrollment table. And also if we want to check the progress, then we might need to check that from the learning activity table, but mostly we will start from the course enrollment table. So every scenario, this is important to work with the course enrollment table. So for that case, that's why I added the service in the course enrollment table. So let's add our service, and then we're going to start with one by one. So at the end, we will have a new service which is going to be statistics data. So we can name it get statistics data or statistics data, whatever. So in that statistics data, we will call 3 more method. Those 3 methods will bring 3 more statistic information. Let's say monthly sales, then course enrollments, and course completion rate. So these will be these 3 methods that's gonna help us to fetch or query those data from the database. So we just make those methods separated so that we can use whenever we need. So if I just go here, then you can see our first method. Let's just try to understand what's going on. So it's the sales one, let's say monthly sales. Okay, so it's going to be like get monthly sales. So where we just simply find out the current year, and then we just applied a raw query, because when it comes to generating report or this kind of statistics or analytics from any applications, we often use like raw SQL, because with ORM, like type ORM or maybe any ORM, it's become a little bit complex to actually get the report data, because it's far easier with raw query. So that's why you should choose raw query here. It's a kind of bit messy sometimes, but it still is produce really efficient result on the report end. So in this particular query, this query generate data for a line chart or a bar chart showing revenue trend. So if I just show you the chart, this is like bar chart, you can say line chart, whatever. So that's why we need some sort of data that's gonna actually help to represent that chart. So here you can see we use like date trunk, and then we provided month, and then we created use that value as like created at. So what is that? So this rounds every date to the first day of each month. Let's say it's gonna find out all the created date, but that will be converted into the first day of the month. So why is that? Because that's gonna help us to achieve this kind of data. Let's say for in monthly sales overview, we will have 12 month or maybe 10 month. So on those months, we need the count of those month data. So for that case, we have to somehow group all those date for a particular month and then count the sales. That's we need in the query. So this line is actually help to group all those date and make that a first day of a particular month. Then we have a 2 character like this, or 2 underscore char. So what is this gonna do? So this will convert date into a friendly string like January, February, or something like that, like 3 character name, like all the months. So this month we actually see here, like September, November, something like that. And then we have the sum, which we used in the total price. So this is kind of like the aggregator. It adds up every dollar made within that specific month group. So first of all, we group with those value for a particular month. Then it's sum up all those price, including that price field, like total price. And then it's create another things like as a value like name. In that name property, it will be like month name. Okay, and then in the sales property is going to be like the sum of that total price for the particular month. And we are looking from the course enrollment table, as we selected these 2 value, and then we have to find out where we're going to look into. So you can see we extract a filter that ensured we aren't mixing this year sales within like the last year. So that's why we provided the current year. And we also need to check the status that's active or not. So we then the status, and then we group by with the month that we declared, and we have to order by with the date with like the first month. So basically these 2 line will actually bring kind of like the first day of a particular month, and we are limiting to 6. That's it. So that's overall query that's gonna fetch all the get monthly sales data. Why we're limiting 6? Because it's gonna give us 6 month data. If you provide 12, then it's gonna give you 12 months data. So that's it. This will be performed, and as I use await, it's going to directly perform the query and it's going to return the result. So that's our get monthly sales data. So now let's look into our second one, which is going to be like you can say course enrollment distribution. So what's that mean? Let's just put the code first. So if I just show you from here, course enrollment. So in this particular statistics, we need to know like which course actually sold to how many students, or like how many students actually enrolled on a particular course, like course basis. So that's kind of data we want to show. So for that case, we can say kind of course enrollment distribution, and this query identifies like top sellers for a leaderboard, or you can say horizontal bar. That's I showed you. You can say it's kind of like horizontal bar, and this one is you can say like vertical bar. So for that case, we use the same way. We don't need year because now we are fetching from the table to find out count, not based on a particular year. So we just added raw query. So we join with the course enrollment table based on the course ID from the course. So first we are going to look into the course table, and then we join the course enrollment table, because in the course table we have the course info, the course data. And in the course enrollment table, we can say how many courses like got enrolled. So in the join course underscore enrollment, we start with the course table to get the name and attach all matching rows from the enrollment table. We attach that in that particular query. And then we have the count as a select. We are selecting the c.name, and then we are counting the ID as a student. So in the student's value, we're going to put the count of those ID. And then we order by with the students, like the ID value. Let's say we count, and then we order by with that, with the descending order, and we also group by with the name. And we limit that to 5 so that we can get only the 5 data, like 5 courses, because it's group buying with the course name. So when we add the limit, then it's gonna only apply with the 5 course. So maybe you can make that kind of a dynamic. How many courses you have, you can actually put that limit there. So it's gonna do that. But if you don't want, you can also remove that. It's gonna bring all those courses information, and then the chart will be shrink a little bit, because when you will have multiple courses, the whole thing will become like kind of a smaller bar in the horizontally. So you can add that as well. So that's for the get course enrollment distribution. Now we have one left, which is going to be the get completion rate. It's trickier as well, as because it's a kind of learner statistics to get the analytic of the learner. What's the computation rate of a particular courses. So this is kind of a two-step query used for a pie chart that you already saw, and it uses a common table expression, which is like a temporary table created on the fly. You already saw when we use query builder on the TypeORM, and when we use like transactional and all those things. So where we created temporary table. So that's the same thing happened in the raw query. We can also create temporary table on the fly. And then let's look into all the steps. So first step, we categorize the user, because it's kind of the user specific things, like user specific information, like how many user actually completed all the course, and based on that we are going to calculate the percentage of the completion rate. So in the first step, we categorizing with the users, then the course stats as block, kind of like this block. You can say this is not a small block, it's a big block, and in this block it calculates a status for every single enrollment row. Then it actually counts how many lessons has this specific user finished in this specific courses. So that's why we just use that count. So whole thing is under the select, because we need those values. Let's say we use like ce.course id, then ce.user id. So the ce is actually from the course enrollment table, because we are looking from the course enrollment table, and then we are using like the case to find out like which data we're gonna see. So first of all, we're gonna check the count, how many lessons has the specific user finished, and also it's gonna count with the distinct lesson ID, and then it compares with how many lessons, like total lesson actually exist. So if you saw in the earlier section, we used like TypeORM to perform the subquery, but now you can see here this way we can also perform subquery. So here you can see if like this, when the count distinct more than 0, then it's going to be like in progress, L is going to be like not status, and as a status, so something like that. So this is kind of like subquery stuff. That's what we did in the earlier section, the TypeORM. So then we left join with the learner activity table. to match with the user ID as well as the course ID, and then we checked with the enrollment status, and then we group by with the course ID and the user ID so that we get some sort of course information as well as user information. And then in the second step, like we are now kind of doing some calculations. Once every user is categorized, the final part of the query calculate the percentage of the chart, and the chart should be kind of like count of user in status divided by kind of total user enrolled. If I just show you here, then you can see count star into star and into 100 divided by select count this. That's mean count of user in status into 100, and then we just divided that with total user enrolled. And we also check the status to be completed, then the status should be in progress, then the color as well as, and we are looking from the course status, like course stats. So that's going to be like the name we declared earlier, and that's how we can actually find out the completion rate data. And mostly this query was generated by AI, and I just simply grab that and try to check like what's going on, and seems like it's okay. But if you think it could be more optimizable, you can do that. So, and also if you think my explanation is not correct about all those things, then you can also raise comment that okay, you should explain like this or that. So any feedback will be highly appreciated. I'm trying my best to give you as much as possible. Even if you didn't understand, then we have the way to understand those lines of code, any other topics. So with Gemini or ChatGPT, whatever you are using. So these are the three methods. Like the private method will help to find those or like query about those data. Now when we call, it will be like one by one, and then we will get those data, and we're gonna just return those data in an object. So whenever we call this statistics data, we will get all those information. So now we just simply have to create the controller, then create the routes, and then bind that with the front end. And in the front end, we also have to implement those chart. So let's do the interesting part. So let's create the controller quickly. So there will be a controller get statistics data, and as is part of like course enrollment, so we can place that in the course like course enrollment controller. So it's a get statistics data, and here you can see we just simply call that. It does not need any other argument or parameter. And then let's create the route. So you might be thinking why we put that route inside of the user, as it's kind of like user specific things, or like admin. So you can put that course enrollment, but I would prefer to put that in the statistics, because in that case the URL will be like user/statistics or something like that. Or I think I can just put that in the course enrollment table as well as, but it does not have any admin route. So I think just place that in the user table as I did here. So the main reason was like it's gonna make the URL a little bit smaller. Let's say if I just go to the user, you can see admin/user, then we will get the admin routes here. Then it will say admin/user/learner. That's gonna give us the learners. Then if I just say admin/ like this, admin/user, then after that it will come to like statistics. So that's why it's gonna give a proper URL. So let's bring the code here. We just simply use that, so we can make it private, and we need the controller. After that we have to add a new route. It's going to be statistics, and it's gonna use our controller that we created recently. That's it. So we have just prepared our route. Now we can just simply use that route and start implementing the chart. So let's collapse all the backend work, and also let's see from the type. So as you saw from the backend API, is going to return monthly sales, course enrollments, and also completion rate. And monthly sales have names and sales. So if I just show you again from the service, so in the course enrollment service, in the first method that we declare here, in the get monthly sales, so what it's gonna select is gonna select name and sales. So we have to add name and sales as a string and number like this. Then in the course enrollments method, so if you just go, then you can see it's gonna provide name exactly like this, and the student's property, which is going to be number, and the name is going to be the name of the course name. Then we will have the get completion rate, which will use like name, value, and color. So you can see this is the kind of the first step, but this is kind of like in the first bracket. So the final one is this one where we round up. So we're gonna get the status as a name. Then also we will get the color. and then we are gonna get the value as value. So these are the property. So we will go get all those property. Now we need to create an interface for that so that we can get the type support from the front end, like which value we're gonna get from the backend. For that case, we just simply have to add this interface that I just discussed. It's going to be like iDashboard statistics. So let's bring that, and now we can simply use that anywhere. So this one is also done. So now we can just simply add the endpoint and the query. So let's quickly create the endpoints. So this is going to be the endpoints. So let's bring that end of that file, and then let's also create the query, our as usual pattern. So this is also going to be like a simple query. So we're going to place that in the learner file, and this query will be like use get statistics data query. We're going to use query. We have that API. We also have that type that we created. Now we just need a key to cache that data. So it's going to be here, like in the learner key. And then you can see we don't have any install time to refetch again. So it's going to be cached, which will not be any issue. So that's so far it is for the query. Now we have the query and the mechanism. So what we just need to create a page and create all those chart components. So let's just create a simple page, or before that let's just create all those charts. So we're going to start with the monthly sales chart, and for the sales chart or chart we are going to use the library called recharts. You can see recharts. So we just simply have to install recharts in the front end. So let's just quickly go to the front end and use nvm use. So we have to install the package called recharts, pnpm install recharts, and it's gonna install our package. And this is a really cool library which is gonna help you to implement charts. So you can find that recharts.org, and if you go there, sorry, not this one, so you just have to go to the pnpm, then you will get the homepage, and it's from the GitHub, and that's the page. So recharts, where you will see all those charts. If you just go to the examples, then you can see how many charts it has, like linear charts, then area charts, bar chart, so many charts we have. So this is really cool library, and it's fully open source. So I think it's really helpful if we use this library. So when that's got installed, now we can just create our component. So we need some sort of bar chart first, like vertically bar chart. Then we need a horizontally bar chart or line chart. Then we need pie chart, this three. So let's try to see from the components. So we're going to start with the monthly sales chart. So let's create that charts, and it's going to be under the admin/dashboard folder that we created earlier. So let's go to our components, then admin, then dashboard. We already have that folder. Let's add the file. Let's bring all the code and try to see what's going on here. And also these are like AI generated code. We don't have to put much effort to write this code. So from the cherry charts, we will get the bar chart and the bar. The bar is basically the single bar line, and the bar chart is the wrapper. And then we will get some of the other value like legends, then response container, tooltip, and all those stuff. So you can just ask to Gemini to provide you what you want, like mentioning the charts package and what kind of data you want to represent. So here we wrapped with the responsive container, which is gonna make the content responsive. Then we wrap with the bar chart, which will actually help to render the whole bar chart like this. And then this will be like all the bar. So in the bar chart, you have to provide the data. So that's important things. And in that data, what is going to be like the format? The format is, that's we already saw, like value and label, some sort of stuff. So if I just show you from the type support in the monthly sales, you already saw that it's required like the name, and then we have the cells. So one is number, another is string. And then we just simply put that data here. And here you can see props type, iDashboard statistics, monthly sales. We are using this particular data, name and sales, the value. So this data is actually taken directly here, and we don't have to modify, because this particular bar chart is actually take the data like that. So if I just show you from the website, so it's going to be like recharts. So in this recharts, let's find out the bar chart. Say a teeny chart. In the bar chart, we have simple bar chart like this. And if you look into the data, you can see that we have a name and then some of the property for the bar chart. Let's just find out kind of our bar chart. Let's see, look into the data. We can see all this data like this. So what happened if we provide the name? We already provide the name like this. So this will work like bar name like this. And all the value like sales value, you can see this is kind of sales. So this will be like the value that will automatically taken from the charts. So it's kind of a dynamic. Let's say if you just saw here, you provided UV and PV and AMT. So these are the values. So with the name, if you provide any value, that will work as like automatic value, and that will create the chart. So these are kind of mixed chart. So let's try to see pretty simple bar chart like this one, where you can see the data is kind of like the same. Let's say if I just change to sales like this, okay, I maybe cancel that, that's sales, and I want to remove, let's say, all those data. Just I want two data here, and then I'm gonna rename that to sales. Let's say page B is going to be like the sales, and then comma should be removed. And if I just run, then you can see we have nothing which is showing here. Why? Because we also have a component called bar. So in that bar, we have to provide the data key. So the same thing we did here. If we just go, as we providing a name and sales, so you can see in the x-axis, we provided like the data key is going to be like name. That's mean in the x-axis, we want to show the name. If I just show you here, in the x-axis, we want to show the name. That's mean the month name. And then in the y-axis, we need the value. So the value is in the property name sales property. So if you saw, in the y-axis we just added that color, and in the y-axis we also want the bar. You can see that's why we just added a bar, and the data key is sales, and the data value should be like, or like the level should be like sales $10 sign, something like that. So this is how we can just simply wrap the bar chart and provide the data, and inside that data we can use those bar as a data key, and then those will work exactly like how we want. And if I just show you from here, if I just rename that to sales, let's say like it's sales and then sales, then we don't have to do much. These are the two values. So this sales showing 4,000, then this showing 4,000, this also showing. Why is showing this two chart? Because we provided two bar, that's why. So we have to make like bar one, then you can see it's showing the single color. And also we can change some of the color. Let's say the field will be pink, stroke will be blue, all those active bar color. Let's say I want to remove that particular color and just simply run, then you can see there is no such active color. So you can also modify some of the colors. There are API section where you will find all those props related stuff. Now you can see it similarly look like our chart. So that's how you can modify those charts. You should check all those charts, go there and try to manipulate those data, and all those exist. Then you can just able to do that. So this is our bar chart component, and it's going to accept the data, and which will be the type that we declare here. Now let's add our new second chart, which is going to be the course enrollment chart. So let's just bring that, and it will be pretty much similar, but it's the bar chart will be kind of like horizontal bar chart. So let's go to the course enrollment chart, and I think you will be able to understand this kind of easy. You don't have to put much effort to understand those things, and also you can leverage AI to understand. So kind of pretty similar, but here we have some customized y-axis because we want to show the chart with kind of like horizontal way, and also want to show those course names. So if I just show like this, like vertical bar chart, then the course name will be kind of bigger. So that's why you can see already the course name got kind of break here, and also it's doing like this. So this is kind of like a experimental chart. You can also make that something different based on or find from anywhere here. I can use the bar chart as well, as where the course name should be like kind of a small name, or maybe it could break the line. You can add that any of the chart could match. So I was trying to get analytics data, so I just asked Gemini to provide me some sort of a visual chart that's gonna help to visually show that thing. So after that, it's just give me this code, and kind of use like Lee Richards. It has its own dataset like X, Y. In the payload, we have to provide the value, and this is kind of like a customized y-axis thickness. Let's say earlier when I just added, it was like super big, like the thickness was more wider, but now it's become a little bit thinner because we added all those value here. Then this is the main chart where we just wrapped with the bar chart. This is pretty similar like we have to wrap with the responsive container, then bar chart. Then in the bar chart we have to provide the data. If we want to provide any margin stuff, we can do that. And in the layout we can declare the layout. Then also we have Cartesian grid. So this grid is actually help to show this kind of a background grid you can see there. And then we have x-axis, that what you are gonna show. And then we have y-axis, where you can put the height, weight, and all those things. And here you can see in the tick we just provided a custom y-axis thing so that we can render that particular custom things. And also the tooltip informations. Then we have legend and also the bar. In that bar we just need to provide those student value, let's say how many students actually enrolled, something like that. So this is all about our course enrollment charts. Now let's move to our next one, which is going to be like a pie chart. And I believe it's pretty simple. Let's create the pie chart component, and let's bring the pie chart code. And you already saw it's pretty simple. We just have to use pie chart from recharts. In the component we have to wrap with the responsive container. Then in the pie chart we have pie component. This pie component will take the data, and then you have to map that data with property like value. In this value it's gonna take the value to show that how much percentage of progress they want. And then in the cell you can also you have to map the data again to provide the cell color, like which color you want to show. And then in the tooltip you can provide the and which will bring the UI like this. So that's it so far for the pie chart. So if we just provide the data, and the data type is going to be like all the type that we added here in the interface. So now let's quickly create the page and add all those components, because in our application we don't have the page yet. So let's run our server, and before that let's create the page first. So we have to go to the routes, and let's also see from the commit like where we have to add the page. So we have to add the page in the admin/layout/dashboard. So let's go to that particular layout. So we just have to simply go to routes, then admin_layout. We have dashboard. Let's add a new one, which is going to be statistics.tsx beside overview.tsx. And now we can just simply bring our code, and also we have to import those components, provide those value. Before we progress, we also have to call the query. As I just simply stop the server, so I have to run the server to get the code generated. You can see the reflection real time generated the code. And now I just have to put the other code. So let's just bring the code from the return statement, so like this. So we have to first call the query so that we can get the data like the statistics data. And when it's loading, we are going to show the loading in full screen. If we don't found any data, we're going to just show the no data found. And of course it need to be in the tab, as you saw in here. We have tab, overview tab, and statistics tab. So for that case we must need to add admin layout so that we can get the tab feature. Right now if we click, nothing happening. So we have to call the admin layout in the page. And in the admin layout we have a property called isDashboard. So whenever that isDashboard got true, we have some design applied here, like the layout design or like the color stuff. We just make that empty. So let's just simply import those components, and we have provide all the data here. So for the monthly sales, we have monthly sales, and course enrollments, then completion rate, and all those information. And the data will come from the query that we created, and after that it's gonna pass those data to the components, and the component will do the rest. So let's check from the UI side, and you can see the statistics looks like similar to our older project. And you can see some cool animation also. When I refresh, the pie chart actually do the animations, and you can also control those animation, I believe, from the APIs. If you go to the API from the recharts, you can see tons of API stuff. So if you just go to the pie, then you will see all the props that you can pass. Or like you can see is animation active, then animation being, then animation duration, animation easing, tons of stuff. You will get those props. So make sure you understand, like by reading that. Also you can just copy those props and then paste that to Gemini to get understanding, or to find out what you need to implement. So far you already saw that we are really good with our admin panel. We have now dashboard where we have statistics data from the learner. We have overview section where we also have those data from the learner side. Then we have the course, which is like the main thing. Then modules, chapter, lesson, all actually got hierarchical. And then we have the learner section that we recently created, or added the feature to check all the learners informations. Then also profile is as usual general menu. So now we are really good with our application, and that's almost done. You can see from the commit list, it's called admin dashboard done. And this is so far the admin dashboard work, or like admin work. We have done a lot of menus there, and so far we just need one particular things left, which is leaderboard. If you go to the implemented one like this one, and if I just go to the leaderboard, then you can see simple leaderboard where I can see the user or the learner, actually the learner list and the XP and those informations. Based on that, we are just trying to get that leader thing. So that's what we have left so far. Other than that, we have completed so many things, charts and all those previous section. So let's quickly implement our last and final modules, which is going to be leaderboards. And this also need some sort of service and also API, because this data coming from the API. And also if I just go to the website now, and if I go to the leaderboard, nothing happening because we don't have any page. And this page is actually part of the website. So maybe we can say it's kind of website. That's we declare here in the earlier section, website. The comment will seems like website, so you can also name that, but I just added like leaderboard. So let's quickly create the service, and this should be pretty simple service, I guess, to find out those data. So let's go to our learner statistics service. So let's go to our learner statistics service. So in this service, we already have updated statistics, get learner statistics, calculate streak. And now we will have a new one, which is going to be like get leaderboard data. And you can see we are also going to use like cacheable here. Why this cacheable? Because we want to cache those data, because every time if we just simply update the leaderboard things, whenever anything change from the learner side, it's not going to be like good thing. And also this API is kind of like a public API. So if we don't cache that data, then if anybody just simply call that API, then it's gonna hit the database so often. So for preventing that, we have to cache that for 1 hour. So after 1 hour, it's gonna refetch again from the database, but it's gonna be 1 hour cache. So here it will be have the limit, because limit is necessary, like how many data we want to show. And then we can also sort by with total XP, current streak, longest streak. That's going to be like another property, but by default we're gonna sort by with the total XP. Then in the return, we're gonna return the user ID, name, image URL, and those property like those learner statistics property like total XP, current streak, and longest streak. So this is kind of that particular table that we created, learner statistics. And here we're just returning with the query builder. We name it like stats, and we are looking into from the learner statistic repository, and we are looking from the table, and we're going to select all this value. And also we inner join with the user, because we also need the user information. Let's say the username, image, these two things probably. So we have stat.user ID, which is actually matching with the user table user ID. And then we found the username. Then we have image URL, total XP will come from the stats table. Then the current stack, longest stacks, all will come from this learner statistic. And we check from the user status, is that active or not. And also we order by the descending order. Provided like stats or sort by, that's mean we want to sort that with the total XP. That's the property that we want to sort. And then we limit the data only 100, top 100 in the leaderboard, and we cache that the query, at least the database query, and we added like get raw many, so that we can get as much data as possible. So that's the service get leaderboard, and we just have to simply add the controller. So let's add the controller. Simply have to add that bottom of that file. So let's simply add that. And also as we added cache, so it should cache the data. And so far we don't have any more changes in the controller. Now let's add the route. So this will be like public endpoints, as we already discussed about that. So let's go to the public index file. Here you can see we have learner endpoints, we have public endpoints. So in the public endpoints, we have to add a new endpoint with this one. So it's going to be like API slash public slash learner, or maybe we can just provide like API slash leaderboard like that. So it's gonna just simply bring that. And also we need the router, learner activity public router. So let's check that we have that router or not. So we have a learner activity controller, or we have a routes here. So learner activity router, we should able to get that router. Try to add that. Yeah, we have learner activity router, but I can see the name was like learner activity public route. See, we have any router like that. Go to the route, we have only one changes and we don't have any file called learner activity public router. So let's check, is there anything that we are missing? The service, and yeah, this is the folder learning progress, and in this learning progress we have to add that particular route, public route. So let's add that in our learner activity routes. So in the top we have to declare a public router. So we have router, but there will be public router as well. As now we have to add that method, like we will have a public route. So let's add that here, these dot public routes, and then the routes will be like the vector routes that we added earlier. So in the public route we call the learner activity controller, then we have that leaderboard. So yeah, the URL is pretty much with the leaderboard, like API/public/learner then /leaderboard, and then we call the controller. Now we have to export that particular new router, which is going to be like learner activity public router. So if I just copy and paste that, see, that's our new router. Now we can just simply import that router into our public endpoint. Now the router or like route should be accessible from anywhere publicly. So that's it about the learner changes, and I think I have to commit some of the older changes. Let's say the last commit was this one, admin dashboard done. So yeah, let's copy that and edit the commit. So I have to just simply do some revert because I just forget to commit the changes the previous commit. So let me just clear the changes and then come back to you again. So I just sort out all the changes, and so far here in the route. So first of all, we have to add the service where we added here in our learner statistics service, which is called like get leaderboard. And then we have created the controller in the learner activity controller, which is named get leaderboard. And then this controller need to be bind into the route. And that's the route, which is like learner activity routes that we discussed, where we have we have one public route, which is calling get leaderboard. And then we have to export that public router. And then as we export that, we have to use that in our public endpoint like this here. So now our API is a kind of a leaderboard API, and which is kind of ready. So now let's implement that from the front end side. So let's just collapse the backend, and in the front end let's add the API. So we have to add that new API here. So let's bring that quickly like this, and then we have to add the query. It's going to be like a new query. We don't need any keys because we already have that key, like the leaderboard. We just need that query, and it's gonna add it in the learner file, the same file, and also it's going to be like get learner leaderboard API. And also, as the leaderboard API has the data set, we have to add that data type in our user type. So here the new type is going to be added, is going to be like iLeaderboard. It's like interface, and where we'll get the current streak, image URL, longest streak, name, total XP, and a user ID. The longest streak is not used in the learner side, but it's using in the leaderboard. So let's also import that interface and just added that query. Then we just simply have to use that query. Our query is pretty much ready as we have the key. So now we just simply have to add a new page inside of the website underscore layout folder. So let's go to the route. In the website we have underscore layout folder, and here we can just simply add a new page because it's a direct page. We can provide that inside of our folder like underscore layout folder, so that it will get from the website directly. And in that particular leaderboard UI, it's just a pretty simple UI. You can just generate that from Gemini. I also did that too, because the kind of like leaderboard UI is not kind of very hard, because it's kind of like a card which will just render some of the user information, and it has some icon. This is Jap icon, and this is a trophy icon. So this Jap icon will kind of like a fire icon like this, or like this kind of a star icon. You can add kind of fire icon for the streak, whatever you prefer. So here you can see right now no page, like a single text. And now if I just save, then we should see the leaderboard. And also we have to check the shortest data, like get leaderboard query. We just use that data, and we also sorted the data based on the total XP. I think we already sorted that from the backend, but still if we don't get that, then we just sort it from the front end as well, so that we can get the actual result. And we just then mapped the data and checked the index. Based on the index value we checked, and we just added some colors here on the rank, because we want those first three rank to be color differently, but other than that all those rank should be a same color. So the first rank will be like this color. That's mean the first item from the array will be like the yellow, then the salad color, and then we have amber color. And then we have the avatar, that's the from the data set. Then we have the name and those icon and all those values. It's just a pretty simple page where we have simple UI. And now if I just refresh, you can see I am not able to get any data. Let's just see from the backend side what's going on the API. So I'm getting error on the API saying like cross origin. This API is not kind of accessible from anywhere. And also all those backend API getting kind of like not accessible. Let's just go anywhere and you can see we are not to get any of the API working. So let's run our project again and try to see any error we're getting from our backend side or from the front end side. Then we're gonna check, yeah, from the front end backend side we're getting error, this one. So it is trying to say like the public router is not able to get the router. So let's quickly go to our router that we created, the public router. So we have the public router added here. Then we did not initialize that router, so that was our mistake. So we have to initialize that router as our router property is going to be like public router. Now if I just save, then the error should gone, and now we should see all those API is working, and also the leaderboard API. You can see the same UI that we saw in the demo. So that's mean our API is working. We are getting the desired values, and all those feature is working correctly. And with this particular implementation of this leaderboard, we are kind of done with our whole feature of that project that we try to implement. And if you go to the documentation, the last second one was admin dashboard, where we have admin learner list, admin dashboard, which include the statistic and overview. And then the last one is leaderboard in the website, where we just added all those stuff that's as usual we just added. And if you look at the commit list, we don't have any commit here, which is the last two things. This is like some fix. If I just go here, I think it's related to the documentation stuff. Yeah, the documentation. And also if I just go to the documentation added commit, I'm gonna also explain like what is going on the documentation, so that you can also contribute on the documentation part. But so far we are almost done. All those features we have implemented. This is the last commit, leaderboard frontend plus backend, leaderboard done. And you might be thinking like the branch is main, so the branch should not be main. You should follow the YouTube lesson branch, where you will get all those coded like this: documentation added, frontend plus backend, leaderboard done. The repo name could be kind of different, like maybe code toad or maybe code dash toad, anything that I will share in the description of this video. But make sure you go to the YouTube lesson branch, or you can also follow from the main branch. But if I added new feature, then you might be get confused. But what you have to do, you have to go to the first commit. So you just simply go to the next and then next. The procedure I already told you, but again at the end I'm just gonna recap. So you just have to go to the first commit and then you have to start from here. And our whole course is also based on the commit list. We started from the first commit, trying to explain every story, every detail things that possible, like how the project actually built from the scratch. And then when this particular page done, you should go to the previous commit. So in the GitHub, it will be kind of like descending, but from the video end, it's going to be like ascending. So when the video start, you will get the first commit from the GitHub list. And when the video end, you will get the kind of last commit from the GitHub. So that's kind of it. And I believe you love all those features. And if you have any feature in your mind, just raise an issue. And if you want to fix that or implement that, you can just create a PR, try to add that, and it will be highly appreciated. So the last thing I did is like added a doc where the whole project is actually explained. And beside that, in the backend, we updated .environment-example file where you will get all those environment variable, because the real .environment file, it will not be in the GitHub, but you will get .environment-example. This will have all those variable. You can put all the variable here. Make sure you provide the database stuff. And if you want to configure like neon, you can just put the neon string. Other than that, I will just recommend you use like local Postgres. And also you will see the course path, lemon squeegee key. This one is ls key, and this is webhook secret, and all those property that we discuss throughout the whole video series. And also in the pnpm-workspace.ym file, where we set up the project, the first commit or maybe in the second commit, we added a new folder name, which is going to be like doc, so that whenever we use like pnpm install, it's going to install from all the folder, so that it's going to track that. So I think I have to add a string here as well, as because it's a folder name, it's like as the front and back end doc. So that's it. So make sure you also check the dot environment dash example file and put all the value. And also when I discuss about all those variable, I told that which value is important, which value you should put, and which value you can just make that optional. So make sure you sync with that, and also add pnpm workspace. Now let's talk about the doc. So here you can see the root folder, you will see like a folder like doc, and in that doc folder it's from Docosaurus. It's a open source document management framework or library, whatever you can say. So it's from Facebook earlier, now it's part of Meta, and it's open source. So you just have to go to Docosaurus and then go to the installation guide. You can see the installation is pretty much simple. It's installed by this way, and then you can run that. And after that you will see some blog, then some pre-built or predefined folder and files. Mostly you will see some doc, demo doc, then you can see blog, you can see some styling, custom stuff. So in this particular documentation way, you will able to customize your documentation, and mostly I will say you can just customize everything you want, and it will give you out of the box functionality with the markdown feature that you already saw. We added charts, mermaid charts, and tons of things. So it has the plugin options. You can add plugins with that, and you will get all those information here. So I already added all those docs. So mostly you have to look into the docs folder. Other than that, all those folder will be deleted. And in the src or static folder, you don't have to touch those files, because these are from Docosaurus built-in file. If you want to modify the doc or customize the doc, you can provide or customize from there. But mostly the documentation will be in the docs folder. And here you can see, before that I want to talk about the sidebar, because sidebar is important. Let's also run our documentation. So what you have to do is just simply go to the doc folder from the root, and then you just have to run pnpm start. That's it. And when you run that, it's gonna build your documentation, and it's gonna run the documentation. And you can see the documentation, code toad, and all those things here. And if you go to the documentation, you can see our documentation that we saw from the beginning. And here, this is the sidebar. You can customize that. There is some other way to customize that, but I just put that default. And also there is dark and light mode. You can choose whatever you want. And here in the sidebar, you can see it's a sidebar object. Here you have tutorial sidebar. The first one is overview. This one is like a single menu, though does not have much children. Prerequisite, that's also single menu. But when it's come to like nested menu, let's say this one, get started, have for nested menu, then you have to declare like this object. Then you have to add like type category, then you have to add the level, then also in the items you can provide all those items here. And here in the dir name, you have to provide the doc name or like the doc file name. So that will come from your docs folder. You can see docx docs folder. On the docs folder, we have a directory name, which is going to be like 03, because it's a category, so it will be the directory. And if you refer that directory, then it's gonna took that directory's whole markdown file and make those file as a item from that particular directory. So our directory is get started. So I named that 03 get started, and you can see that directory here. So that directory come into third. And again, in the file name convention, I add like 01, 02. This is actually going to help us to track those file order. So in 01, it's going to be like root of the doc folder. You can see here at the top, we have some text, which is like sidebar position is going to be like 1, then title and the description with this dash 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 3 dash. So when we add this actually gonna help us to add the title and also the description if we want, and all those things. And then you can see the second file, which is the sidebar position is second. So you have to declare those sidebar position, and the name is kind of same. So if you want to create a new doc file, you just add that. You can add the sidebar position and it will automatically add that. But also you have to mention that sidebar here. Maybe from the category, you have to provide the directory name so that it can actually sync. So here in the sidebar, you can see the get started directory, then also authentication directory is 04 authentication, like this one. And inside that, we have all those files. Let's say if I go to the get started, then in the get started file, we have folder, we have more file like 01, 02, 03, 04. All these like start with monorepo, project initialization, and all those things. If I just go to the first one, the same thing, we can add sidebar position. It will now look into from the current directory and it's going to position that sidebar. and you can just provide any title. So the file name and the title should not need to be matched, but if you don't provide this portion, then it will took the file name as a title. So that's all about the markdown documentation. So mostly if you work with markdown, you can just add those documentation stuff, and I think there are lots of mistake in the documentation. It's really very basic documentation. You can contribute on this documentation a lot. So you can just have to go to the main code, and then you have to add all those section. And I try to divide it all the section category wise based on my commit history as well as my explanation on this particular video series. So it will be really easy if you watch the whole video to understand the project structure. Then you can also contribute back to this particular documentation, and my recommend will be to make this documentation really well structured and add as much as details you can, so that it will become a really good learning resource for anybody that will come new to learn from this particular whole project. Because the whole project is not for me, this project is for the community, so that anybody want to build a project, they can just maybe watch my video, then they can also look into the doc, they can just build the whole thing by themselves. So that was the purpose from the beginning, and I'm gonna congratulate myself to just actually completed the whole project, and it took almost more than 8 months. And there are tons of stuff I write with AI, and I tried to refactor that those things from myself, and also I explain as much as possible from my end. And I'm not sure how much value I was able to provide you, and I think you should provide me some feedback. Any feedback will be highly appreciated, and hopefully you will raise issues, PRs, and all those things. You're going to understand the whole code base, and I'm really optimistic about the community. Like, they're going to contribute on this project, and there are tons of scope on this project. And make sure you go to the commit list, and in the commit list you actually see all those changes. You track with those commit, and each commit is kind of a story, and all the story I just added into this whole video. So hopefully you enjoy the whole video series, and thank you for watching, and I'm gonna see you in the next one.